Well, what a day it was in our first day of action. Yesterday was a movie, to put it precisely, Zach. It was action, it was shit talk, it was everything that we expected here at the Talk is Cheap Invitational. That was only day one, though. We've got day two still to come, and we start with our King of the Hill Gauntlet bracket before moving into playoffs later on. But first of all, we've got to recap what we saw yesterday. And, you know, I know you casted a lot of games alongside me yesterday. What was your highlight out of some of the games we saw?
For me, it was right at the end. It was Flo's Fiends like snatching away fourth place for me. That was the highlight. And we had a big build up, a few up and downs for some teams, and only downs for muchachos. But yeah, towards the end when we were getting a bit like closer to those final positions or final seeds, for me it was those final like two rounds, I'd say, where the final kind of standings shaped up, basically, if you agree with me. Like it was great.
Definitely.
Like for Fiends jumping from, what was it, like sixth to fourth or something after they win it.
They went from something like that, sixth to fourth or something at the end. It was crazy, and we've got a lot of crazy things to unpack here today, especially in this pre-show. Not a lot of time to do it, so let's have a look at all the rounds that we played yesterday in our group stage, and just sort of see how everybody did. I mean, obviously there's some crucial matchups that we can pick out of this, some key points. We saw the likes of Mackie's Muchachos winning one game out of one individual game out of 14 possible games throughout the day. So not the best day for them, but I believe they've maybe got something in store to turn around that here today. So we'll see if they're able to do it. On other notes, we saw big upsets in round 7. Jury taking down Troops in a 2-0 fashion, which catapulted them right up the tables from 7th to something like 5th, I believe. So there's crazy things to talk about here across the board. But Zach, I think we've got to sort of touch on the past a little bit. We've also got to live in the present, and one way to do that is having a look at our group table and seeing where everything stands after day 1. As we move into day number 2, who goes where in our bracket?
So top 3, of course, are seeded straight into playoffs. But what we've got first is a gauntlet, which is the remaining 5 teams battling it out across a number of rounds. Of course, our first match is going to be 7th versus 8th seed. That's Dogs versus Muchachos, the teams who suffered the most after the first day. And then essentially it's in consecutive order. Each team is seeded higher into the gauntlet. So you've got Menaces, Fiends, and Jury in order right there. And essentially, all teams have made playoffs, so to speak. But essentially, the lower your seed, the harder of a fight that you've got. And of course, all of these series right there, you can see best of 5. So if Muchachos are here to make a comeback, they've got a long day of playing, basically.
A long day of not watching the F1 quali, which I know Amaki was quite hoping to do. So maybe there is, I guess, positives if you get knocked out, but you don't want to do that. You want to continue to try and fight to the end here. And like you mentioned, the likes of Dogs and Muchachos, if they want to crown themselves champions, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games straight across today's games. So a long road, but we talked about the Gauntlet King of the Hill bracket. Time to move forward and talk about our final 4 playoff bracket here. It's single elimination. I know it looks a bit weird, but that's just so we can show what order the games are going to be happening in. Excuse me. And if you make it out the gauntlet, you do get a bit of an hour break there. That's a little bit nice, but you also have to play against the number 1 seed in South Squadron. So so you're a little bit cooked either way. But yeah, it's good to see, and it will be that all happening later on. That's for later on. For now, we've got the first match. Our first match of the gauntlet stage. It is going to be Dix's Dogs taking on Mackie's Muchachos, and there's a lot to unpack between these two teams, right, Zach?
Oh, certainly. We've had some reconnaissance done, and the Muchachos team have leaked their strats to us. We're not going to give it away, but yeah, these two teams going to go at it. I mean, there is a bit of beef there. I do believe, Hodge. As you can see here, we have a a survey done across all of the players of the tournament of the most likely to tilt / most easily to tilt. And if you were here for day one, you would not be surprised by first place being Dixer with an astonishing 11 votes. And you can see an image right there, a photo from Dixer's phone, with a message from Olympic as they entered the match. So I mean, I think everyone's probably got their eyes on this guy in terms of that stat right there, Hodge, being a bit of a target. You might want to say.
Yeah, that's certainly one way to put it. I think this is, if I'm not mistaken, taken from the IGL or another tournament before that. It is, in fact. And yeah, it just shows that, right? You know, coming into this tournament, Dix is a player that everybody expected to sort of, you know, bring this sort of fiery gameplay and fiery attitude to the table. You've got to, you know, rise up to that. And that's exactly what Olympic's going to be doing here in this game, alongside the Muchachos in general. So expect this to be a grudge match. Expect there to be quick chats flying off left, right, and centre. And you know, Mackie's got a little bit of a regain on his mind here, Zach.
Yeah, he does. I mean, General should come back, but then when your teammate comes up with the news that he's got 160 ping, I don't know how you're supposed to feel about that
100 less than yesterday.
100 less than yesterday. Yeah, I remember actually. Just as I was leaving a match, I see red ping 260 like attached to Olympic, but 160. That's a drastic improvement. I wonder if there's a change that he's made to his setup, maybe that he's most certainly done before. I do recall Olympic being the man who hooked his setup to a car battery during an RLCS run once.
Funny
and that
you
is
say that. We have that right here.
Oh my God, no way.
Well, I mean, you mentioned it there. Olympic, known for a lot of things, being a very storied player in the SSA RLCS community, knows, you know, is no stranger to playing under unique circumstances, is the one way of putting it here. There's not many players who are dedicated enough to, when the Wi-Fi goes down, when there's no power, hooking the power up to the car battery in your drive, and then going on a mad run in the RLCS. So, you know, if it works, it works, and hopefully he doesn't quite have to do that here today. But I mean, it just shows that this guy's got that resilience. He doesn't care what you want to bring to the table, and if he can, you know, if he can pull off an RLCS run while having his PC plugged into his car battery, then surely Dix is no match for him. So, you know, we'll get to that in a little bit of time. But for now, we've already talked about the you know, everything that we need to do. Let's sort of zoom in on this matchup one more time before we get into this a little bit. I have to say, just when we look at Mackie's Muchachos, right, we've talked about Olympic. You know, Narwhal was mentioned as well, going up against Dixer here, you know, when we're having our little chat beforehand. Is this also going to be a bit of an interesting matchup here?
Well, it's certainly, I think, the most exciting matchup probably of all the playoffs. I'm
and then really also Mackie's got Dixer as his rival on his card.
Yeah, that is the highlight. I think the two captains going head to head, but it is funny because I think these three guys, I think it's a team rival. I don't think it's actually an individual one, as far as I know, Hodge. But that is one of the reasons why I think that we have to be excited about this one.
Games is the rival. Oh, I love these. I love these rivals that they play. These player cards in general are great, right? And you know, it's good to see Dix's rival being Fragment, and Engib Epic Games, and well, Turb's not really a fan of that crossbar. So, end of the day, look at the crossbar, not a fan. But we'll have a look, right? And, you know, I'm being told that the reference 4-1 there, shut your bitch ass up to all the Swiss German and 4-1. The 4-1 is a reference to the Switzerland Grand Finals where Dixer beat Vision Gaming, aka Mackie, 4-1. And Fragment is the president of Vision Gaming. So,
so we've just got a bit of an anti-Vision Gaming guy here.
This
like
goes deep.
I was casting that guy, unless was it 2025 Switzerland that they faced each other, because I think that's the one that I was casting, and if that's the case, then yeah, that was an interesting matchup. That was a very was a lot of beef and just like, it was my first entrance to the Swiss scene there where I found out all of these rivalries and stuff. So yeah, like these two guys going at it is going to be absolute cinema. Oh, I can't lie.
Yeah, well, we will see where this one all unfolds. Just waiting for a couple of the players to get themselves joined into the lobby. But, you know, when does that ever make itself easy? Let's take a look at the table again for anybody who might just be joining us. Maybe missed a little bit of what we've already seen here. And it's just catching themselves up here. So I guess performances throughout yesterday. Going back to the draft stream, Nukes and Kiki, both of them, they called me stupid for saying that Mackey's muchachos would underperform and get last. I said that I thought they'd get last. They also said that Celt Squadron would get last, and they got first. So who really knows ball here?
So you're basically a prophet. That's what I do.
There's been over-performances, there's been under-performances across the board. One team that I know was mentioned yesterday is a team that had underperformed was Melox's Menaces. And they also brought in a sub I'm forgetting the name of the sub.
Is it Kiva?
It was Kiva. Yeah. They brought in Kiva as a sub, and obviously they've got that, you know, long time synergy between them, Kiva and Melox. So people thought that would work well alongside, who was their teammate as well? Alongside Mystica, that was it. Who people have been expecting to sort of perform and have a bit of a great tournament. The team as a whole has not had a great tournament yet, so we'll see what they can do, and the likes of a load of other teams as well in their sort of attempt to bounce back and have a good series, but and a good day in general, a good tournament. Everybody wants a good tournament, but only a couple of teams can get within the prize money. But Zach, I believe we're ready to get this one underway. Never mind, we're not.
We're still missing a player.
Well, there's 10 of them in the lobby, so like, who else can join?
Where is the maths, huh? Where is the counting coming in? But
we're missing Casper the Ghost. Anyway, this matchup in general, it should be good, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's history between the players. There's beef between the teams. There is a plan on the side of Mackey's Muchachos, which, you know, of course, maybe if you're suffering in terms of what's been going on the first day, you can switch up your tactics in a way to get into your opponent's head, so to speak. And I'm looking forward to seeing how the chat in the top left unfolds. I would keep your eyes fixed to that one in case it's relatively active. But without further ado, let's get into it. This is the first round of the playoffs gauntlet. Mackey's Muchachos versus Dix's Dogs, the rivalry that we have identified in our first game of today and just in front of the tournament. But without further ado, let's get it going. Muted. No!
Welcome everybody to the first match here, loading into Manfield Night. It's a best of 5 here in the Gauntlet bracket, and there is quite the trenches that both teams have still got to dig themselves out of, but it all starts here. It all starts with round 1.
Chat, am I mudded or am I back? It is time for the first series of the day. Thank goodness. This is a seasoned scene, and with it, of course, brings that rivalry. So let's get those scores settled on the pitch. I don't think we could have asked either Hodge for a better first matchup. Mackey's Muchachos that have outwardly said that their big rival is Dixer. Getting that opportunity to play Dixer's Dogs in the first round is just pure cinema. But that being said, I feel like picking Dixer as your rivalry is a little bit of a cheap shot.
I think everybody sort of has a little bit of a rival in Dixer in some way, shape or form, but if you put him down as your rival, you've got to expect a little bit of pushback, both in the in-game chat and in the Discord and wherever pretty much. But we'll see as we are into game number 1, and Dixer has this ball well controlled over the top of 1-2. Not quite a third, but Turb is there to finish the dinner, and the Dogs so far are eating good in the first game.
Having an absolute meal out of him. Narwhal's just awkward there in his own lines. He's beaten first of that ball still. No quick chat's been thrown in early. They're keeping it out here for this first minute. And I'll be interested to see if that will be a bit of a development once we go later into this series. This matchup, I must say, is really fascinating, especially when you've got Olympic in the mix here. Currently sitting on 188 ping, not the worst I've ever seen. from an SSA player playing in Europe, but you know that he's been able to fight through adversity before, as you showed in the pre-show.
Yeah, definitely. And coming into this match, these two teams played yesterday in our group stage. Of course, everybody played everybody, but it was approached by an Olympic from the mentality of, I've got one job to do. I've got one player in my sights in Dixer, and I will get that job done. And they didn't quite get the 2-0, but it was the only game that they won yesterday. They got a 1-1 draw. Overall, across yesterday, Mackie's Muchachos had 1 game win and 13 losses. The 1 game was against Dixer's Dogs. So he sort of semi-did the job, but now he's got a chance to completely finish off Dixer's Dogs and get themselves that victory. They've still got a long way to go to do that, though, and it all starts from their own corner.
Fueled by pure passion and hatred. If you look at these two sides, they've got very varying peaks amongst those two teams. Well, one thing's for sure, Dix's Dogs have a 610 peak MMR advantage over Mackie's Muchachos, which should, of course, put these opponents clearing away as the underdogs in this matchup, which I find pretty humorous against a team of that very name. And so far in the opening stages of this game, and what you've seen beforehand as well in the Swiss, that's not necessarily been the case, but that's what personal matchups can do to shake up a series.
Certainly can. And 50's just going the way time and time again here in game number 1 of Dogs throughout this midfield. It's, you know, giving them a lot of space to work with, giving them a lot of opportunities to shoot at that net, and it's the second one breaking through there from Turb.
Gorgeous. Just off that back wall, has all 3 players surrounding him, but knows that he can find that space if he does sneak in quickly. Does an excellent job at doing so. But back into the play, Muchachos need to set their sights towards that opening goal. It has all been Dogs in these early stages, and it's been 2 opportunities which have gone somewhat unanswered by the defense of Muchachos. Sure, there's been a few saves sprinkled in, but once they've found that 1 killer pass, they found Muchachos out of the flow of their rotation. It's been instant night-night for these opponents. Mackie looks to take it over once more, has a teammate up close. Narwok is going to pick this ball up from distance. Ball drops down here for Olympic. It's a lovely tap forward. Dixon's had to put his hand onto the reverse gear, pings it back forward. NG will go for that catch, but Narwok does well for that save again.
Certainly does. Dixon now looking to set up the double. Can't quite find it, but this ball's still where Dix's Dogs want it to be, swirling around that offensive side, and Dixon already up for that, not giving the Muchachos the space that they want, the space that they need to start working this back line and you know, breaking through the press that's been put on them for the past couple of minutes. To the backboard that will go. Dixon has that read, and it feels like any sort of offense that you know, is attempted by this Muchachos side just gets instantly sort of plucked out from beneath their feet and sent down the other side of the field.
Mackie slams it long. NG has done well to keep it tight here in the corner. That should be a brief moment of safety, even with the 0 boost of Turb. Forces Olympic to jump out early. A second man was required, and that could be an overcommit. Narwok has been sent quite high on his own lines as well. These bumps coming out is going to further complicate things, but now Turb to try and find a teammate on the inside. Dixon did well to step back at the time he did, but a ball falls right onto his lap off that back wall. Now it's time for a teammate, but Mackie does well to block and will extend.
Yeah, that ball going to find itself into Narwok's hands. They need a goal now, the Muchachos, to allow themselves that opportunity to get that equaliser in the final couple of seconds. But Dixon already up for that, just controlling that ball away from any of the Muchacho players. And that's exactly what Dogs will do right now. They'll just keep the ball under their spell and not allow a way in at all. Dixon looking to try and set up the double. Olympics helping him out. But as the seconds tick down, it looks like game number 1 quite handedly going over to the side of Dogs.
Certainly. Game, set, and match here. And in this best of 5, you need to get yourself into the series in quick stride. And so far, has not quite been the case here for Mackie's Muchachos. Still got a little bit of pace to try and grab here. That was dominant from the Dogs. An overall 12 shots versus 2. But already we have our first text chat of the series, Hodge. It's Olympic, of course, saying just wanted to give Dixer a game. So it says 3-1, not 3-0. And Dixer replied, aptly Sigma. What do we think about this, Hodge? Are the mind games in play?
I think they're being attempted. Whether it works or not is what's going to be answered here in Forbidden Temple. And I mean, I want to get your perspective here as Pegasus, as somebody who's got a lot more experience than me, both in, playing and in the booth as well. I assume this is not the first time you've seen this happen. What's the success rate on it working out? Do you reckon that this is actually going to work, or do you reckon this is just going to be a little bit of copium?
Look, it really does depend on the players here. Some people can deal with this better than others, and of course, Olympic is saying that from that position as the losing team, which I always find rather interesting. I would say that usually that doesn't go too well unless your opponents bite the bait and start trying to, freestyle on you or go for a bunch of silly fakes in positions they shouldn't need to. Instead, keeping it rather simple, and that is how you close out a series.
Well, Olympic just not able to get in the vicinity of that ball, just set over the top completely by Turb and Engib there with the follow-up. And I think it's very risky, especially Dixer as a player, when you're losing, to start, typing in the chat, to start sort of aggravating him, because, it feels like for a lot of people it might tilt them, but Dixer, it keeps on fueling that fire within him and just making him want to continue, putting in these goals, putting in the charge here onto his opponents, and it's 2-0 already in 10 seconds.
But this is what he does. He's built for these kinds of positions. If he hadn't had so much practice creating these kinds of environments himself, maybe he wouldn't be as prepared for when that moment has come. But that's what the Talk is Cheap tournament is all about. Of course, it's been a rather slow start to it in the Swiss stage. But here in playoffs, here in the Gauntlet, this is where he looks to make himself a real conqueror.
Certainly does. To that corner it will go. Mackie's pick it up. This is a good attack sort of brewing together here for the Muchachos, but it feels like that second man is just invisible a lot of the time here, and that is the reason that a lot of this pressure just feels like, a bit of a blip in the system. It feels like a lot of the time it's just dealt with instantly. Yes, you can have that first man sort of putting on the press, but if you don't have that immediate follow-up also continuing to sort of, I guess, stem that aggression a little bit more, then it's just all going to deplete to nothing. And we're seeing that time and time again here for Muchachos. They have the right ideas, but the execution's just not quick enough.
Certainly, but I can't imagine 190 ping helping on the side of Olympic. That's certainly going to make you slower to the play. Marky looking for those board resets. We saw plenty scored last night. If any of you were following the RLCS, and if you were following the RLCS, what on earth are you doing? You should have been here for the Talk is Cheap, because it is constant content. Dixer with his second goal of the game.
Says you, who was live on Twitch watch partying the RLCS.
You didn't have to snitch on me, come on.
Well, it's threes across the board here on the scoreboard. The only one missing is the Muchachos' goal score as well. And right now, I think, they just want a goal. They don't even care about the three. It would just be nice to get a goal. But from what I saw yesterday, we saw Man City go 3-0 up yesterday in the RLCS. Almost holding Novo to, goalless in the first 3 games. What happened after that, Pegasus, seeing as you were so tuned in?
Oh, I'll be honest, I actually fell asleep through that game. I woke up at 7 p.m. yesterday. But either way, that was, in fact, the best of 7 anniversary for the first LAN series of the entire season, which is unbelievable. Also, one of the first best of 7s of the season. Of course, here, this is a best of 5 format. You cannot allow your opponent to get to that 3-game spot, otherwise that is game over. However, on 2, that should surely be an easier affair. And well, Muchachos get some scores of the doors. It's some instant you have time calls there from Olympic. And as much as flip resets have a history of being called mechanical excellence, showstoppers, that was not quite living up to that play. What was the defense doing?
Yeah, I've got no idea, but, these mistakes happen, and, it doesn't really matter when you can fire right down the other side, and the water saves are coming through, the nice shots are coming through, everything's coming through here in response from the Dogs, and when you aggravate the Beast, expect the Beast to come fighting back.
This is a dog now left unchained, and you do not want to be messing with these bullies.
I was going to say, what breed of dog are we talking about here? Is it like, Is it like a poodle? Is it like a sausage dog?
Maybe yesterday it was a poodle or a sausage dog, but no, today it's definitely looking like one of those bully dogs that they had to ban over in the UK. They're looking aggressive right now, and unfortunately, this Muckies Muchachos team, for the most part, have been that stray child left away at the park.
Well, let's hope that Muchachos can get a bit of a hand on this one. We'll go into the final 2 minutes of game number 2. A crucial one at that. If you don't win this one, you're staring down the barrel of that reverse sweep, and quite the task to try and fight back from that. Right now, it's just about getting some possession on this ball. Narwhal's going to be able to do that in this corner, send that downfield. Olympic maybe waiting, but just get bumped out of the way. He's right back into the action, though. That's going to allow Mackie to come up, finds it back over to the midfield. They still allow Narwhal to come in and take a bit of a touch. Just fakes it, though. Looks to go past all 3 players, but it's going to be put to a stop by Dixer on that goal line.
Lucky plunges this one down for Olympic. That's a heavy first touch, and it looks dangerous to send this one post to post. And you can see they almost were punished as a result, but instead it was a bit of an overcommit coming from the side of Dixer's dogs. And that shot, oh my goodness. I thought for a second there that we somehow wouldn't see that scoreline change. Narwhal got himself a flip reset. It came off that post. Olympic had to bail away, wanted to land above. No one was available for that save, and all of a sudden, just as you thought, there was enough time here for the defense to regroup. Muchachos finally find the back of the net. They might get a third as well if they can make the most of that back all read, but Markey gets there first. Olympics sends it off that corner. It's another catch here by Mackie. Dixer isn't going to break past Olympic. Turb's going to have to get that extra effort out, but it is bumped off that initial play inside Mackie once more. This ball lands high, and he wants to take this ball across to Narwhal. It is on target. It's a cheeky attempt at net, and the redirect from Markey would have added to it. Instead, though, it remains 45 seconds to go, but ball on the right half of the pitch if you're looking for miracles, but Mucky's not found the target.
He did say he misses his open nets, and well, that was on his player card for a reason apparently, but had Muchachos left it too little, too late here in game number 2. 2 goals needed. 25 seconds remaining. Olympics, the back wall instantly picked up there by Njib, and it's just deny from the Dogs. That's what they've been doing the whole game. That's what they will continue to do going into the final 15 seconds.
Well, you were talking about reverse sweeps and how that might become a requirement in this series, and that is all but guaranteed now. And in all fairness, we got to give some credit here to Muckies Muchachos, as Dixer immediately makes me nullify whatever I was going to say about Dixer's dogs. About Muckies Muchachos. This is an incredible goal. Just double tap from the center line on 0 seconds. Cold as ice, just slams one more home to really just establish himself against these opponents. But when you're talking about that reverse sweep, you hope to have just that gradual increase of play as time goes on. That was certainly an improvement there from the Muchachos. They did allow a little bit less shots as well from the Dogs. The consistency in between their own lines there wasn't as strong as the game beforehand, but at least they're punching back. They're stepping forward. They're getting themselves some attacks. Some saves are forced out, and of course, they've got those 2 goals landed as well. In many cases, 2 goals is enough, but in this high-scoring thriller, you need a little bit extra.
Certainly is, and we did some calculations actually before today's games. Well, Cassalien, I say we, Cassalien did it, and I looked at the message, but it was averaged that across the best of 2 series that happened yesterday, there was 10 goals in a best of 2 series every single, well, on average across all the best of 2 series. So now we're into the best of 5s. We've passed game number 2. I'd say we're just about reaching that criteria. How many more goals, how many more high-scoring games are we in for is my question. We're going to hop down onto DFH, and maybe we'll get a little bit closer to our answer, or maybe the answer will just, be a 3-0 sweep for Dix's Dogs. And, for something that was sort of bigged up here by the Muchachos, as this is going to be our improvement. We've not seen it yet. Where's the improvement? Is it going to be happening now? They've talked the talk, but as we know from the entire theme of this tournament, you can talk all you want. You've got to prove it on the field.
This is where you really roll your sleeves down, get down and dirty, and really put out a name for yourself. This would be an unbelievable miracle, and I'm curious as to who the Swiss scene are going to be supporting in this matchup. Dixer, of course, not done himself many favors, but his team will take that lead again. It's a wonderful strike from Njib into that top right corner. And it's another early goal to follow what has been a pattern throughout this entire series. And the second one might look quick to follow.
We'll see. Well, it's Njib already up for this. Narwhal trying to control it, and it's a little bit awkward. So Dix is going to just throw his hat into the ring, I guess, and going to come out empty on that attack. Back to this corner it will go, though. Njib just popping that one up, trying to allow a little bit of time here for his teammate to come in and help out, and that's exactly what they'll do. Dixer diving in, Narwhal over to this corner, fully boosted up and ready to take that 50, but Turb not having any of it, and it's just the re-aggression coming through once again from Dogs there, not giving their opponents any space to work with.
Certainly, Dixer takes that left boost. Narwhal throws bunt to the blade, actually leave a completely open net again. Bit of a bunch up there, no third man really available to fill in the lines, and it feels unfortunate, but it just ping-pongs between everybody. Well, that has been somewhat of a tale of a game, somewhat disorganized. The second man is never positioned where they need to, and in that case, he really should have been the third. Turb is going to be the one to bail all the way back. Actually has to return for that 100 boost. I think I didn't notice. Put some good use to it with that first booming ball forward. A little bit flat for my liking, and that allowed Season and Charcho to have a few extra touches forward, but Dixer looks to go for that coast-to-coast. Turb wants it off that left wall, has Njib waiting tight, but that second man couldn't quite find that ball between the posts, but it is just that second man press. It's that offable speed that Dixer's Dogs have has been their real big catalyst for all of their attacks.
Well, let's see, as we head into final 3 minutes here, what Muchachos can cook up. We need to see some goals from them soon, and this is not really the right end of the field that it has to be at. Mackie should win the race to that, but is instantly challenged and just beats to the punch there. Narwhal up for this one, looking to try and drop it in, doesn't even have to. The fake is good enough. There's the response we've been looking for.
It is just a snipe from across the heavens. Turb, though, not too sure what he was doing in that position. Of course, he's got little boost left in the tank, so you'd think at least drive closer to the goal so that you have a little bit less space that you have to accelerate yourself towards. Instead, he somewhat parked himself, a bit fearful of having the bump landed on him, and I felt like that was a little bit personal. They made it free. That is indeed a redemption, but part of me has a theory here, Hodge, that the reason Turb just allowed that goal to go in is because he could not take the ego hit of being bumped in such a high-stake affair. He would rather just take the goal for free than him just getting outplayed with a bump. That's my theory.
Okay. It's a theory.
It is a theory.
It is a theory. And we'll see. And Narwhal has this ball under his spell, and it's going to go back over to Olympic, who shoots it, but Turb is a little bit more defensive than previous moments, and is going to be quite happy to see that one away. Dixer from the ceiling shouldn't really have an opportunity there, and well, Njib just not willing to overcommit, rightfully so, especially with the lead that they have. But oh my goodness, what a save that is! Hang on, that's a crucial moment right there in this game.
Certainly, that would have put the game within a 1-goal difference. That's when you would start to see the House of Cards start to wobble. That backwards defended so well again by Njib. This is the defensive masterclass that the Dogs have been looking for to keep themselves alive, to make sure that there are no reverse sweeps on the table. There's a demo landed by Turb. And instead of a scoreline closing up, a very clean defense turned into an aggressive and a dirty offense extends it instead.
Well, this is looking like it could be over. This is looking like it could be completed, this best of 5 series. But for the moment, right now, it's a minute and 45 seconds. That still has to be played. And 3 goals that Muchachos have to collect for them to stay alive in the Talk is Cheap Invitational. Narwhal taking it over to that corner, pinch downfield. Olympic has to get on the end of this. You've got to think this should be a goal. It has to be a goal. But, you know, as Dixer says, this is Rocket League. You're not going to get that.
Absolutely not. Njib off that back wall again, looking for that follow-up. All 3 players. wanting to make themselves the hero. Instead, it's all zeros. Norwalk looked like he was going to put it in his own net. Manages to bail away and get that save as well. That showed experience in a moment where it all got so chaotic. One player had to step up and make sure they did not concede that fifth. 1 minute to go. Sweeps still potentially landing here for Dixon's Dogs. 3 goals required in 50 seconds. It all feels too little too late, and we've already seen those early signs of desperation, but those all too common symbols of these balls just not finding the target has been the case for 15 minutes straight for Mucky's Muchachos.
Yeah, final 30 seconds now. You've got to think this one's over unless somebody can find a miracle, and what a miracle it would be. But to the back wall, looking to try and set up the double. The dagger for the Dogs has been found, and it will be the Muchachos falling out of the tournament in our first round.
What an opening series. It was a high scorer. It was an immediate rivalry. And of course, as funny as it would be for Dixer to go out this early, this tournament was kind of made for him. I mean, come on.
Oh, yeah.
He had to survive at least into second series of the Gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, the main character of the shit talk has to be here with us as we navigate through the bracket, doesn't he? He's got to be sort of antagonizing every single team as we go through, and could play a bit of a villain arc here throughout the tournament. But right now, it is the Dogs in a 3-0 sweep. They move forward to the next round, and they will face off against Melox's Menaces, I believe, in the next sort of round that we have going on here. But for now, we've got a series to recap. I mean, first of all, Pegasus, a series that I guess for me was, I guess, a little bit of a testing ground for both of these teams. Who could get the win in the cleanest possible fashion? And it was Dogs. I think this needed to be a clean win for either side to give me sort of any belief that they might, go on a decent run today.
Yes.
And Dogs making clean work of the Muchachos here. But we've got to look at the overall Gauntlet bracket here, don't we?
Absolutely. It is a long, long way to go here. You got the Menaces in that second round, Fiends in the thirds, and Jury in the fourth. And then after that, you still have to play in the top 4 against that first seed. And I'm not sure if Dogs have quite given me the belief I need in that first series. I think I'd rather see Lightning strike twice to trust that it will strike a third, then a fourth, then a fifth, then a sixth time. And you're starting to see what I'm putting down here, Hodge. It just looks close to an impossible task. But if someone was going to pop off in the shit-talking tournament, it would have to be Dixer. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it really had to be, it feels like. And yeah, I have to say, now having a look at what we have prepared next for you, because this is a bit of an interesting thing which Cassalien and production have cooked up here. It's time to bury the Muchachos, because what is worse than losing? It's getting buried for it. So let's cue the dramatic music, head on over to the graveyard, and everybody pay your farewells to the Muchachos. Oh no. They had so much to live for.
They really didn't.
Why?
They had so
He didn't
much
deserve
to
it.
live for.
Someone do something.
Bring it back. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, what a first series we just had. That is everything we could ask for and even more. We've got a whole rest of the day and a champion to crown for this wonderful tournament. Returning is myself, Sir Pegasus, joined here on the desk by Zach.
It finally happened. We're finally here on the desk. Great to be here with you. And yeah, that was a really cool matchup to watch. Kind of talk is cheap and gameplay is forever, so to speak. Taking them at 3-0. But of course, showing that they're the better team, proving themselves, and now they make it on to the next match, which we have up now. Melox's Menaces versus Dix's Dogs. And there is a bit more beef. I mean, kind of classic with Dixer. The Dixer matchups, beef everywhere, right? But from the context around this one is Kiva, who is subbing in for Dede for Menace's team. Dixer was not happy about that yesterday. He was not happy about that, and
No, it was not.
Kiva being a much better player, of course, than Dede, as far as I understand it, which is probably the reason for the crash out, but that also makes this matchup even spicier, right?
Absolutely, because if Dix's dogs are able to pull off this series win versus Melox's Menaces, who after the draft stage have just been able to sub in a Swiss giant, if we're talking about the scene, like Kiva is worthy of that reputation. He is one of the top dogs, so to speak, but I'm sure that Dix's team will be looking to prove that they are the real dogs in the park. And Melox as well, running off that roster, is always going to be danger for any team that have to play them. But look at this. This is what the tournament is about, Zach. Dixer #1, Kiva #2 in the IGL survey for who is most likely to tilt.
Maybe that edge over the tilt stats is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. These two teams, they played yesterday, and they tied, actually. So there was no round winner. So I'm wondering, I'm going to go... I don't know which team to go for. I mean, they're both equal as far as I've seen. And yeah, where was it that they faced each other? Yeah, round 3. You can see there, 1-1, Menaces versus Dogs. And yeah, from what I remember, it was a very back and forth match. It wasn't even like it wasn't clinical. It was challenges everywhere, all over the pitch. Like, these guys are on each other, and I think that is not just because of the gameplay. It's also maybe a bit personal. I don't know. It gave that like personal gameplay vibe for me.
You hope that it's going to get physical. You hope that these two teams are going to be getting those demos out, those bump plays. They're going to hopefully have some activity as well in the chats from both of these teams. But as is the nature of this stage, being the Gauntlet, you're going to start from the bottom. We're going to work our way to the top. And currently, of course, the highest seeded team, Dogs, were able to take victory in that last series. Now it's Menaces to try and keep that pattern going. Otherwise, they're going to have to let Dixer have one more round of pure destruction.
Absolutely. And if they do make the miracle run, I think it's just going to be such an entertaining, like, what an entertaining Gauntlet to have Dix's team make the full run through it. That would be insane. Because in that table that you just saw, I mean, in terms of scoreline and just how many wins, losses, like, the teams weren't really far off from each other. It was just the Makis Muchachos that like really suffered. So I kind of came into today thinking that we're going to have something really competitive in this fight, in this Gauntlet that we've got ahead of us today. But anyway, because it looks like we're ready to get into it. So, I mean, take it away, man. It's all you.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a cheap script with Dixer moving his way through the Gauntlet. Who let the dogs out? Melox's Menaces have to try and collar this Dixer side. It's never going to be an easy task. It will be aggressive. It will be round 2 of the Gauntlet.
Thank you, Pegasus. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to round 2 of the Gauntlet. I'm Deromus, the brand new face in this chat, and I've got a reasonable explanation for that. We'll get onto that as soon as action starts. I've ended up sleeping for about 14 hours, so I missed the first match. But yes, Zach, we have a best of 5 in our hands with a lot of beef on the pitch.
Best of 5 indeed, and as you've just heard, it looks like it's going to be a banger of a matchup. Maybe a first game 5 of the day, potentially, based on what I saw yesterday. I only go by what I see on the field, and that is a scoreline that I am expecting. But these guys are ready to go. They are really, really eager. We just had a player leave, and then I think they're just rejoining the lobby, but whilst they join their sides, it looks like we're actually ready to go. So let's get into it.
We are in fact ready to go. It took a bit of time, but game 1 is now underway. Turb getting the kickoff started. Didi and, well, CC. You've got the D's versus the C's here on the pitch, as well as an opportunity almost arise in the first 6 seconds here.
Absolutely. Oh, hitting the crossbar, his best friend, but Njib manages to follow it up, and it's an early goal for Dix's Dogs in the first 15 seconds of the match. Weak clear coming off Melox's car, and it just allowed the follow-up to happen down straight in the middle. Easy as that, but nice action to throw us off in the start. We have a demo off the kickoff as well. Milox is going to follow up, looking to equalize, but Turb thankfully saving it away, pushing it off to the side. It's caught by CC into Turb, who gets past one actually. Now the net's looking pretty vulnerable, but thankfully Milox saves the team.
It's a fantastic pass inside by CC though, as Kiva catches that one from a demo. The net looks like to have an opportunity. It's 50 up high. Turb on that sidewall pass inside. CC intercepted by DD, and Kiva falls back. Dixon out on the corner will send this ball forward, gets it past one. We'll look for a demo on two, but Kiva reads that play and is sent back to the corner. Again, like you said in the pre-game build-up, very scrappy, a lot of back and forth.
There is a lot of scrapping, and it's definitely slowed down a lot, but both teams are having like a lot of forward momentum in their plays, getting shut down at the last second, and that's what makes this matchup so close. So you literally don't know what's going to happen until the last second as we get a pass into the midfield. Engib just feeding to the ball once again. It is honestly the same exact. It's literally a mirror matchup from yesterday, and these guys, they've got a longer series to play out, so we're going to see who kind of maybe falters first. And that is almost a mistake coming out there from Dix's Dogs, trying to clear it off their own backboard, pushing it in front of their net, but here we go, back into the midfield once again, and we have, look, about 5 players on the ball.
Yeah, I just want to apologize to Njib. His girlfriend is not playing on the pitch today. That was just me misreading the name, but yeah, it should very well be 1-1 at the moment. Milox getting a 50 charge downfield, a good beat on the third as well, looking to drop it down, doesn't quite find it, so DD tap towards the backboard. Keeper gonna have to wait low on boost, does get the intercept, but the Dixer, my brain is not awake, as
He's
you can imagine.
He is a diva.
Diva Dixer, you know, the one that's most likely to get tilted. Looking to make it two as Turb hitting the crossbar.
Once again, bro, he did it again. This guy's statement is not, you know, it's not, he's not lying, is he?
No, very much not. It's chaos personified all across the pitch, and we just love rattling the post at the moment. Still 1-0. Keep the pass inside. Really not getting a solid shot. Turb was there to immediately block and send into the mid once more. Njib gets a pinch on the sidewall. Turb knocking that one downfield, and Milox it's a controlled touch, but it's not going to be enough. Turb just causing a bit of harassment in that corner. DD on the ceiling, but again, the pressure high here for Dix's Dogs.
Yes, indeed, as they try to make one of these plays connect. Seems like the defense of Dix's Dogs are holding on right now as they've been put back on a leash on defense, but they are trying to make something happen right now, and challenges coming through in the corner, not letting that ball get anywhere near the front of the net. Dixon makes another attempt at a shot. Kiva denying him. The rival himself. Both of these players clashing against each other. And Njib's found an angle. And that's going to be Dix's Dogs going 2-0 up. And after all of this build-up and slow gameplay, they finally found the opportunity. And what a shot that was.
Yeah, imagine spawning in after being demoed, the ball ricochets off you, and that's the assist that causes that goal. That is heartbreaking for Milox there, as it pinged up just perfectly for Njib to get on the back of that one. And, well, it looks like Muchacho's struggling to get on the board, but it might change. Saved by Njib on the goal line again. They are getting these opportunities. Well, I say that, they've had 2 shots. Never mind, I'll shut up. Then they're not getting opportunities at all, so...
It's almost like capitalizing off the stakes, really. Like they're getting themselves in the right positions, and then that looks like a mistake. Is that a goal? I couldn't see. The smoke clears, and it's actually saved away once again by Turb, trying to go for a breezy there. It doesn't get past anyone. Kiva once again clearing, trying to pass it to Milox in the midfield, but once again, someone is there to meet them. I swear, they have all of these players marked, and it adds up really in terms of pressure. And once again, they're facing this counterattack. It's just trying to get themselves a bit of space, to be honest, and get a goal back for them. But once again, just saves into like clinical offense.
So then, looking for the backboard. Milox has control on the ceiling, does get a tap forward. Turb now. The drop down is 50 well by Kiva, but Dix is there with a full tank of boost to work with. Up high, has control, flip reset, inbound, does not find the angle. Is it going to be a follow? Where's the follow? What happened?
I don't know. It looked like Njib was right there, but there was all of a sudden 3 players appeared. I don't know. no idea what I'm watching. But either way, that's going to be the first game of the series being taken pretty, I don't want to say convincingly, but it's almost, they took their lead and then they hold on to it pretty much. They're not letting this playoffs go, really.
Pandemonium is the perfect anthem for what we've just witnessed. Actually, it's just been rapid plays, a lot of what looks like distress on the pitch by muchachos as they were constantly under pressure. They only had 4 shots to Dogs' 12, which really puts into perspective how dominant Dogs have been on the offense. Menaces. Thank you, Cass. In the
They both begin with M. We'll let him off.
Yeah, we'll let him off, and it doesn't help that again. I woke up half an hour ago. I need things in place,
okay.
otherwise I'm gonna start tweaking.
This is the wake up series. You've got a chance to energize yourself with the gameplay, but it was a fantastic game indeed. And what do you think Menaces need to do in order to try and find maybe that advantage in the game? Because I mean, they have taken a game with this team before. How do you think they're going to go about achieving that based on what you've just kind of seen?
Well, they've got to stop allowing that pressure to start things off, really, because as soon as they're in their own half and they're backed up against the wall, they can't really get themselves out. They've had a few opportunities. There were very much plenty of chances to score for them as well. There was a clear opportunity with a pass inside and nothing came of it, so they need to start converting their chances as well. The very few that they had in game 1 were definitely possible to get goals on the scoreboard. So we head to Forbidden Temple and we've just started, and the passing play! Again, that was a clear-cut opportunity, but it was just sent wide by the final touch there.
Yeah, just not having that final moment to connect. But yeah, this game seems very push and pull, but it just seems like Dix's Dogs have that stronger thing. But already mounting the pressure with 2 attempts at shots, and that looks like Kiva trying to make something happen. Milok's the final man to make something connect, but no, Dixa says, no thank you. And another shot trying to... And look at the one shot. Okay, finally one connects. Jesus Christ, I would have been worried if none of those did.
4 shots in the first 40 seconds. That's insane. When I said they needed to turn it around, they did in fact turn it around. Menaces managing to get one on the scoreboard with a lot of relentless pressure of their own, and Dogs now looking to get themselves back into it. But yeah, they've clearly listened to what I've said. However, ball now in their court, in their half. They need to get it out, and they need to start switching the play.
Yes, indeed, and it's now Dix's Dogs with the possession, with the pressure. Dix is going to follow that one up off the ceiling. Kiva getting a nice block, and Turb gets a weak shot. So that means Mystica is going to be able to defend it away. But look, the boost is low. Like, the pressure's going to build up now. They've had a chance to recover a little bit. But almost completely opposite in terms of that. Oh, the counter attack comes in, but Dixon manages to block it away, and Mulok's trying to make something happen, and he does off the crossbar. Defender was there, but the ball was just like, no, thank you. I'm behind you.
Turbo 30 boost to work with. Ended up rotating a bit too far forward, and that was slotted in perfect position for Milok's there. And as you said, off the crossbar, it's a beauty of a shot, a perler, as I like to call it. 3 minutes 43 left to go, and Menaces have a 2-0 advantage, which is what Dogs had in the first game, but it took them a lot longer to do so. So we could see a changing of tides here as the pass inside happens. Nothing to come of it. Kiva waiting as the third will get a second touch, but Turb is going to be there to send it back the other way. Is Milok's ready for it? Yes, they are.
They are indeed, and it's kind of, we saw an ineffective Menaces last game. Now we've got ineffective Dogs. Like, it just way back and forth. A bump almost actually helping the defense off the backboard. Milok's trying to put a shot on target, but Njip reads it nicely, and Turb now trying to make something happen. Never mind, he's dead. Mystica's going to be removing him from the field promptly, and right now it's Menaces with all the momentum on the pitch.
Indeed, and I'm going to ask you a question here as that ball flows awkwardly into the orange half. What is an ineffective dog? Is it a dog that can't bark or a dog that can't bite?
Bark no bite? Or bark
All
no
bark
bite?
no bite?
Maybe. Or at least this game. they had the bite last game. Maybe it's just the bark, and maybe that's the difference maker, I guess, with this team. If we want to go with metaphors, I don't know. I'm trying to make puns up on the spot. It's not really working. But if that answers your question, I don't even know.
I mean, yeah, it was a difficult question to answer. I just thought of it. quickly, because what is an ineffective dog? And an ineffective dog is not getting goals on the scoreboard is the simplest answer here at the moment. Dixer trying to change that. Oh my God. Goodness. Saved by Milox.
This is what they were doing to Menace's last game. Do you know what I mean? This is exactly what happened yesterday. Just one team just succeeding over the other, and then the other just doing it straight back. I don't know whether it's adapting or just rage bait, but I would be so frustrated if I was them.
Rage bait. I don't know. Yes, I love me some Rocket League rage bait. There's been nothing said in the chat apart from before the game. Yeah, they are very much locked in. There is no BM, which I'm surprised with. There's not tilt at the moment, but there are demos coming through. That demo was almost proved worthless as Didi trying to send a shot wide save by Turb there in the center of the net. Again, not a threatening shot by the Menaces, but Kiva rotating back, managed to send that one to the corner. Still a clean sheet for them at the moment in game number 2. Dogs, I don't know what happened to their momentum in game number 1. It's been kind of thwarted here in game number 2.
Yeah, it seems like Menaces are taking a bit more space on defense, and they're touching the ball a lot. It's a bit weak though, and I feel like it's probably not enough. And look at the counter attack; it's going to put them even further ahead. Pushed up too far forward, and ultimately that play right there, there's nothing you can do. Kiva, it's a beautiful pass from Milox, and just gets over Endip, who is too far up the field.
Yeah, we're going to ignore that double commit by Menaces because it didn't matter. It was just both of them went sending for that ball. Did he get in the touch to Kiva? That's all that matters. 3 on the board is sent back into the blue half, and Dogs looking to try and recover something now. I mean, this game is very much done if you're looking at it from a statistical and a mathematical point of view. I feel like this game is already done. It's now just picking up the pieces for Dogs now and going again in game number 3. Milox sending that one to the corner, gets a follow-up touch as well, beats out the third, doesn't get the touch, and Kiva takes it to the corner, tries to find a pass inside, but Dixer's there to read after a misplay on the corner wall there. So Didi now carrying this one, has a chance, flips it into the mid, and the pass should have been successful. The follow-up touch just wasn't there.
Yeah, just let you know, Didi is actually Mystica, who is the team talent, so to speak, the one who was very expected to shine in this tournament. So I don't know, because he had a name change. It's just so people know it is.
I assume that's for the memes, right? Yeah, that's just pure rage bait.
Yeah. The rage bait that was alluding to, but maybe the actual rage bait that they're trying. But that is Menaces taking one back, 1-1, and I guarantee it's 4 games at least. But doing a lot of work that time around, kind of filling the gaps that they were missing last time, which I was kind of hoping for.
Indeed, and it's 2 clean sheets for the opposite teams, back-to-back games, and well, it's been again 12 shots for Menaces as it was 12 for Dogs, and well, Dogs managed to get a bit more on the board for them, but again, nothing converted. It's 8 shots there, all pretty much saved, bar from 1, which was just off target. So Menaces keeping their net clean in this game, and we've got quite an interesting series on our hands here. It was way more interesting than the previous one where it was just a straight 3-0. This one's looking to be a fight for both sides here.
Yeah, absolutely. And who's gonna come out on top? Because they both seem to be matching each other on all those aspects. We just have to wait and see as we make it to DFH Stadium for game number 3. Equal, back to square one for the series, and we're going to be taking it away with the gameplay. Both teams join their sides, and now it is chance for a break point. Get yourselves to match point, put your opponents back against the wall, and Menaces have managed to equalize it right off the kickoff. Nothing crazy happening straight away in this first 10 seconds.
Nothing to start, but that's a great challenge by Dixer. Will allow some forward press, but I can't remember the name already. And that is a fantastic shot by Dixer. You know what? Forget my forgetfulness. What a pass inside by Engine there to find Dixer, who was just lurking upfield, grabbing that corner boost and capitalizing on it immediately. 1-0 to Dogs after a quick turnaround from game number 2.
That is me. I mean, that is me saying nothing's happening and then something happens. I mean, it actually happens all the time when I'm on the mic. But yeah, Dixer listening to me. But that was a beautiful passing play, like you mentioned. And let's see if Menaces can answer that. Injib now off the sidewalk. Already putting pressure on, even after that first goal. And we're now getting met in the air. We're getting met in the midfield. This is exactly what we saw from the last game, from the first game. Go for the double tap. Injib slightly off target. Dixer trying to make a shot, but Milox meets him and gets the challenge. But it's a rotation on offense. And now Menace is trying to find some space for themselves.
Right, I remember the name, Mystica, as per Pig putting in the chat. Thank you very much. But Milox with a 50 there in the mid. Yeah, I was about to call him DD again. I'm just going to call him DD just for the memes at this point. A shot towards net, nothing to come of it. Milox then, the third, has time on this ball up high. And Njib with a quick read. Dixer sending this one back the other way. Flip reset active, goes under, but his save away. Kiva, the last line of defense, managing to get a save there. And with 90 seconds played, still 1-0. But again, the ball stuck in the opposite corner if you're a Menace supporter.
Pitch opened up now as Mystica tries to make something happen. Dixer catches it off the backboard. Milox goes for the challenge. It's not going to really float anywhere dangerous. But Mister's going to look to pass to midfield, and once again, they have the tempo on defense to ruin the offense of Menaces. Milox catches it in the corner, trying to lurk a little bit. Toe comes in for the challenge, but once again, Mystica shutting down the play, pushing it off net, trying to avoid a second goal because they want to come back. They want to keep that score line as low as possible, give them all the opportunities for counter attacks, and keep it competitive. But it's again on reverse. It's Dixer's Dogs with all the pressure in this one.
It is, and with a shot saved by Milox and cleared away by Kiva there. Dixer had to react quickly, but Milox is there. Looks like a potential opener, but Turb does well with limited boost to get a save and tapping it towards the backboard. Dixer now challenging forward, and all the players of Menaces were looking to struggle to get back, but Milox again, last line of defense, doing really well as that third person. 4 saves to their name in this game already. Just trying to keep Menaces in this one as Dogs just changing the pressure all the time here.
Absolutely. Now who's going to break first? Is it going to be a counter attack for Menaces? And the demos are coming through. It's going to be popped into the midfield by Milox and supported by his teammate Kiva. And now the counter attack is on. No boost on Njib. He's going to get the corner boost, but it's floating midfield. No one's there, unfortunately, and the clear comes out. Another chance thwarted from Menaces. The rotations are coming through in the midfield. Dixer finds the opportunity, finds the hole in the defense, scores top right.
Oh, absolutely feral passing to the inside there.
God.
Dixer with a pre-flip. Wow.
One-man army finding the, exploiting all the defenders off to the left as they have to watch it fly past their car. And what a way to show up your opponent, especially when there's beef, and Dixer might have another opportunity, but thankfully the pinch off the post. No follow-up from Njib. And this game might fall apart for Menaces if they don't make something happen soon. They've got a minute left to equalize, to score 2, but that might be Turp finding an opportunity. Njib down the middle, and it goes wide! How does that happen? I don't know, man.
Okay, should be 3-0, but we'll shrug that off as a
lifeline.
As a missed opportunity and a lifeline for the Menaces, absolutely. As Mystica trying to go for a 50 with Dixer. Kiva up high, just trying to get something on that ball. There's just no pace on it at all at the moment. In fact, still no pace in this midfield. Finally happens as a pinch from Dixer with a pass inside to just have to fall back like a boost. Kiva now on the sidewall to Mystica. Mystica with the demo, but Dixer's there to pick up the pieces, and there's going to be nothing coming from that attack. Cleared away, back and forth again, but Dogs have the advantage, and it looks like they'll be continuing that advantage to give themselves a series advantage of 2-1.
Trying to create some space for themselves, but again, just being read on every play, every player being marked, almost like they're in the head of their opponents. Milox trying to make something happen. That's going to be intercepted by Njib, who pops the ball, and they're just trying to play it slow. I mean, he's got 2 goals, and that's all but done and dusted. And now Dix's Dogs are going to be taking the series back, take us to match point. After what is such a back and forth series, Dix's Dogs with the pressure and all of the goals in the first game. Menace is taking it back, and now they're right back up there, Dogs, with a look at the amount of shots right there. It's 13 shots, 10 saves on the side of Menace's 2. You just know from the stats alone that is a crazy game.
They've had the same amount of shots as Dogs had goals with 2 shots. Oh my goodness. Menaces, they've been kept in their own half for as long as possible. It's been quite painful for them in game number 3, but we saw what they could do in game number 2, and they just need to do exactly that in game number 4. Easier said than done, of course, because Rocket League is a very dynamic game. As I think that's Zach just dying.
That's not me.
It's not Zach. Cass is dying.
Producer, I think.
Cass is dying in my ears, ladies and gentlemen. They caught me off guard there. But yes, Dogs looking to take this match point from what will be I guess a surprise if we take a look at it's the first underdog match that we'll see a victor of. What on earth is happening in the first 5 seconds here? That should already be 1-0 to Dogs here.
You just go from like all of that insane passing play to missing open nets. Dude, I don't know what to make of it anymore. But Mystica passes it cross field. Milok's catching it. Actually, Turb and Engine trying to put some pressure on. Turb peeks, but Kiva reads it nicely off the backboard. Pass it midfield, and we're just kind of clearing it to the opponent, making anything of that. And the challenge comes through from Dixon. He might get a double tap, but it's a little bit too high. And he's got no boost to reposition himself.
If he just jumped like half a second earlier, he knew where that ball was going. Come on, he's had thousands of hours in this game. If he just jumped a little bit earlier, that would have been a goal. But again, it's all about your decision making, and that wasn't the correct decision. Milok's sending that one the other way. Njib. Okay, I'm convinced it's Zach dying now.
It's not me. I'm not coughing. This is actually perfect race, but you found how to.
Oh, is there an opportunity? There isn't. Dixon with a save. And it's counter-attack immediately. Turb 1-0. 3 minutes 50.
It's the pinch off of the attacker as well. It's like using your opponents to score. I don't know. That's happened a couple of times on the side of Menaces. Well, that's probably frustrating, right? But 1-0 anyway. 1 minute into the series. Still plenty of time to make a comeback, but once again, it just seems like everything's working out, and Engine hitting the crossbar. Turb with a follow-up. This is Dixer. We're watching Dixer, but 2 opportunities thwarted. Oh my god. Turb. How many saves has he made? I need a save counter for this guy because he's made so many of them.
Oh my goodness. Like, these passing plays are exceptional, but the reads on the passing plays are even more than that. And I'm struggling to find a word to better than exceptional. I bear with. Dixer, though, with the pass inside of Turb. Bounce off the backboard. Kiva then will have this ball. Send it clear. We'll look for a second touch. Doesn't find it. Awkward bounce on the side there.
Kiva's just bumping Dixer in the background. It's like, hello.
I think I've seen about 3 demos in the span of like 6 seconds there. It's been literal torment for both sides as Kiva gets a beat on all 3! Has an opportunity, don't squander this! No! What? Huh? You can't be doing that! You can't be doing that! It was open! The Turb sums it up perfectly with a wow in chat. Kiva looking to try and score an exceptional goal, but he can't score an open net! What can he score?
Oh, that might just be that. Oh, I don't know, man. Anyway, shake it off, move on. You're a match point, and you can't be missing things like that where it's equalising the series. He's got another chance to do it again, but Dix is going to catch it this time. Oh, a bit of an awkward flip. Means he's not going to get as much space. I don't know. I'm a bit thrown off, I'll be honest.
That was a really solid recovery.
Now it is me dying. Now I can confirm. Me take a sip of drink.
Kiva then on the sidewall. Engine with a 50 down. Looks like Mystico with a pass inside following that 50. Turb off the corner wall. Doesn't get anything on it. It was cleared away there. And it's kind of just floating in the middle now as Njib sends us towards net.
Oh, saved by Dixer. That's the wrong net, buddy. Why are we saving our own teammates' goals?
Okay, Kiva.
So are they
trying
just
to find some control? There's no control.
Dixer and Milox, I think, have switched teams. Because if you think about it, he missed a sitter, and then Dixon saved his own teammate's play. Oh my God! Getting the dunk, Turb with the challenge, beautiful reads, catching that Melox off guard completely as he tries to clear it. Once again, using the opponent.
Turb just capitalizing on every bit of poor play. That was an unfortunate 50, it has to be said. The demo comes through on kickoff, but Melox has a chance here to try and get a pass across. Turb again, though, with a quick intercept. Has just found his rhythm in this fourth game. What a time to find it. Match point. It was a misplay, though. Why does this happen? Why is it every time I praise a player, no matter what I'm commentating, they always do something stupid 3 seconds later?
I don't know, man. It is characteristic of both of these teams. I don't know if both sides it's always happening, but one team has 2 goals, and that's 0. That's what counts, right?
Can we refrain from calling coughing getting demoed IRL?
That was literally me. Like that's what Keeman did. He demoed me with that play.
I'm hearing Zach break live in front of me, ladies and gentlemen. The giggles are coming out as a shot opportunity from Kiva finds Turb. But yeah, it's just that there's no structure in this game anymore. I feel like it's just whoever can hit the ball hard enough and pass players will be enough. But with 6 seconds left to go to pass back, there's going to be nothing for menaces. They're not dentists, they're not oral hygienists. They're going out in this tournament. If you got that reference, thank you very much. Melox trying to find a consolation here, but it will not be found. Dix's Dogs will advance to the next round of the Gauntlet.
Making that Gauntlet run like we were talking about. This is the team that struggled in round 1, but they're making themselves known in the playoffs. Of course, as the games progress, the higher the seed of the opponent. Therefore, the matchups get harder. But, yeah. Beautiful game. But let's have a look at the Gauntlet bracket after that match. And we have them going over to Flo's Fiends. So that's the Flo, Nukes, and Aroli, the 2 Sima-Umi teammates, and Flo being in that seed above. But I think I've been really impressed by what I've seen from Dix's Dogs. I'll be totally honest.
Yeah, they definitely have the momentum, don't they? And, well, they've just played 2 games back-to-back, trying to make it a third. And they have that well, I said momentum. What is going on? Anyway, they have that forward capability. They have that prized possession of 2 wins back-to-back. And they're looking to try and make it a third. And who knows, maybe a fourth. If they do, it's going to be exceptional stuff from them.
It is indeed, but what we should be doing is mourning the loss of menaces. They've been in the tournament. They've done really well, but unfortunately, now we must say goodbye to them as we mourn the loss. And I'm really sorry, guys, but I don't think I can continue. I think that we need to take time to mourn our losses and maybe throw it to a break whilst we wait for the next one. Guys, I'll see you later. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our next round of this Gauntlet playoffs. Joining me is Deromus on the desk. Welcome back. We were just casting together, and we've got the next matchup now. So I am so it's gonna be Flo's Fiends versus Dix's Dogs. Flo's Fiends finishing 5th in the table, and yeah, I'm already sure what to make of this matchup, but I think it's another winnable one for Dix's Dogs. I don't know. I think you were here yesterday, so I guess I have a bit more insight. But maybe we can take a look at the last time that these guys faced off against each other. It was 2-0 to Flo's Fiends. Flo being one of the strongest players probably in the scene next to Trocker, and yeah, I'm excited to see what maybe he can achieve on his own. But like, yeah, 2-0, completely swept last time round. So we've already got a bit of history with these teams. Last time it was 1-1. This time Fiends had the advantage.
Yeah, indeed, and we head to a best 5 different scenario entirely, with Dogs having a lot of play time, a lot of competitive time on air as well, and they're looking to continue that run. So Fiends, they have to come out pretty strong here after the momentum the Dogs will be carrying forward, and they're looking to do exactly that, really. 5th place at the table, 10 points scored, tied with Jury, but again, I feel like they've got a lot more on the table to show. As you say, Dogs looking well, I don't know. I mean, they're on a generational run in this bracket at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the matchup. Yeah, look, you can see the team Flow, Nukes, and Aroli. Nukes and Aroli being teammates, having that synergy on Samumi, and I think that's why Flow chose them for that team synergy. And then you just have the Turb and Turn and Engine. Also, kind of, I feel like it's a bit of a mirror matchup in terms of how these teams were drafted. But yeah, again, maybe a bit of rivalry there too as well. And yeah, Breakout, of course, Flow. Been using it all tournament long, and the last matchup, I just looked at the scoreline. It was 2 goals clear for Flow Fiends on both games, so it wasn't close at all. It was convincing, almost.
Well, then, ladies and gentlemen, we shall head to this series. We've got Fiends versus Dogs. Who's got the loudest bark and who's got the hardest bite here? Fiends looking to try and kill the momentum of Dogs. Take it away, Pegasus and Zach, for round 3 of the Gauntlet.
Flow's Fiends arguably got the strongest player in the tournament. It's a surprise how he'd have to play in the Gauntlet in the first place. But now, with his opponents being some of the most, let's just say, exciting players, both on and off the pitch, to face against them for that spot into that top 4. Zach, this is going to be a huge matchup. I've got a lot of expectations from this Fiends side, but Dogs have given us a lot of good gameplay to go off of.
Yeah, and especially now, 2 games in, running through the Gauntlet with a lot of momentum and a warmed up too. So that's also going to really serve them well. Maybe take this first game to get used to their opponents potentially, but I'm excited to see what kind of comes from all the plays. We've got Flow now getting challenged by Engib. Again, straight out the gates, a lot of pressure, but it seems like we've got our defense playing close together in an attempt to shut down this strong offense, and it looks like it might have been too good to be true. Never mind. Aroli saves it off the crossbar, and already we're so close to a goal, so early on.
And it's the Dogs as well, looking to instill that pressure. They came in as our 7th overall seed for today's action, and they've proven that they're worth a little bit more than that. When it going gets tough at this championship Saturday, they're able to get themselves out of the gutter, but Flow Fiends are going to be by far their toughest opposition so far. They would have missed any of those opportunities that we saw in that last series, but of course, always open to be proven wrong. Double commit coming out quick out the gates. Aroli having to land that 50. Nukes will place himself high. It's a wonderful save, and a ball back into the corner as well, but it's still going to be a danger signs for Fiends.
Yeah, that touch being so crucial to the corner. It would have been going in, but nice little redirect to keep the team afloat. And now Turb's trying to carry it through into the midfield. It does actually make it there, but unfortunately no one's there to follow up, and now the counter-attack is on. Dix is actually going to catch it out the gates, and he fakes it! He makes it! A count! Dixer playing the patience game to put his team ahead.
It's a tournament of mind games, and this one is special versus Nukes. Picks himself up that first goal. That is an establishing strike. And now that's going to be another concern in the back of the minds of these Flows Fiends teams. They're going to be looking out for those plays for the rest of the day now. Dixer in the corner, flip reset, looks to take it off. That's Senjib. He's going to be beaten in that occasion. Nukes has to keep this ball low. Both players on a full tank of boost. Flow is just faster though, as that second man will drop down from the ceiling. The breakout not quite long enough to reach towards that ball. Aroli's got an awkward clearance off his own lines. That's still going to be dangerous. It stays within that central space. He's required a bit of bravery, and Aroli with little in the tank still kept himself purple-hearted.
Yes, indeed. And one thing that I do notice about Flows Fiends as a team is they do tend to kind of unlock towards the later end of the game once they've got themselves into a bit of a groove. So I do feel like we'll start to see them come out of their shells, because right now it's been a lot of pressure on the side of Dogs, especially with that first goal, and now it's really a case of them trying to get out of their half on the side of Flows Fiends too, trying to make something connect really. Flow trying to go up for that one is way too late, unfortunately, but they do catch it. But once again, they're giving away possession pretty unnecessarily, and I think that's probably what's leading to a lot of this pressure. I'd like to see a bit more ball control from them, and look at that midfield engine, not quite able to make it, but almost 2-0 as they try to rush to defend themselves.
The great clearance from Flow though. Dixon now with the flip reset. He'll look to try and take some space for himself, looking for that second opportunity. They were so close in that last attack. But will somehow have that ball land on his lap. That is an unbelievable play.
He's doing it in style. Look at him flipping.
I think they'd all call it luck. He'll call it skill. But my goodness, I think I'm favouring towards the former.
Well, the roundhouse kick to get your team 2-0 up, that's definitely something you could be shouting about later. Talking about who's got the hardest bite, Daromus and the Hype Chamber, but he's clearly showing that it is the captain dog himself. I'm already trying to put something on next. Goes slightly wide. A bit of space built up for Flo's Fiends. It's going to be a midfield play. No, it's challenged. And another 50 going in favour of Enjib there. Back into the midfield. They're faking both players. And it looks like an opportunity maybe. They're desperately trying to make it like kind of on target. But it just seems a little bit messy on the offensive side. Flo there getting a bit of a powerful touch. It's going to concede possession away. And once again, the game's slowed down now. But you can see Flo's Fiends finding that space. And it looks like the space converts into a goal. As from the other side of the field, or even the midfield, the team pinch, Flo guiding it into a Rolly's car. And suddenly we've got a 1-goal difference.
That was not a position that I was expecting a goal for either side, but that's what makes these plays so special. They're able to find those tiny gaps when they do present themselves. Turp has a hold down for that 50, and you're going to see a little bit of desperation coming from Flo's Fiends in these dying seconds because they need to fight for overtime. And that task just got even tougher. Turp extends the score, but more flowers are for these assists, and Dixer puts in chat, this one is for you, Flo. And funny they mention that because there are multiple players on Flo's Fiends that have said that their rivals are Melox and Juju. So Dixer, in a way, has actually assisted Flo's Fiends already today in the Gauntlets.
Yeah, and assisting themselves with another goal. And all of a sudden, you go from a close matchup to 2 really fast goals, a pinch off of Rolly's car as he tries to make something happen. And that's going to set them back even further, almost basically putting away this first series in the best of 5. And still trying to find something for Flo's Fiends to really achieve in this. But this is 7th seed, completely taking down the rest of the table, showing why they deserve to be higher in that first round. And let's just see if that's the storyline that kind of unfolds before our eyes. Enjib once again making space, but I don't know. What do you think? What do you think, Pegasus? Is this going to be what we see for the rest of the series, or are we going to see a bit of a comeback from Flo's Fiends?
I never feel confidence in ruling against Flo whenever he is playing in a Swiss tournament. Chances are he's going to find his moment to get himself back in the game. It certainly didn't happen in that first, but come this second, he had a bit of a slow game to start off. He's been able to feel out his opponents, spent some time as well with his new teammates because this is a little bit of a draft tournament going on, so there's always going to be that aspect of it. But I'm going to steal a quote here from producer Cass saying, no fuel better than hatred for Dixer, which has really set him out wonderfully in the day so far, and that could continue, looking to add another favourable result to his record. We said that running the gauntlet was close to an impossible task, but for Dixer, fueled with pure hatred, as our producer would say, this could be exactly what he needs.
It is also the essence of confidence that comes from him too. Like if you're confident you're going to win, you want to stump all your opposition. That also like translates onto the field in terms of, you know, the aggression, the space it creates for yourself. But yeah, doing really well to be honest so far. But before we get into the next one, I just wanted to shout out the co-stream that we've got going on, twitch.tv/riskgg_. That is the French broadcast going on at the minute. You can also check out their point of view from their cast, but doing wonderful work over there as we both have coverage, sharing coverage of this gauntlet run. Dixer's dogs run through the gauntlet. Can they make it happen? It remains to be seen.
Dixer vote. will get us started was the player to dictate the entirety of that last game and the entirety of the bracket so far, frankly. Njib gets that ball forward to Turb. Flip reset. Is he going to find his way through? Njib's back on the follow. The crossbar is here. Dixon comes through. My goodness, that's suffocating like a boa constrictor. Quick out the grass. Seconds into that next game. No room left to breathe for the Fiends.
Oh, it was 1-2-3 off the crossbar into the play. 1-2-3 on defense, faltering. And that play completely going in the favor of Dix's Dogs. Unfortunately, just out of position. Just too awkward to defend it away. And right now it's continuing on the defense as they pressure yet again, once again in the series. And it looks like it's going to be Dixon to put a second one away. 40 seconds into the match, as they show no sign of slowing down. They've been let off the leash and they're charging towards their opponent.
This is unbelievable. This is, by all means, not the result I was expecting. If the colours were flipped, maybe this would be a closer set towards my prediction. Instead, the Dogs at the moment, and especially Dixer, have stepped up so well to the increase in competition today. They are warmed up, they are around, they're ready to go after playing those last few series. We talk about, players perhaps getting fatigued. That is definitely not seen at the side of the Dogs.
No, I like this gauntlet format though, because it kind of, you can't really, a round robin doesn't really speak to, I guess, the full potential of a team. So when you have the opportunity to make that final run on the second day, that's when you really see like who are the key teams. And this team that struggled in round one now suddenly just dismantling everyone in this gauntlet. And convincing fashion, by the way. There's been no real close set with this team. And it's maybe down to the confidence that Dixer has in himself. And the and the feuds between the players too. That's why this tournament's so great. But Flo's Fiends trying to make something happen. It's not really connecting yet though for them.
Certainly not. Instead, Dixer will send this one off the back wall. Njib's already there, doesn't make a connection, but Turb already available to get that 50-50. That will buy some time to keep this ball in the offense for just that bit longer. The defense has been able to regroup. You see two defenders there with a full tank of boost. That's what that 50-50 was able to bring towards them. Dixer sends this ball long. Nukes is able to intercept in time, but once more, Dixer charges again. You spoke about that confidence that he brings to the table. A lot of these early jumps are really living up to the mark. I remember Daromas in that last series, he was asking for players to just jump a little bit earlier, play with confidence. You've got tens of thousands of hours in this game. Let it show itself on the pitch. And when you want to talk about the difference between a round robin format and this gauntlet format, it's the pressure. There's no pressure in round robin. There is pressure when you're on your final line.
Yeah, and sometimes pressure puts your team ahead. Like, dealing with that pressure is something that some people thrive on. And look at that, putting a third one in. It might just be true for this team. Turb flips into the car off of Nuke's car, sets that one home, and this game is running away from Flo's Fiends. They need to do something fast to really convince me that they have opportunity to stay in the series, because already you're looking at a very convincing 2-0. Considering they 2-0'd Dix's Dogs in the round robin, I don't know really what to think of it.
Well, rumour has it that the Dogs were, of course, forced to warm up with the early series in the gauntlet they had to play. Apparently, Flo was caught playing FIFA up until this tournament began, so we're going to need here some powerful Pina low-drivens if he wants to carry himself through this game. But for now, that's not quite coming to fruition. It's currently a clean sheet in the favour of the Dogs. I thought that was about to change. I thought there was going to be a Garter curse, but no, the Dogs team are just too darn strong. Dixer up early for that ball yet again, though that one falling very well. However, that did give space and time for that demo to come through. It's a double commit between Turb and Dixer. Njib is that last man back. If there was any player I would want to see as that last man back, it is him. He has been that strongest player defensively. He's solid when the team calls for it, but now Nukes on that half turn, not going to be able to take up space. Turb will bang it forward. Njib should be able to catch it on the turn. Maybe force Flo to hit this ball instead. It's pretty decent control to make some advantageous space. But with 70 seconds still left on the docket and a free goal lead in favour of the Dogs, it feels like time is running out.
Yeah, time's running out, and it just doesn't seem like anything Flo's doing right now, just maybe that's maybe it's the FIFA not warming up on Rocket League instead. But he doesn't seem like he feels right on the ball right now based on what we're watching now. He's got a chance to boom it backfield, but you want that ball control to get your goals back, to be honest. It's just nothing really, like you follow through, you get ball possession, you just give it away. And it's giving Dix's dog all the chances to score. It's off the crossbar, and you want to follow up. It is going to be Turb, but it's a weak shot. Aroli's going to have time to save that one, but 26 seconds to score 3 goals, not looking the likeliest. And it seems like we're going to be at match point in record time with a potential clean sheet for this team.
Well, you've got one team that's full of life and full of fizz, and then you've got Fiends, which
there we go.
Admittedly have just been flat throughout the entirety of this series. They can run off celebrating this goal, but I don't see 2 goals in 9 seconds. If they're able to pull it off, I'll have my hands right up and I'll shut up for the rest of the series, and I'll continue to never doubt this team again. But this is my first time doing so. A lot of pressure here on the kickoff for the Fiends, and that will fall against them. Important time drops down. It becomes a truly impossible task. Now the Dogs once again put themselves on match point today, and just one more for the road. Why not?
One more for the road before they send Flo's Fiends home. And yeah, I mean, I talked about how this team kind of come alive in the second half of the series. Not in the last 9 seconds. That might have been a slight miscalculation. Not really what I'm expecting. But you never know with this team, because this squadron of Nukes Aroli Flo, like, they could completely flip the switch, you know? Maybe this is the 2 games that Flo's using to warm up. Maybe they're taking the opportunity to... well, I mean, if Flo was playing FIFA, then the 2 certainly weren't warming up either. Like, as a team, I don't know, maybe... in a gauntlet with your back against the wall, I don't know. I feel like that's quite important.
Certainly. What's also important is to make sure you have more shots when your opponents have goals, and Flo's Fiends have currently missed in that mark. It is 4 goals for the Dogs, only 3 shots coming out of Flo's Fiends in that last game. There's also a bit of a conversation there about what decal Aroli is wearing right now. He did have himself, to be fair, a decent game compared to the rest of his teammates in that second matchup. But in this third, we need all 3 of them to come together. We had mentions of that reverse sweep in the first series of the day. But for the third, can this train be derailed, or will it continue cruising through the gauntlets?
You use the numbers, it should, in theory, be a downward spiral for whoever makes it through in terms of the increasing difficulty of the opponents, but I'm not seeing any signs that this Dix's Dogs are a weak team, so they may just well do it, but it remains to be seen. First 15 seconds of this game 3, and once again they are on the attack. Luke's trying to create space for himself, gets bumped, and now he's going to go up for it. It's a bit of a weak touch into the corner. It's going to allow Dixer to get 2 taps onto it. Flo's going to block it away, but he's going to be out of position right now. There's Turb. Looks for an opportunity. Dixer, with a chance, but Nuke saves it away, reads it well. But once again, in that third dimension, they just seem to be having the better over their opponent.
Dixer up high once more. Looks to dribble on his own instead. Flo taps that ball high, not out of the woods yet, though that pressure is only going to continue. Dixer hasn't decided to bail away from the play yet. Enjib's actually your highest pressed man here from third. Enjib attack once more. Flo is able to somewhat stand the brakes there. That looked dangerous, especially with all those bumps coming through. That's how the Dogs were able to score earlier in this series. But now, though, neutralised past the first minute. Somewhat uncharacteristic for what we've seen for the rest of the day, and exactly what the Fiends have been waiting for. Pass across, stopped by Dixer.
They're trying to go for those passing plays, Flo's Fiends, but once again, the intercepts, the challenges coming through, it's just once again another opportunity for them to shut them down, and they've been doing it all day. It's not just this matchup. As Dixer puts it in the midfield, Turb sends it home, and they take the first goal. A minute 30 in to this match, and look at that, just nothing they can do. The bump, the shots, the Death Star explosion, it's all in favor of them.
It certainly is. Completely played them behind the lines. You saw Flo stepped up from his back post there, and that left no one readily available to take that across pass should it come through. So it was intelligent from Dixer to notice that space in the player, and of course, Engib as well to close down those lines as well. That should have probably been goal number 2. They might feel the punishment, but Flo doesn't find the targets.
Yeah, whenever I hear a crossbar dink, I just look to see if it was Turb, but having that influence on his teammates as another crossbar hit comes in. But attacks are attack, pressure is pressure. Dixer looking for the fake, and thankfully Flo saves it. Getting so close each time. Like I said about the storyline of the series, it's just not, they're just not slowing down. There's no space for Flo's Fiends to create space for themselves. Dixer with an opportunity in the midfield, but it goes off target. Turb now playing it slow, fakes it, and gets the touch, and gets 50, but it's back into the hands of Turb, and once again, offensive attempt number 54 on the size of Flo's Fiends, completely shut down.
Absolutely. It's been some sloppy defense as well, I must say, from the Fiends. They've gotten away with murder on multiple occasions. Their shot-stopping abilities have been strong, but past that, where they're clearing the ball to, what kind of space they're looking to try and take, looking for that counter, it's all been poor. It's allowed so much pressure from the Dogs, which they really should have taken by this point. This ball will fall to Dixon. It's a tougher opportunity than those I was calling before. Still, looked like he was going to make it work if the backboard defender didn't do so well for that first touch. Engib as well to carry this ball forward. It should be all nukes, but 0 boost and a forced boom ball across. This is going to be readable for the defense, or wasn't readable was Flo, and how he positioned himself, made himself available, cut inside for that initial touch. They were almost able to get that equalizer instead, though. It looks like that scorelines could be doubled. It's Engib with the 50, back inside. Flo is awkward, forced to flip. Aroli takes it over, but Dixer controls on his own third.
Nukes does not have power in these shots. You get your good positioning, but it doesn't really matter if the shot doesn't connect and it doesn't have enough speed behind it. Flo now with a chance to carry it forward. Backboard not gonna work. Dixer shutting him down, but you cannot count this team out with a 1-goal scoreline. It's going to come down to the wire. And right now, Flo's Fiends are coming out of the gates. They are trying to create something for themselves. Dixer's Dogs just trying desperately to intercept, trying desperately to challenge them, not give them that opportunity that they need. Well, a chance for them to stay alive maybe, as they've got 30 seconds left to make something happen. And the aggression just isn't slowing down. It could be an opportunity for a counter-attack. As it bounces, Flo tries to put a shot on net, but again, another intercept coming in. Nukes pops it up to Flo. Flo back down. Anyone there? No, it's just not there. It's not in the direction of the goal. That might be though. But 7 seconds left to go. I don't know, man. It's looking like it's done.
That felt like the chance, didn't it? And that one's gonna rise still. 0 seconds. Miracles can happen. Miracles will not happen. The Dogs, from the depths, from the 7th seed, from the first round of the Gauntlet, make it to the final stage in emphatic fashion. It's an unbelievable performance that they've been able to maintain, and you've got to give them, I hate to say it, you've got to give them respect at this point. Yes, even Dixer, guys, even Dixer, he has been an absolute demon today. This tournament was made for him.
Well, talk is cheap in this tournament, but he's walking the walk, so to speak. But let's have a look at the Gauntlet bracket after that match. Once again, 3-0, 3-1, 3-0, just completely demolishing the competition. And now they move forward into match for the final match in this bracket against Juju's Jury. Another team that did well. And let me remind myself, if we have the league table from yesterday where Juju's Jury finished, in 4th based on their position. Yeah, it is. Look at that. Only 3 wins, 1 draw, 3 losses though. In terms of performance in the round robin, they don't seem too far off Juju's Jury. So, you have this really close 4, and yeah, I don't know. It just speaks to it. Yeah, look, 2-0 in the last matchup. So they've got an advantage. They've got a lot of momentum. It's looking good for Dixer's Dogs. I mean, as far as on paper.
Certainly does. You've got to favor them, especially with how much they've been able to pick themselves up throughout the day, and that jury seem a little bit like a hit or miss team with that 3-1-3 record. But Zach, it's time. It's time. We're looking at new beginnings. We need to look at a new end. Goodbye to...
Stop it.
This team.
Stop it.
I can't do it. I can't do it. No way.
I can't collect my words.
No way.
Once again.
Not like this.
Nukes, Aroli, what are you guys doing? How did this happen?
How does Flo not make top 4?
Flo, just pick a better draft next time, okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Talk is Cheap tournament. We are now at the final round of the Gauntlet. Dix's Dogs have somehow survived the full distance in a very one-sided fashion throughout. Now standing in their way, it's going to be Juju's jury. It's myself, so Pixels, joined by Zach.
Hello, thank you for the lovely intro. Yeah, this is the final match of our Gauntlet. So they fought all of their way through. Now they're facing 4th seed in the round robin, and this, I mean, Juju, the captain, definitely a star player in the scene. Not as active maybe as they used to be, but yeah, I think this is going to be a difficult one. I wonder if they faced each other before. If we have a specific round matchup that we can look at from last time, but yeah, these guys are they're not messing around, to be honest. It is
certainly not.
So I was just looking. Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. There you go. 2-0. So they dismantled them. And they've got all the momentum. I mean, it's the same thing from desk to desk. Like, these guys are just demolishing their opponents, and Juju's jury's next. We've had a bit of trash talk in between the match, actually. As you can see here with this meme. I mean, what do you make of this, man?
It's excellent. I believe it was posted by Njib into the server, and he went and atted Cassalien as well to make sure it could be seen, because I believe if it was Dixer who would have tried to send that message to Cass, Cass wouldn't be able to see it because he's been blocked by Dixer, which I find hilarious, that this player who is just rolling through the entire bracket doesn't even have the tournament organizer available to try and message. Oh, sorry. It's Kiva that actually hasn't blocked. I mean, the list is just so big, Cass. How could I ever keep up with the people in the Swiss scene?
Poor Cass, man.
Blocked at this rate?
He suffered. He has suffered. But I mean, this is kind of that meme, I guess, is kind of a testament to what he's been doing the whole tournament and the kind of the idea of the whole thing as well. So, talk is cheap, but Dix's Dogs walking the walk as they approach this final matchup. Of course, the winner of this will advance forward to face, I believe it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A small little hiccup for what has otherwise been a fantastic production today, and we are going to keep that ball rolling. Make sure if you are in chat to remind people to refresh. I don't want them to think that there is no more action here on a Vision Gaming stream, because we've got plenty to do, and we have got a gauntlet to shut down, Zach.
A gauntlet to shut down, and it's let's have a look at that matchup once again, just to remind ourselves. Juju's jury versus Dix's Dogs. Dix's Dogs, all the momentum in this gauntlet, running it completely. And we've got the jury on the side of Juju seeking justice for all of our fallen comrades, of which we've been mourning in the graveyard. But without further ado, we can get into this. Can they do it? Can they walk the walk, talk the talk, do everything to find this tournament as we intended? In the Swiss scene, all of the feuds now coming to this final match in the playoffs gauntlet. Let's get into it.
Thank you, Zach. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final round of this gauntlet. It's been quite an interesting set of affairs, with Dogs just steamrolling through the entirety. I assume everything is going well. We have the juries deciding whether or not Dogs will advance through on a perfect run through the lower bracket. Pegasus, well, you said you couldn't decide how this one was going to go, but we are now starting to get things underway after that tech break.
Court is in order, and the judges Look to deny Dogs their entryway into that top 4, but Dogs have not been an easy team to slow down at any point. They've got that pop-off potential out of all 3 of these players, and especially when they're not hitting those woodworks, it can put them in very good strides. Turb off that back wall. Toy is able to clear that one towards the right wall. Will keep it for himself, and we are going to be saying his name correctly today. Apologies for that, but that's what happens when you get a bunch of British men, I guess you could say, on the broadcast. I'm sorry if that offends you, Dorona.
No, it's fine. I can accept being called British as long as you don't call me English. You know, that's where I draw the line. But yeah, we got Jury trying to put Dogs in their place. They've been fighting hard throughout the entirety of this gauntlet so far, and there's more games to come after this. Of course, we've got the knockout stages after this, and this is to decide who will play the #1 seed, so it's not going to get any easier at all from here. But right now, still 0-0 for the first minute 15 seconds, as Njib will send this one downfield from the corner, and Toy looking a bit awkward. In fact, all of Jury looking awkward. Lack of boost there for that side as Njib is up high, looking for a drop down inside. Nothing to come over here. Juju with a save on the goal line.
And well, these Jury players have been in the scene for quite some time, and if you want to know quite how much time that has been, some of them are former teammates of our producer Cassalien, so time has certainly passed. They've still stayed at that high level, being able to play in these tournaments with conviction. And Jib clearing out here to Priff. Had Juju on his right, instead keeps that ball central, and instead does temporarily concede possession, but that turnover turns over once more. Priff to try and take this ball forward. Turb does well in his own corner, and Jib's not able to catch, so now Toy creates some magic, has options on the inside. That one's a bit too heavy-handed, but Priff does well to bail away to that back post position. Now Juju can take charge, waste good time as well to just lure those opponents into those safe corners. Sometimes the threat of a challenge being more effective than the challenge itself. That's a threatening challenge either way, but Njib doesn't keep this one below the crossbar.
Yeah, a bit of information for you then. Juju is the manager for Dive, which Njib and Turb were playing for, basically raising them 2 players. So it is the master versus the students. You could line this matchup to be, as Juju looking to be the master, trying to find a goal, doesn't work out, saved on the line by Dixer.
Turb takes it over 1. Dixer looking for that bump against Juju. It was a very creative attempt towards some play. Instead, though, Troy will look to try and find Priff inside. A ground pinch, almost wrong footing the defensive Dogs, but they do stay alive. This definitely does feel like this has been better, this matchup so far. That was the point of the gauntlet. It was going to be seedings getting higher and higher as you go across it, but Dogs were able to break all those expectations coming from 7th to this guaranteed 4th/5th position. Of course, wanting to fight for that top 3 if they are able to break those lines with Juju. Taps it up once more, and Jib takes this one across, and again, it does feel like Dogs are somewhat on the back foot, but you know that in the half term, those counters can come quickly.
Indeed they can. Dixer trying to get a 50 in the mid, doesn't work out, gets beaten out, but Njib on the backboard, sending that one back the way of Dixer now. Dixer with a full tank to work with, half by the time he gets in the air, cleared away by Toyf, but Njib now up high towards the backboard once more. Pritt will get that clear look for a second touch, does find it, so Njib now looking awkward, lack of boost, will allow Dixer to take this ball. Again, quite back and forth. In fact, 0-0 for the first 4 minutes. It's been quite a solid affair from both sides.
Certainly, Njib try to find that pass in. That's just going to go post to post. That's not going to cause any danger here for the defense of the Jury. Juju doesn't need that 100 boost. We'll leave it out wide, steals it just for the sake of securing it. It's a low boost overall now from the Dogs. Njib was the only one with anything left of the tank, and still that ball is boomed towards his side. He's going to be able to save what resources he has though. Turb bells that ball away here for Dixer. Still can't get on target. It's still that close affair. 25 seconds before a potential overtime. Otherwise, game winner needs to be secured.
There was a good boost steal there by Turb, just holding the possession back in that blue side. Turb will though rotate back as Toy will have a shot towards there. We'll find it. It's a mistake. That should have been saved. It looked relatively easy, but 1-0 with 10 seconds left. And the Juries are definitely decided this game now. I don't think Dogs will come back. I mean, who's to say? 10 seconds, anything can happen on the kickoff. but it's a solid start from Jury after a deadlock for 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
That was the vital moment of this game. It feels like it's a vital moment for the series. Getting yourself off to that good start and showing that these gods do bleed. They almost did for a second time, and all I can say is thank goodness the colours were not switched for that position. Otherwise, that would have been devastating. However, in the meantime, we can settle with that first game result for Jury for overall what was certainly a two-sided affair.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. The shots weren't as prevalent across both sides. It was very much a midfield battle across the entirety of that game, and all it took was one mistake. It was one mistake by Turb, who has been played exceptionally today. Trying to rotate back on the defense, lack of boost there just caused, lack of boost, just a bit too far away on the rotation, just caused that ball to roll slightly by, and Toyf taking that one goal. So we head to Forbidden Temple with Jury having the advantage, and to be fair, it's still anyone's series.
Apparently there is someone using a Venom engine in this game, just randomly, despite there not being a single Venom on the pitch. That's part of the mind games that are being attempted in this kind of nature tournament. Of course, we invite all the shithousery that can be introduced, and that is special. I would have preferred, actually, if they had gotten someone to actually use that car and then still give it the Fennec engine sound, and that would have really confused the opponents. Ideas, maybe if they survive.
Indeed, and that's a miss by Engine, but it could work out for Turb, and it does work out for Turb. 1-0 to the Dogs in the start of game number 2. Was it a fake? Was it a calculated play? Who's the save? But Prith couldn't get the save.
I feel like that was a bit of ugly defense, to be completely honest with you. Jury were just not prepared, and well, our game ended with a quick goal. This one will start off with 2, and this is so characteristic of the Dogs. They've been doing this all day, quick out of the gates, getting themselves established. Players are just trying to warm themselves up into the new map, but Dogs look to try and catch them off guard every single time, and Jury unfortunately have tripped out of the gates, and the Greyhounds, that are the Dogs, have leaped right far ahead.
The Dogs dragging a paw against the Jury's face. Guilty as charged. 2-0 on the scoreboard now to start things off in this second game, and it's a much better start, obviously, it has to be said, by the Dogs. And a pass inside then for Jury to try and bring things back, but unfortunately nothing to come of it. Dixer with a pass to Engib. Engib now has a chance to carry it. Lack of boost though to get a second touch. Dixer with a pass inside. Could this be a third? It will be a third. Turb 3-0.
Unbelievable first minutes. And this is a team that doesn't look to be slowing down, gnawing at the heels. Jury cannot keep up. 4 minutes though gives them plenty of time to try and respond. Now this Dogs team, just when you thought they've lost momentum, they've been able to stabilize themselves, and it's back to regular viewing.
It is indeed, and 50 will send the ball Juju's way. Juju trying to keep control, nothing to come of that one. Engib sending it downfield. Toy, last man, gets it clear, has a full tank to work with. Not the best touch in the world, but Juju has a chance to cause some disruption. Pass to Prith now. Prith with a shot. Bumps galore, but a save by Dixer. Literally pixels in it to keep it 3-0.
Juju has to turn this ball around. His teammates demoed. Prith is still available. That ball goes wide, but it's an early jump from the defense. They've been able to hold their bottle. Toy has a free backboard. Will go straight for net. All 3 players were up, leaping like salmons, but Engib will be the one to get back clear. And this one is also going to be a simple pass over to the Jury offensive players. Prith going to take it off that back wall. Turb interrupts before he reaches that case. Juju's left completely open. Instead, goes for that booming ball. Doesn't really want to utilize that space. I'm not sure how I feel about that decision either way. A few bumps in the center of the pitch. Continues to be a little bit flat here for the Jury.
It's a deep ball in the corner. Toy gets 50 outward, and Engib has a chance to do something with this one. Challenged immediately by Prith, but nothing too beneficial for the blue side. Turb now with a free backboard, drops it down to Dixer, but Juju there to send the ball away. Halfway through game number 2, and there's been a lack of response by the Jury. They've gone silent. They need to head to the meeting room to start things off again, to try and figure out how they plead. But right now, it's all dogs at the moment, biting down hard and keeping this possession.
Jury players are all guilty for this result so far. It's not that same tenacity that these three players are known for, that chemistry that comes with experience as well. That's when you would look at the likes of Juju to really cement this team together. Of course, taking that captaincy role as well in the draft. But still looking for that first goal. This has to be the chance. What are we doing? What are we doing? The only Juju I'm seeing is clearly on the post and crossbar.
Juju, get your lawyer, son. Because unfortunately, that should have been 3-1. Rattling off every bit of post imaginable. Turb up quickly then to try and rub salt further into the wounds of this Jury side. A pass inside of Adixer. It's a light tap. Prith wasn't ready for it. Didn't manage to get the save in the end, though. 90 seconds left, still 3-0. And Jury struggling to really get anything in the second game. It's a stark contrast to what we saw in game one, and that is a mistake. Will it be saved? Juju does well to tip it away, and a fantastic touch there by Prith.
You can dream that there was going to be a psycho goal there. It's not going to happen either way. I'm not sure if it would be enough to really turn the tide here. Time once more runs low, and by this point it was scoreless. It proves that both these teams can struggle to get themselves over line, especially with the defensive efforts from either team. And that makes every goal that bit more valuable. 3 goals is already somewhat of a death sentence in your regular natured series, but in one like this, Deromus, where they really haven't been up to the task of getting these high scoring games, this is going to be an unfortunate one to watch slip away.
Yes, it's a complete lockout by the Dogs. That's a great 50 by Turb as well, and it is a refresher. It is something to be said that Dogs literally cannot be slept on. You sleep on them, they bark at you, you know? Like, that's just how it works. And oh my goodness, is this going to fight the net? No, it's not! They can't buy a goal, the Jury. I'm sure that's illegal in any sort of court case anyway. You can't buy your way through. But again, that was a clear-cut opportunity and nothing to show of it.
This is Rocket League, all spammed by a bunch of players there. Dixer, of course, making sure to get involved. Juju does eventually get himself on a score sheet at a similar time that Jury were able to do in the game previous. However, this one is not going to have its celebratory nature. It's going to be running back to the center, winding down this clock and regrouping for what has to be a much better game 3, because ultimately, Deromus, all those goals from the Dogs were in that first minute. They were caught completely off guard, and by that point, they just had to shut the game down, and frankly, they did that exactly. So now moving into this next game, they've got to make sure they don't get caught off straight away on the kickoff.
Yeah, absolutely. The Jury were falling asleep in the first minute there, and again, just punished for it. Dogs just steamrolling through that one, and of course the Jury had to have the final verdict in this game, getting the last goal of this affair. But we head to game 3, where it's all level, and things are going to be quite interesting here, because Jury, they've just witnessed a 3-1 defeat here in game number 2, and well, the players want to get things going immediately. They're not going to give us any time to cover it.
The GOAT does what he wants, though. They really want to get themselves into the next game. Oh, oh my goodness. Cass has just collapsed back. They've asked Cassalien to ready up, and Cass has replied, "Do you remember when Prith could shoot?"
Wow.
Shots fired. My goodness. Well, those are his former teammates. He does have that relationship with them, of course. But off the back of that last defeat, I'm not sure these are going to be players I want to be toyed with right now.
Absolutely not. 15 seconds into game number 3, and well, it looked like the Jury had the first say in this game. They still have the first say if this ball doesn't get cleared by Turb, which it doesn't, so Juju the pass inside. A demo looking the way of Dixer didn't come through, but Prith is there. It's a bit of disruption on the back line, but Turb does well to get rid.
Turb sends this one low to Juju. Well, for that clearance, and Jib has to keep this ball tight, especially because he knows Dixer is right behind him. Wasn't able to pick up that 100 boost though. That would have definitely changed the nature of the position instead. That is well played by Toy. taking a leaf out of Flo's book on a completely different game. It's a low-driven underneath Turb to get that first score on the doors.
It wasn't the prettiest of shots. It didn't need to be. It was a premature jump from the defense of Dogs there, and Jury managed to get that 1-0 lead quite early on. It's the first time they've scored a goal in the first minute this series. In fact, it's the first time they've scored a goal after the final 10 seconds. Juju now looking to try and double here. Dixon low on boost. That was a heavy touch though. Nothing to come of that one. Demo comes through and Dixon now has a chance to push forward on the counter attack. Up high. Bub on Toy. There's a chance. Not to be. Njib now trying to make another one happen. Juju with a clear.
Now it feels like both beasts have awoken. A little bit of Godzilla versus King Kong in this Swiss tournament. Turb holds that 50 with Juju. Drops down dangerously. Prif just booms that ball forward and he's going to get that ball out of danger, but it could be temporary when you're turning possession like that for free. That high press, though, is ignited, but we're not going to even give him the opportunity to sweep that ball forward. But now, how do you stop Turb? He's going to get that position no matter what. Disrupts somewhat his teammate. And Dixer has to pick up off the pieces from the ceiling to the ground. Saved by Toith again.
Yeah, there was a team bump in the defense there. It's going to cause a bit more disruption for the Jury, but nothing too much, really. The pressure was kind of averted as all the players of Dogs rotated back, but they go again. Dixer with a pass inside a Demo for good measure, so only 2 to defend for now. And a Demo returned another one back to back. Just fights happening in the final third. Dogs!
Oh!
Turb manages to find it. Another goal for that man, just constantly finding them, peppering the net, and it happened. We have an equalizer here in game 3, and is this the sign of things to come?
They've already defeated 3 out of 4 gatekeepers of the Gauntlet. Jury, the final team to stand in their way. And if you thought they were going to go down that easily, you are very much mistaken. You haven't been tuned into the broadcast. Dixer keeps this ball moving. He's had a fantastic day of Rocket League today, but this series has been all terms. The crossbar is hit once more. Prif has to lay this ball down towards that left wall. Turb takes it to Toif. Toif does a very solid 50-50, but Dixer is on that demolition run. 2 men taken down. The last man standing. Priv a little bit awkward on that secondary ball, however. Players have done well to recover. Solo weapon. Oh, Turb goes the entire way. Court is in session.
Oh my goodness. 1 man, 3 players, all denied. Turb manages to get that double with a flip. Granted, maybe a bit lucky, but who cares? 2-1 to Dogs. Jury falling apart. They're arguing all the time here in the court. It's not looking good. They can't find a final verdict, and they can't find the goals to make of it neither. Juju will get a demo though, and there's an equalizer with a quick response from the kickoff. Prith managing to find it. Take that, Cassalien. He can score.
That was personal. Not just about the opponents. It's not just about that 1v2 play. It's against the entire establishment. It's a rebellion to try and form their spot in the top 4. Juju over 1, but Dixer well positioned to pick this ball back up. Toif sends this ball high, and Dixer's going to have to bail away. And Jib. And once more by Toif. It's great control, but this ball staying rather central. No team able to make that final push. This could be the chance now. Turb once more. It's another assist to add to his goal contributions. Njib gets his first goal of the game. And what a blinding performance we have seen so far from Turb. This has been his series to step up.
Again, there's been so many demos in the plays here that has caused so much discomfort for both sides, but Njib there managing to avoid all the chaos, had a free net to take a shot, and there you have it, 3-2 to Dogs in this third game. And I said in game 2, is this going to be a change? Is this going to be a shake-up now for how this series is going to go? And they have the advantage in game 3, and once they have the advantage, they do look comfortable. It's whether or not they can hold on. They have conceded twice while they've had the lead in this series, but they're looking to try and get a 4th, and nothing to happen there. It was cleared away. Turb now on the sidewall, just trying to buy his team time to rotate back, but an opportunity for the Jury to try and claw things back here.
Dixer And Small looks to take it over too. The third's going to be a little bit too much. Engib's able to secure that corner boost. However, it's going to be a low boost counter attack to try and poke some holes in the defense, but they do not show. 44 seconds still left to land. The Juries need to get themselves a goal. Dogs have consistently picked up these 3-0, 3-1 positions. It would be untouched ground if they were to lose the second in this series. Priff sends this ball low. It's all players on the same side. Toy jumps up early, does well to call off his teammate. However, that could have been costly if Jujuju went with him. Priff on the half flip has to bail away. Still chasing towards this ball. Likely going to leave it to that teammate on that back wall. It's Toy once again. 15 seconds remain. The demos land down. This is not the position that they want to be in.
Priff has a chance to carry it, tries to stall out the final man there, didn't work out. Turb now has a chance to get this one away with 3 seconds left. The ball teetering towards that ground. Dixon, all they have to do is kill it here, but it's still up. Juju has a chance. Pass inside. Turb is there, will drop it down, and Dogs will take the penultimate point. It's match point for them now. And my oh my, the Jury, they need to sort themselves out. 3-2 down, 3-1 down in the previous game. And it's just relentless from the Dogs.
The Dogs are incredible. It's not just all bark. They got that bite as well. They're in this final round, and they look my favourite team to make that top 4. They proved a lot of personality in that last game for me. There were times where they were struggling, where Jury were able to create these fantastic opportunities, and still Dogs were able to pull themselves out the gutter, step up and dominate in certain positions as well. When they are fully flowing in attack, Dixter's allowed to just run off and pick himself up some demos, and you've got Engib and Turb just like to string some passes together with whatever space is created. They are such a tough team to try and stop. They are coordinated, and that comes from, I guess, a full day of Rocket League.
Yeah, and they've just been constantly on form. I don't think I've seen much of a slip. We head to Utopia Coliseum, the ground where they managed to win their second series in the Gauntlet. Can they do it again here? The Jury, a bit of a mistake there. Turb will have a chance out of nothing as Toy backflips through no pressure. So again, looking a bit uncomfortable are the Jury.
Absolutely. And Turb gets that booming ball forward just as he started to get a little bit uncomfortable. That looked like it was going to be an own goal. Calculated. Off that post instead, Juju has his teammate right underneath. No demos there to land. Turb's able to trip over one. Dixer does well for the follow-up touch. Juju once more clears towards that corner. Engib isn't able to catch. Now Dixer has all the space in the world you could ask for, but the backboard was defended. There was a player down low. That shot rather indecisive.
Indeed, Toy now on the corner, trying to make something happen. Engib with a 50 and touched away by Dixon. Not the best clearance, but will maintain possession of that ball. But getting harassed by Juju there. Denied any sort of possession, but Engib tries to find a shot. Nothing to really come of it. Toy for the save of Priff. Chance, 0 boost to work with. Toy will get a clear downfield. Dixon with an uncomfortable touch. Juju there to try and capitalize. The 50 away, and Turb will send this one downfield. Priff up early for that one, allows Juju to try and get something on this one, but again, they're playing quite a high line. The Jury, one long ball, and things could be uncomfortable. Turb, nothing there, just an aerial into the mid it goes, and we are back to what we saw in game number 1. There hasn't been any early goals, there hasn't been any early disruption. It's 0-0, and things are starting to settle down.
Certainly, there's not really been any opportunity, but this one, we've been able to say that space has really opened up to allow a goal in the first place, and that last opportunity not actually as enticing as it initially seemed, because that ball was just still heading towards that corner. It was going to take a lot of effort to try and turn around, and by that time, defense was able to regroup. They have regrouped now, but Turb been able to find Dixer. Great block coming out first. That team bump, however, is going to cause some trouble. Dixer didn't intend to bump in that occasion, and now the counterattack is all the Jury. Juju, it's happened again!
What is this? How? I've seen this twice in 2 matches that I've been commentating. A clear-cut open net, nothing to show for it, but a pass inside. Priff will find the top left, and it is 1-0 to the Jury.
Show him how it's done. An excellent strike from Priff right into that top left corner. Unstoppable for the Dogs defense. Game 5 looks to be forced. Still seems to be some jitters in the series, and the man with the most experience is the one that has to step up to the plate if he wants to match his teammates and beat down this side that has had everything running towards them. Juju, the man of the hour. Coming off that corner, Engine was able to get that tight touch, just added that extra bit of power, not too much for Turb. It's a perfect pass to land towards him, and our offense is all theirs. Juju look to change that, but that's not going to be a ball to maintain possession. Dixer has a little boost left in the tank, doesn't get that flip reset. Turb once more wants to take it off that back wall. There's no players available, and now you can see the tidal wave, the sweeping blue press forward, a double lead. Feels like it would be game. Prif wants to make it happen. It's a tight angle double, but ultimately out to the corner.
It's an overstep forward though, Toyfus to get there, and he does get there. Fair dues. Rotating back, managing to keep that net safe, and will continue going forward. Not the best touch in the world, but Juju there, tapping out into the corner. Demo comes through, but Engib to pick up the pieces. Continue going forward, and Juju just buying time. Good patience, gets a beat on 2. Surely now, there has to be something. A pass inside. No, looks for the shot himself.
Oh!
Tried to double the lead by himself, but again, nothing to show. Still 1-0, but the pressure now on Dogs as the ball remains in the blue side, in the orange side. Look at that. I need to take a minute.
Still though, it just requires one opportunity. This isn't going to be it for Engib. Dixer has Turb and Engib up high. One now demoed off the place, and now it's all players in the corner. There's going to be no one available to get that killer strike across, but Dixer makes himself available. Turb is up early, and Engib has to pick it up off the ceiling. This series is not over yet.
It wouldn't be over if Jury took it 1-0. We would have had to game 5, but Dogs, they're pushing for that match point to be completed at Utopia Coliseum. 34 seconds left. Will we see our first overtime? Will we not? Dogs finds a second, and it's gonna be Turb. 2-1. All of the bite in the world. Strong, forceful kickoff, and they've managed to do it. They've scored 2 in quick succession, and the Jury are falling apart.
Unbelievable. Despite the closeness of these games, not a single overtime to be witnessed. Jury have to change that truth if they want to achieve survival, if they want to deny the #1 most toxic player from IGL from going through the entire gauntlet.
Oh!
Juju, though, it's a long strike! Back to equality! Goal 5 is golden!
A self-pass and missed by Engib, and Dixer went up flying well past that ball. It is all level with 8 seconds left to go. Turb was left stranded as third man, but it all comes down to this. Will this kickoff bear anything? Toiv has a chance to get a touch, nothing to come of it. Turb now sending it downfield. Juju with a tap, and it's gonna find the ground, is it? Surely. It's bounced awkwardly. Dixer's up into the corner, it'll go. Maintaining possession, but that ball now not hitting the ground. Dogs still looking for the final. It's not going to happen. We head to overtime.
I said it before. It's going to be the 5th goal to the side. This is the closest series of the day. Toif across to Prif. Recovery isn't quite there. Whose game is this to lose at this point? Both teams have had to force our recovery. That is an atrocious half-flip attempt from Dixer. Turb takes it over 1. Toifo controlled in this corner, and this is the moment. One mistake could change it all. Where's the defense gone? Engib, desperation, pop high. Turb gets it out, and Juju can't find the space.
It was a team bump. It looked a bit uncomfortable. Toif now has a chance to take it back. Has a touch, pops it up high, but it's demoed by Turb. Dixer now pass inside. Engib back to Dixer. Dixer will have to make something work with 0 boost here in the corner. Up high and around he'll go. Juju the clear away, and Prith will send this one downfield. So it's a reset on the attack. And Juju with a good touch. Toif now into the sidewall. Dixer will get a clear. And again, it's just back to ping pong ball. But Dixer now has the chance. It's passed inside, and Juju will get that clear.
Must score for Toif. That ball goes high. Prith on the second. Has it on target, but Turb still able to get this ball out. It's Dixer high, alone. All 3 players are backboard available, shut down by Prif.
But then pass to Toy. Turb will send this one high. Boost looking a bit uncomfortable for this attack for Jury. So Dixer will have a chance. Send that one clear. And Juju pass it across to Prith. Prith with calm touch. Very composed on that side wall. And Dixer will get a beat on 1. Gets a beat on 2. Juju came flying in, but Toy was there to pick up the pieces. 50 up high. And it's a bump on the last man, but Turb is there to recover quickly.
And Jib, once more, looking for that counter. This could be the 50 of dreams for Dixer. Someone has to be available off that back wall. It's going to be Juju, but there was 2 players up for it. Low boost overall. The strike comes in! And the result is reverse. The Dogs send Jury to the pound.
Turb manages to get that boost steal in the left corner. And it was enough. It gave no time for rotation back, and Dogs have done it. They've gone through the entire gauntlet from 7th seed to a minimum of 4th place. 3-2 to them, 3-1 in the series. The Jury are gone. Dogs have momentum, but they will, and I have to state this, they will be facing the number 1 seed of Squadron.
Oh
it's not going to be an easy task at all, Pig.
Absolutely not. Selt, Mois, and Reifers. I'm gonna go for their pronunciations, but these are players that I have watched before and have luckily never had to pronounce until this point. That is going to be a very interesting matchup later of the day, but I believe there's a little bit of a break now for the Dogs now that they have survived this gauntlet. And we were speaking about this at the beginning of the stream. We didn't think there was going to be any team that was going to be able to do it, frankly. We thought it was close to an impossible task, but this Dix's Dogs team have proven that the impossible is sometimes possible. With fantastic records as well to do so, not even setting sights to a single Champions Field.
Look at that gauntlet. They only dropped 2 games in the entirety of it. That's how much of a showing they put in. It's been an impressive performance from 7th place in the groups. What happened? They just didn't wake up yesterday and they decided, you know what, we're just going to show up now for the play-in section and then we're going to head to the playoffs. But the final 4 teams we have are Squadron, Dogs, Troops, and Ring. Troops and Ring will be the next series up on your screens, but I think we're heading to the graveyard. We're heading to the graveyard, and it's not for the team that I thought it would be at all.
It absolutely isn't. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands on your heart. It is time to say goodbye. It's time to say goodbye to Juju's Jury.
They were meant to be the ones. They were meant to be the ones that judged things, man. They were meant to put a stop on the final.
This bit is never easy. It's never easy.
It's horrible. But they have been shut up.
What the fuck is that?
I don't know.
What are we doing? Oh my goodness. That gauntlet stage, it delivered, Aromas. That is exactly what we were asking for. We went the full distance and somehow Dix's Dogs ended up going all the way. And surprise, surprise, one of these teams that are playing in this upcoming matchup do list Dixer as one of their rivals, but I assume that's just the entire Swiss scene at this point. It's going to be the first time we're not going to be following a team into another series. It's going to be 2 fresh legs for the broadcast for our top 4. It's Truckers Troops versus R6 Fighters Ring, which is going to be a pretty high-level matchup here. This is a terrifying matchup for either one of these sides, frankly.
It is. As we switch to the correct page, we are moving away from the Dogs team stream on Vision Gaming, and we will say goodbye to Risk as well, who's been covering this on their side of things as well. So thank you very much for that. But we head now to the first semi-final, where it's going to be a matchup. I can say that much because my knowledge is quite limited, as I've literally only been watching Dogs and their team strive through. But this semi-final, we are heading to best of 7 stage now, so the series are going to be a lot longer and hopefully a bit more dramatic as we have second and third fighting it out to get into the first place spot.
Listen, I'm going to be I'm going to throw out a prediction here. I refuse to for many stages in the Gauntlet, but this Troops team looks dangerous. Their listed roster says Trucker, Nos, and Tabs, but we've actually got Karma subbing in for Tabs. And anyone who's watched the Swiss scene for any time whatsoever knows that Karma is always going to be an asset to a roster. Trucker's one of the best to ever do it, I would say, in the scene, especially in this current form he's been able to find himself. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup if these three players can all catch their form. And I love the words here from Tabs, who isn't even here today. Pretty much everyone on here are bots and freelo. We'll see if Karma can carry that toxic torch that he looks to pass.
I love Nos because just giga chatting his way through this tournament. I respect it. I respect it from Nos, but Trocker as well. I really wanted to win this event to show Redacted that it was a mistake to let me go. I am the Swiss monster. Strong fighting words from the Troops there to be expected from Troops. I am a Troop myself, and I understand the fighting mentality when it comes to Rocket League.
Absolutely, but R6 Fighters Ring, this is going to be no slouch opponents. They earned themselves that third seed to get themselves to this point. It's some German-Swiss players, R6 Fighter, Swefley, and Shadow, and I don't think R6 Fighter is going to be very happy with the results of the Gauntlet because his statement was simple. Googie and Dixa are the biggest dogs, and, well, Dixa proved it being part of that roster and able to send his entire way through the bracket, and Swefley just not wanting to face a Roly. It was actually Dixa that made sure that was not the case. And we're going to be keeping an eye as well here on Shadow, who has said, if you draft me, I'll give you passes like prime Kevin De Bruyne. That is a pretty high stakes for him to give himself here. Those are certainly the deepest boots to fill.
As a Welshman who's witnessed Belgium trample over us several times in the past couple of years, I despise Kevin De Bruyne, but I respect the statement. Kevin De Bruyne is an absolute stable passing talisman, and yes, if we do see some quality passes on the pitch by that man, then yes, I will be absolutely thrilled. But I think we have time to, I think we're ready to go. We're ready to go, Pig, and it is going to be the first semi-final.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Troops are rallied and looking to cut the ring against R6 Fighters' side. One of these teams looks to try and earn their spot in the grand finals and earn themselves a knockout punch.
Both of these teams have been battle-tested throughout the group stage, but now it's a different environment. Now it's a different world. Now it's time to give somebody, like Pegasus said, that knockout punch. Welcome to the Ring of Fire. Welcome to the semi-finals.
And only one team will be able to make it through. No more second chances. That's all out the window. You had your chance yesterday, and now it's time to prove yourself. The first grand finals will be determined here, and right out the gates, you have the Ring Fighters coming out the gates. Fighter trying to get that slotted, but not quite. Nos makes the best save of his life so far, as they're trying to recover here, and there's a great counter-attack mounting, but in the end just fizzles out, but the pressure is immense from both sides already. They're out the gates. They're ready for this one, Hodge.
Certainly are. This is where the pace picks up. This is where we reach best of 7 territory here in our playoffs run, the start of our playoffs run after the gauntlet that we have just witnessed. And what a gauntlet it was. I know there was comments yesterday of people saying that, you know, going into each game, the team who resides in that round should be favoured in each one. I said no, and it's for good reason there. You saw the run that Dix's Dogs were able to go on, and now we go into these semi-finals with two teams who've sort of, you know, not quite being the top of the table, but both had a top of the table performances. But now it's not really a shot you can score. You can linger in front of the net all you want, but the defense will return, and Ring come back with a vengeance to keep that one away.
Felt like it was only a second away there. They positioned themselves correctly. It's just it took too long for the ball to actually roll up and get into the position for the pass. In the end, fizzles out. And right now, it is still Trucker's Troops on the attack. Another redirect inbound. They can be devastating when pulled off in the right scenario, but I don't think you're going to get much if you just pepper the net with those sorts of shots. But Karma, he has a great chance. Good 50 as well. No follow-up to be exact. And now Here's a chance for a breakaway finally. The fighters were trying to get away with this one, but in the end, Troca was able to secure himself some sort of position on offense. And Karma still left with that kind of collection job so far. He has been keeping the team together in terms of these passes, control touches, and hopefully, if he keeps on going, they might even get something from it.
Maybe just will be Troca to run this one up the wall, off the ceiling, looking to try and get out on Bass Fighter. But he stands up with the boxing gloves up, ready to battle. And that is exactly what Ring are going to have to do throughout this entire series against the Troca's Troops side, who have really, you know, I guess tested their way through the group stage. We look at this group stage, right? It's 2 versus 3. Troca's Troops finishing in 2nd place. You look towards Fighters Ring, they finished in 3rd, but it was a little bit of a difficult method that we had to go to decide that. We had to, we usually just look at the points. We had to go to goal difference for this one, Kiki.
Oh yeah, it didn't take much, and it didn't take much for Shadow to slot that one. Instantly up in the sky, finding himself all alone, no challenge at all, and all Troca could do was watch.
That's all you've got to do. Just sit and watch the brilliance just implode in front of your very eyes, and you've got to try and fight back now as we go into the next stage of the game, and what a way to do just that.
And a brilliant sort of pinch. I'm not even sure what I can call this, but right now, it looked like it was one. I'm not sure if the KPH does it justice because it was brilliant. They found themselves the equalizer, and finally, let's get this show on the road. I'm expecting 7 more games just like this, including this one in overtime that we're about to face. 100%, no doubts about it at all here, Hodge.
Yeah, well, from what I'm being told, the last time that Karma played in a Swiss competition was the Awaken League Grand Final. So what a time ago
my God!
But right now, it's that pass from Karma and that shot from Troca that is giving the lead over to the Troops. And well, it may only be 1 goal. It may only be sort of 1 moment, but that's brothers connecting. That's the synergy that you like to see on the field. And that is the lead for Troca's Troops, but can they hold on to it? Because already the pressure's down the other side.
Absolutely deserved as well. It felt like he pre-jumped it so early, there was no one left to contest him, and that's how you turn the game on its head. You find the lead, and immediately you start racking up those goals, especially considering that Troca himself has 5 shots on the board, more than everyone else on the field combined. And right now, it is feeling like he's that one menace that they just can't seem to get rid of. But right now, Fighter, he's the one forced to get this one out the way. Troca on the recovery, can't quite find the 50 they wanted. In the end, Swiftly will be the one taking it away. Takes it past 1 if he can find the bump. Not quite, but that's over the top. It's a bit too high, an open net miss that might come back to cost them.
Well, these two tested each other when they played right back in the round 2 of the group stage. Remember that, and it was 1-1 at the end of that, but that was just the best of 2. This is different. This is the best of 7. This gives you time to unfold, time to try and fight your way through the defenses, and that's exactly what Karma had, but it was denied, it was delayed, and it was sort of sent out of that half of the field. 41 seconds though, and as much as, you know, Fighters Ring can back themselves up into defense and put a stop to every attack that's being thrown at them right now, that's not what you've got to do in the long term.
Breakaway.
You have to send a counter-attack down the other side, but that's not on target. It's levitating in front of the net, and Troca just going to try and control it, and does that wonderfully.
Yeah, it felt like it was a matter of inches right there. A second away for the equalizer, and in the end, nothing comes of it. Still only 15 seconds left on the clock. Now Shadow, he has a great chance to do something. Takes it over 1. Can he follow it up? Not quite. Nust gets a good touch, but is it good enough to keep it all settled? It looks like it will be, as that clearance does head on over the other way, and Nust will take 1 more for the road, and that's an opening statement from the Troops.
Certainly is. They've proven that they will go to battle here when needed. And what a way to announce your opening statement here in the semi-finals. Both of these teams, two teams who have not played today, so it's not, you can't say the same thing like, what we've seen with the Dogs, Kiki, where they just used and abused their momentum coming into each match and after every match. These are two teams who have started fresh, who haven't played today, and are going to look to try and, improve as the series goes on, right? And I guess that's what you can look at for Ring here. They might not have won the first game, but it's potential 7 games that they can, evolve over the course of.
Absolutely, and I mean, if you just look at the shots, Troca all alone, he had almost double the shots of Ring, and it just shows you how big of an impact a single player can have when his team can play against them. Karma with the 2 assists early on, and that's how you got those 2 goals that turned the game on its head. And they definitely opened well. Ring definitely opened well in terms of just that early pressure, finding the opening goal. But it seems like they were just content with kind of, laying low a bit, and in the end, they just kind of left it simmer, and in the end, Troca's troops took that to the advantage and punished them for it, because you can't leave them that much space, otherwise they're just going to take it all away from you here, I believe, Hodge.
That's certainly the case, but into game number 2 we go. Will this be a 2-0 lead in the series, or will we get a little bit of a repeat of what we saw back in the group stage, where it was a best of 2, and we saw both of these teams with that 1-1 draw? Or will this be Troops really stamping their dominance here, or their early dominance on this series, as they look to try and walk away with the same success they found in game number 1 already? Both teams tested, and well, it is Troops who are getting the better of this counter-attack as they're trying to sort of get that synergy rolling, but so far shut down well by Fighters.
Oh, Troca, that 50 could have been meaningful. An exchange on the other side of the pitch makes it a short 2v2 right now. Great plan B coming up from Fighter. In the end, can't quite convert it, as Karma is booming that one down the other way, and Nost now, he has to apply the pressure, but yet again, Karma, a very soft shot given away. The possession will just shift in the favor of Ring here, even though they are still under a bit of pressure there, but they finally managed to squeeze that one out, and there's an infield pass. Shadow, if he can get this shot on, we could be talking about something dangerous here, but all of a sudden, it seems like the chemistry is just fizzling out, and they're just getting peppered by these Troca troops.
Yeah, certainly seems that way. And Troca, speaking of the map himself, just allowing that attack to continue, but they've let it slip a little bit. This allows an opening here to Ring, but they're not really able to get control of the possession, it feels like, at all, right? And maybe they're just looking to expose their opponent's mistakes, just like that. A little bit of a lack of control there from Troca. Tried to play that one over to his teammate who was waiting there. Nost a little bit far forward, maybe not quite expecting, 2 players to just get absolutely dusted. And that is Fighters Ring taking the lead in game number 2. But can they hold on to this? Because, we saw in game 1, things struggled a little bit for them.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of showing in first game. But they have plenty of room to improve here, and starting off with another goal could be the way to do it, because we obviously know that 1-goal lead usually doesn't keep down the troops, and in the end, you might be gambling a whole series on this, let's score and then park the bus, but hopefully that momentum does not advance onwards, as right now, well, they're looking to the corner here, and let's see if Swiftly can start something off here. Great chance. Get something going, but the counterattack just fizzles out. It's a bit too dry in terms of the level of play that we're seeing, and it's always into a 50 from the side of Troca's troops, and they're just able to control it marvelously. Speaking of control, Karma almost just air-dribbling that one into the top corner, and you can see the way that Troca's troops apply pressure. It's so severe, and any second, any moment of weakness could be disaster for the side of the Ring Fighters.
Certainly could. Nost passing that one over to Troca. It's backboard bound, but Shadow is waiting on the arrival. Fighter, this side wall, gets it past Karma and tries 50 past another as well, but that's just opened the gate. Shadow can't quite stand up to his opponent in the ring. And it's ironic because you think that's where they thrive here, but Karma gets the muscles out, gets his way past that final defender, and evens out the score here on Forbidden Temple.
I mean, it seems like it's the same storyline, the same fairy tale, but maybe not quite. Swiftly, an early reply will give them the lead back immediately. I mean, it only took him 2 or 3 seconds, and more than happy with that one they are for sure. And hopefully they can keep this momentum going and kind of build up on that lead. They so far have only had a 1-goal advantage, and we know Troca's troops, when they get mad, they can get back into it immediately if they want to. That's a great play coming up from Karma. He can take it all the way, beating out 2 in the end. Shadow was the first to reply, and nothing comes of it. But Troca, he was trying to help with the play there in the end. Did a bit too much and was punished for it. Now a counterattack trying to mount on the other end of the field. Swiftly, not managing to get that one under control. Nost will be forced to get that 50. At least some sort of contest, and it's still a bit of a jittery one coming out from the troops here in terms of defense. The bumps all around, but in the end, Shadow just ends up giving up on offense, and there it is. That's the difference. The third man that they position is usually a lot deeper when they have the lead, regardless of the kind of outcome it may yield them.
Well, the outcome that is currently finding itself in place is Ring with a 2-1 lead in game number 2 here. And if they're able to hold on for a minute and 20 seconds, then they will be game number 2 victors here. But unless Karma has anything to say about it, a good sort of play starting to brew, but that will be all it's left at as it's down back to the other side, and troops have to restart their attack. Nos trying to go cross-court, trying to go the whole way, needs some support, and Fighter is going to, I guess, put the exclamation mark on that need for some support. Shadow trying to, re-aggress into the final section of this field here. Karma waiting on that back wall, but it's the same story, just the opposite way. You've got to get out of the defense, but then you've also got to worry about the offense, and both of these teams are struggling to tick both of the boxes here.
Yeah, absolutely, but still, time is running out in the end, and Troca, he's looking for that equalizer infield. Nost, he just misses the shot. And I don't know if it's a curse of the blue side, as we've seen those misses from Dixa's Dogs, and it just seems like they can't have a break. They had all the plays, but they just can't seem to get the finishing touch, and might cost them in the end. 10 seconds upon us shortly as Troca. He's trying to link up the play, but in the end, they're all over them, and Fighter and the gang are able to hold this one at bay. 2 seconds remaining, enough to put to rest. Nos tries to keep it up, but it's not enough. And Ring equalized the series for now.
Yeah, tried to pop it up for his teammate, but it wasn't to be. Ring leveling things out, and this feels like it could just go back and forth this series, Kiki. Yeah. It feels like it's going to be close. For anybody who's just joining us, welcome. You've joined us at a brilliant time because we're just getting ourselves into the playoff bracket. We've had a whole playoffs gauntlet to see who the 4th team joining us for playoffs is, and that's going to be Dix's Dogs playing in the next match against Celt Squadron, the number 1 seed from the group stage. But now we've got a score to settle between the 2nd and 3rd team from the group stage, and that's what you're watching right now. Fighters Ring versus Troca's troops, taking to the pitch here in a best of 7. Loser is eliminated, unfortunately. Winner goes to the grand finals to play later on against the winner of Celt Squadron versus Dix's Dogs. But for now, it's essentially been turned into a best of 5, this one, Kiki, right? The first 2 games out of the way, 1-1 in the series, 5 potential more games to settle the score, and we've seen quite a few best of 5s here today. None of them have gone to game 5 just yet, so now this is, technically a best of 5 now. Are we going the whole distance?
Well, we're at least reaching that game 5, so in terms of distance, I have a feeling...
That's true.
I have a feeling Troca's troops in the end will kind of bring their momentum and kind of overwhelm the opposition here, because they still had the pressure. They had 9 shots compared to the 5 of Ring, and in the end, they just weren't able to break through. There was great chances, but it's just the finishing touch that they're missing. If they can lock that down, I believe they can pull this one through, but not if that's the offense coming out from the Fighters Ring immediately. A great shot from Swiftly, put to rest by Nost, and regardless, on the other side of the map, Swiftly with another incredible save. And in the end, Karma is left alone with the chance right here. Good 50, but no follow-up, and in the end, it just fizzles out as Troca is left with the collection. Now, he does get the collection. He's trying to get that 50, can't quite get hold of it, and in the end, Nost will be the one to take it away. It's a bit of an early ping-pong, I'd say, here. A bit of back and forth. Nothing quite risky from either team in terms of offense here.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a slower paced approach here, but that pace can pick up real quick when Troca's on the field, sets himself up and strikes it home for the troops' first goal here on DFH. When you need somebody to to sort of be the spearhead of the offense, just ask the captain himself, and he will go into battle for you.
Oh, absolutely. That's one way to do it, especially considering he was one of the best players amongst the whole draft, and right now you're obviously expecting him to deliver the biggest stage, the biggest moments right now, and maybe punch themselves that ticket to the grand finals. But it will have to start game by game, because Fighters Ring, they're not going to go down without a fight. And right now, a fight is what they need to get if they want to find that equalizer.
It certainly is. And the fight from Troops has already been sort of, I guess, drawn in terms of the first blood of this game, but now Ring need to find something in response, but that's just not going to happen, because Trocker's got a second, and Troops are just circling like sharks in this side of the field, Kiki. Ring finding it very difficult to break out of this half.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the pressure. That's why I was thinking that they'll get overwhelmed. It is kind of obvious that Trocker's Troops, they're kind of a bit of a big bite for the fighters, and in the end I just have a feeling that skill will play a big difference here, because there's not much chemistry from the side of fighters compared to actual blood brothers off the side of Trocker's Troops, and if they can work on their sort of momentum, maybe fighters will be able to break through. By this stage, I just think Trocker's Troops, they have too much of a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, certainly seems that way right now, but we've seen how quickly this can turn on its head. We've seen how quickly this can change throughout this series already, right? And throughout just this tournament as a whole. You look back to round 7 in the group stage, and you know, the only reason that, for example, Juju's Jury was where they were in that bracket was because they absolutely, you know, to pull no punches, beat the absolute shit out of Trocker's Troops yesterday in that final round of the group stage. So you never know, we could just see a couple of games towards the back end of this series where fighters pull out a similar sort of performance, and anything can change, anything can happen, and that is the sort of the greatness of a draft format tournament, is you get these more balanced teams where, you know, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of room to make mistakes, but the thing about best of 7, it kind of tries to kill all the chances of luck playing a role. But if you get lucky 4 times in a row, it obviously still doesn't matter. But to get that sort of chance, it would be insane. But at this stage, you definitely want to show some fight if you're the Ring in this situation. It seems like they still haven't broken up, and that's the main difference. You kind of see that Trocker's Troops, even after they score, they keep pushing for more and more and more, regardless of the outcome, regardless of the punishment. And that's the only way that Ring will be able to score goals. But when Ring is in front, they kind of just tuck her down, and in the end, the great play emerging. Nost missing that finishing touch yet again. Karma looking for the collection. Not quite. In the end, the rebound unjustified. Finds a way into the other half.
Well, it's a minute and 20 seconds still remaining here, and 2-goal lead held by the Troops. Let's see what Ring can do here going into the final minutes very, very soon. If they can do anything at all, it's going to be a ball launched downfield, but that doesn't really have any effect when you've got nobody challenging as much as the effort was there from Swiftly, and the possession switched just straight over into the hands of Troops, which is exactly not what Ring want here going into this final minute. They want to control the possession for as long as possible. Maybe Swiftly could be the player to do it, looking for that bump. Going to be sort of shifted to the side there by the Troops players, and Swiftly will control that infield to Fighter once again. He's looking for that angle, but it's such a difficult angle to find. And as much as Fighter will swirl in this side of the field, attack after attack, time after time, they're being denied on every occasion, and just some great defense from Troops here.
Yeah, absolutely. 25 seconds left on the clock. Not much time left for the comeback, but what a statement coming up from the Troops. It felt like Ring definitely put up a fight here in the third game, but it felt like they just got overwhelmed by the possession, by the shots, and by the plays of Trocker's Troops. And in the end, even though they weren't able to find the finishing touches, it was still kind of an even affair in terms of shots and not the scoring ratio, but regardless, it will be game 3 for the side of Trocker's Troops, and in the end, they will retake the lead once more in a 2-1 fashion, and we will be heading to a simple game 4 here. And I don't know what to think about this Ring roster. It feels like they just are missing something. I don't know what exactly. They might be missing some sort of formula, but I just can't put my finger on it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Game 2 looked positive for them, but I think, you know, when we look towards if they're going to be able to reproduce that success over the next couple of games, I think, for me, all eyes are on the next game here, right? If you drop this one, then it starts to become a little bit of a worry. If they're able to stabilize things here, I'd certainly still, you know, continue to believe throughout here, Kiki. So we'll see. But as we move onto the Coliseum here for game number 4, it's time to find out what the future is going to bring us here as we move into you know, a potential match point situation after this game here for Trocker's troops, or maybe Fighters Ring just, you know, beginning to establish themselves in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. But the biggest question is, what kind of solution do Ring bring into this best of 7? You have 2 games left, 2 chances to kind of, you know, finally poke and prod your way through this defense of Trocker's troops, because they just seem too stable. They just seem too good of a defense to break through, and in the end, you're looking at a very kind of impossible wall to penetrate, and in this situation, you need to find the answer, otherwise it might be a little too late for you, and this could be the end of your run unless you find our solution.
Well, Fighter already looking to try and strike gold here in the opening seconds, but will be blocked out, and already it is troops having to be tested on their defensive side, which they had to, you know, be tested on plenty of times in that last series, in that last game, but this time it's you know, at the early stages rather than in the final few seconds. Trocker, though, on the offense is going to meet Shadow on the goal line, who makes that incredible backflip save to keep that one out. And now down the other side they go, swiftly over to that corner where Trocker is waiting. Not necessarily the greatest touch, but Fighter should be able to bring this one back over into the play here as the demo comes through to open up that space here for Fighter's Ring.
They had a great chance. It's just a matter of that finishing touch. They can't seem to find it properly. Right now, they are still knocking the door. Trocker to the skies. Infield pass, not quite, as Nost will be the one left with the collection. Can't quite get the angle of the pass. And Fighter finally breaking through here and maybe even securing some boost. Nope, not quite. Nost made the most of it, and in the end, he sends him 6 feet under for that car repair.
Well, we'll see as we head into the sort of middle stage of this game, or getting towards it. Another shot saved away by Karma this time, and it is Shadow. He'll get this one over to the midfield for Fighter. He's going to pick this one up, take it over to the side wall, and I like that patience there, not instantly jumping, allowing his opponent to get a bit of a false sense of security before he wipes him off the pitch and takes control himself. But still level, still 0-0, still nobody breaking through into the goal just yet. How long before that happens? Well, Shocker, some dangerous attempts here, and same can be said for his teammates, but still nothing, and still great defense from both sides.
Yeah, absolutely, but 3 minutes, genuinely, I think they're holding on well. 3 minutes for a deadline is plenty of time. You only need to score 1, and preferably near the end of the game, as if you hold on as much as you can, it will only come down to 1 goal, and you can surely manage that, because, as we know, the Fighters Ring isn't very comfortable with leads. They definitely like to give Trocker's troops that kind of a comeback story each game over and over again, but at this stage, they are looking likely more to win the more this game goes on in a deadline. But as I say that right now, the deadlock almost broken, but a great save coming out from the captain, and Nost has been denied and not quite finding the opener.
Well, Shadow gonna look to try and drop this one down. Oh my goodness, what an assist coming through there from Shadow. And when Sweatley was drafted to this roster, he said to Fighter, get me some mechs on this team right now. And you know, that's the sort of mechanical ability that he delivers.
Yeah, absolutely. And finally, they find an opener. There's another. Okay, what has happened there? I mean, even to analyze this, it would be too much, because it's just 3 human errors at once. It's just a bit of a crazy one to me. Trocker did not read the fake. The fake has happened regardless, but there we go. There's a second one, and finally a 2-goal lead for the side of the Fighters Ring. I mean, not something we're used to saying, but First time for everything.
First time for everything, indeed. Shadow going to drop that one down. Karma chuck it up onto the back wall. And to be dropped down there. Swiftly picking this one up. Fighter has the option to turn, but no, he's just going to let Karma take that one. Shadow has to avoid the bump. Trocker, some great ideas, but wasn't quite quick enough to really make it that threatening. Fighter is going to take this one to the side. As Ring's looking to sort of restart their attack here, but once again, it's about getting out of your half first, taking that first box before we can start to think about, you know, what's next. And I think that is the sort of key for this series as a whole, right, Kiki? It's one step at a time. You can't rush things because it's a best of 7. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And, well, that can definitely be said here for Fighters Ring, who they may find themselves up 2 goals in this game right now, but they are currently behind in the series. And if you take your foot off the gas in the next minute, you could certainly find yourself going to overtime.
Yeah, and especially considering there's a rule 1, a goal is incoming very shortly, I assume. As the less players, the more the chance of a goal, as it has been theorized and almost proven in Rocket League, but in Rocket League nothing can be proven, especially
in my two games.
Yeah, pretty much right here. Oh, great shot coming up from Shadow, and that's a statement game coming up from them. And what a shot, what an angle to find himself in. He just takes it over from his teammate and drops it down like a bomb.
Yeah, that was sort of, you know, RLCS-esque right there, coming through from Shadow. That's the shots that you like to see coming through to help not just win you the game, but also give you that confidence that you need to bring it into the next couple of games. It's a good moment there for Ring as they find themselves 3-0 up in game number 4 after a pretty depressing game number 3. And this just seems to swing back and forward between both of these teams. We're going to head to game number 5 with a guaranteed game number 6. But, I mean, these two teams, they feel like they both deserve a grand final. And it feels wrong that we can't give them both a grand final position.
I mean, genuinely, only time for one winner is left. And in terms of time has run out. And once more, the series equalizing itself in a spectacular fashion, I have to say. Finally, Fighters Ring has come through. It's actually.
Explain the background. Why are we on the beach?
I'm taking a break. I'm taking a vacation. It's been too much, you know. I've been slaving away recently. Cassalien, he's put me in the dungeon, and in the end, it was too much. I couldn't handle it, Hodge. It was just.
I feel very left out as the only caster without a green screen here because everybody else is off screen doing like cool backgrounds and having some fun. Pegasus is in heaven. Daramus has got some like anime background. Zach, I'm not really sure where he is, and then you're on a beach here. So I know I'm in my own home. I'm at my house, and I'm here to watch.
I mean, we don't have homes. That's why we use these backgrounds to make us feel somewhere at home.
Maybe
you know.
I'm winning. Maybe I'm winning.
So you're the one winning actually here, Hodge.
Right.
So it makes a lot more sense. It makes a lot more sense here, Hodge. But
Okay.
genuinely, a very solid showing coming up from the ring. Even though Trucker's troops, they have kind of some chances. I think they just weren't able to pull through with it. I don't know. It could have been some sort of I don't know, a virus spreading amongst the players from the casters who are apparently getting sick more and more over the time. So eventually we will see that happening in the end. But here we go. Yet another definition of a best of 3 once more. It's no longer a best of 5 either, Hodge, so we're just going down in numbers, and if it wills it, we might be even going down to a best of 1 if that game 7 graces us.
Before we worry about game 6s or game 7s, we've got to worry about game 5s, and Shocker opens the scoreboard here with the first, just takes it by himself over the top of Shadow, doesn't have anything to say about it, his teammate coming through with that bump as well. It's perfect from every member of Troops.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and finally they seem to be back in their groove, I'd like to say, and in the end, finally showing their prowess is what they're best at. Troca now infield pass, not one to be found at the receiving end of it. A great pinch coming out from Swiftly to give themselves some room. Troca giving away possession there. Not the best idea. Something he needs to definitely work with right now as they are scrambling on defense here. But no, it's the simple clearance away, and the demo from Troca will make it even easier to start this counterattack. Karma to the skies here, has plenty of boost to work with, maybe even a pop, not quite. Shadow will look to deny him, and in the end, that one will head on all the way back here into the blue side corner. A bit more damage to be inflicted, not quite the save coming through from Troca. And a minute gone already, the lead still holding.
I want to see some close games between these two teams, right? And maybe this is where we see it, but so far throughout this series, it's been a close series, but it's been blowouts each individual game, right? We've seen 2-0s from one team, an instant response, and a 3-0 from the other team. Just give me like an overtime, you know? It's not a lot to ask for here. And, well, I mean, right now, when you've got Troops shooting on target, it really puts Shadow to the test, and swiftly as well, as Karma comes through with a follow-up shot. Troops once again finding success in the offensive side, but Ring are going to be quite happy to send that one away.
Oh, here we go, down the byline here. Troca needs to defend for his life here. Fighter, beautiful way through. A demo on the backline. Karma, he has plenty of room to make this one work, and in the end delivers it. To himself, actually, ends up going through with it. I thought Troca would be taken over there, but the miscommunication might come back to cost them. Not quite, actually. Overextension found, but the punishment not quite. And Nost, what looked like could have been a chance for a potential second goal, failed to be.
Certainly did. Into this corner again we go. And Fighter just trying to get this one over the top of Troca. Nost going to be leaping up for this. And Karma there with a follow-up. Nobody's challenging. It puts everybody in an awkward spot. But the defense is perfect from Shadow as he earns that Savior medal. But it's kept them in this one at only a 1-0 deficit. Now what can he do on the offense? Great passing play. But the shot is blocked by two players at once.
They're just putting everything on the line at this stage. You definitely don't want to concede the goal at this point. You've held on for so long, and for all of it to just go to shambles, it would just feel very, very sour. In this situation right now, there's the breakaway, there's the 1-2 play, but in the end, Karma gets in the way and promptly stops the attack, but it's still not over. He leaves a pass right now, swiftly onto the backboard, leaves it in the end. Fighter just needs to put it on target, it's too high. And in the end, he fumbles a marvelous chance at an equalizer that will definitely come back to cost them.
Can't be missing those, not at that level, but what can they do to try and redeem themselves as a team here? And it's right now just them trying to get control of this midfield fight, just to get this one over towards that other corner and keep that pressure up. But this gives Karma a chance to control. It's a very heavy commit forward here from the side of Troops, but they are able to sort of recollect their thoughts, take to the skies from Nost here, over back to Karma, over the top of Shadow. Fighter though, waiting on that goal line, ready for the play to come through. Nost though, ball to work with, we'll take it over to the side, and to the ceiling it goes. Instant challenge, but he gets that just straight past that first man without even a challenge at all. And it's both of these teams just looking to control this, and well, control is really, as we've come to learn this series, not something that either of these teams are really very good at.
Yeah, I have a feeling it could be the panic kind of settling in. Like, both of these teams definitely, they have the skill to play threes at a very high level, but at this stage, is Fighter carrying his team finally back from the depths and finally finding an equalizer after so long. They've been putting on such immense pressure, and after 8 shots, finally one goes in.
Yeah, just when we thought that Ring was starting to drown in the thoughts of, you know, what could have been with some of these misses, they give themselves new breath. They stick their head above water here. A crucial moment coming into the final 50 seconds, but are we going to get that overtime? Or are we going to look towards that, you know, one of these teams really stepping up, having a magic moment? Fighter drop this one over to Swiftly, who's missed the ball. This will allow Karma a bit of an opportunity in the final 30 seconds, while Nost is harassing that second man in the goal. Swiftly has to get a hand on it. Shocker with the shot. Swiftly pre-flips into it with a save. It's chaos around this goal, but both of these teams, nothing can break down each other until now, but still that maintains to hold up.
In 10 seconds, everything can change with one single pass. Not quite, as they still hold on, and you might be getting your wish. You're finally overtime. Not quite! Nost decides against it! 5 seconds left on the clock, and it's plenty of time for him to finally find the winning goal.
A nuclear goal there from Nost to bring Troops back into the fold here in regulation. Ring are going to be tested here in the final few seconds, and it will roll to Swiftly. Now, what do you do next? You go low, but Trocker slams it on the floor. And my goodness, overtime is just a forbidden element in this series, Kiki. I mean, what a game that was. That's everything I asked for from a game 5. But well, now we go towards game 6 and game 7, and now we see, will the scoreline be leveled, or will we get Trocker's troops taking this in 4-2 fashion?
Yeah, and finally, they have given sort of a lifeline. They started off very strong, and then Ring obviously broke through after such an immense amount of pressure, and all of a sudden, when troops fear that they're at a chance of losing it, they just kind of turn it up, and they're like, yo, let's go. And in the end, there's only one question to be answered. Are we getting 6 or 7 games? So I genuinely... Okay, no, we're not...
You can't do that when you just set me up for it.
No, I didn't. We're completely fine. Okay, you know what, Cassalien? Get the curtains. It's over. Yep, cut the stream. It was good enough. But regardless, we still have a match to be played, and our grand final is to decide. And 2 chances are Trucker's troops will be the ones with the favor of doing so. Was backs against the wall for the side of the fighters. The ring is set, and right now a single knockout blow could be all it takes here for the fighters' ring to be sent home.
Could be. Swiftly trying to find that 50 early on. Trocker not having any funny business here, and it will be over to Fighter in that corner. Nos trying to play that 50. Shadow does have that extra momentum to win out on that though. Although Trocker redirect downfield, can even be back for it. Fighter is to stabilize the game state here and throw it on that back wall, but early chances from both of these teams.
There is a chance right here. Low boost on the side of the ring, and not exploited, just a single demo to show for, if anything, donating the boost to that 0 boost player. He'll be happy to collect that one here. Fighter now trying to get away from this corner. Nos trying to stop him, but not good enough, and now there's the passing play. Started off Shadow to the skies, over one, has the backboard to himself, drops it, but the angle is a bit too tight for him, and in the end, the first minute without any casualties.
Certainly so. But that was the same last game, and then things got bloody as we headed into the remaining minutes, and now find ourselves with Nost with that ball over to the back wall. It will go. Trocker going to be up for this, takes that slower shot.
Oh my God!
It is a Trocker masterclass here on Neo Tokyo. Open net, back wall, doesn't really matter. He does anything that is needed of him and exceeded it, that is for sure. 1 goal lead here for the troops.
We spoke about his impact, and he surely does deliver. That's what captain should do, lead by example, and right now Fighter had a great chance to do so as well. Infield pass, drop for Swiftly, shot found, but Trocker with the save, and once more getting the team on his back. And you can see how the team is built around him and kind of just there to support him, and he'll be the one to deliver all the pain for the side of Trocker's troops.
I saw this in chat actually. Fighter, should they just go for rule 1? Because that appears to be the meta. What do you reckon? Should they just play the 2v2?
I do have a feeling they just need to lock up Trocker and find a way to forcefully set him into a rule 1, and then play this one out, because they'll have a bigger chance that way.
You heard it here first, folks. The way to win a Rocket League series is to kidnap the opponent. In-game, obviously. In-game, obviously. But now, I mean, it's chaos, right, Kiki? Both of these teams, they're scrapping around for any position on the field, and while troops hold the lead, you can't be content with that lead, because we've seen what Fighters Ring can bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Onto the backboard we go, though. They have had that equalizing goal in the previous game, but they weren't managing to hold onto it for long. But in this scenario, it could be different. They have plenty of time to work for it. I'd just like to see if they could get an earlier goal to kind of secure themselves some breathing room, some semblance of hope, rather than just putting it down to the last second. Not quite. They will go 2 down as Trocker's troops end up doubling their lead and finding it comfortable to secure themselves a potential ticket to the grand finals.
What happened there? I feel like there was just a little bit of hesitation from a couple of players, especially Fighter over in that back corner. You can't hesitate against certain players in Rocket League. And, well, the three of them on this team of troops that you certainly cannot against. Here's a third to add to the tally. Troops, it has been a great event for them so far, but they want to continue to shine, continue to rise to new heights. And, well, you know, the only way you can do that is to be in the grand finals.
Yeah, and there's a chance you're either doubling or quadrupling your prize pool if you do move on from the semi-finals, and that's certainly a big thing to look after. And right now they're doing it very comfortably. Troca looking for an angle, not quite saved by Fighter, but not for long as Karma doubles up with his brother, and they end up dominating the backline of the ring.
This is just madness. The aggression we are seeing from the troops, they've been battle tested, but it looks like Ring haven't, based on the sort of defense we're seeing here from them. It's just collapsing, it's all falling apart, and I feel like we're at a point where they're stopping to believe in themselves as well. Swiftly just needs to try and wiggle his way around a couple of players here, but even that's just not possible, being blocked at every opportunity. And Ring, they need something here, they need something now, but unless they do, this one feels over.
Yeah, I think it's too much. They never had to face such a deficit up until now, and it's on such a moment where all the players are kind of not just drained of energy, but mentally drained in terms of this being a bit of a longer series and a harder one. They knew that going into this one, they're definitely the underdogs, and they have shown that it is possible to win this series, but not today. Today is not that day, and right now Karma, he's looking like he has no mercy. He's looking to set up a fifth goal, potentially. Troca, great angle, but another burst save coming up from Shadow. And with a minute remaining, we have to say it might be time to add one more to the graveyard.
It might be. It's going to drop into the back of the net, and Nost buries his opponents here on Neo Tokyo. And, well, you said it, Kiki. Another addition to the graveyard might be moments away. 48 seconds to be precise, unless you can put 5 goals together. And, well, I don't think that's really going to be happening. Unless Fighter can get this one top shelf. It's a start, okay? It's, you know, there's a little bit more time to work with, but it's a
Brazil.
start.
Maybe a Brazil. Plenty of time for a Brazil. I don't think that's enough to equalize. You know, we've seen miracles before, but hopefully we do also see a Brazil. You know, we won't be going to a Stadio either, but maybe for the first game of the next series, I'm sure we'll be able to kind of persuade Cassalien to do that for us. But hang on a little moment. You know, kickoff goals are fast. Kickoff goals are fast when you think about it. So there's they can do 3 and 32.
Yeah, 3 kickoff goals starting to sound a little bit more possible now. I mean, I've not seen a 5-goal comeback with 50 seconds left before. It would certainly be a first, but hey, I mean, if we're writing history today, then so be it. Dropping down from the skies, Troca gonna control this one, and yeah, this is looking a little bit more controlled here. I think, you know, the reality check was needed from Ring, and well, Troca certainly gonna give them one of their own there. Reset into that pop-up, over to Karma to tap it in the back of the net. It's a perfect team play. It's a perfect exclamation point on the end of this series.
Yeah, absolutely. And when I tell you, you know, Troca only scored 1 goal, you'd think that's not impressive. But when I tell you that he participated in every single one, now that speaks volumes. 5 assists to this man's name. It's just levels above everyone else, and right now it's showing. He's putting his team to work with finding those sound plays, and all they need to do is find the finishing touch. And right now, that's the first ticket punched to the grand finals, doubling their prize pool, and it's game over for the Fighters Ring.
Yes, it is game over for Fighters Ring, but what a performance they gave us across the whole event, especially throughout that group stage. And I mean, for the side of troops, They are the first team to make it to our grand finals, and well, they will find themselves in that, I guess, final, awaiting the victor of our next series. But we've got a couple of things to cover. First is our playoff bracket. How do things stand coming into the rest of today? Because right now, Kiki, we've had a look at what that series, but we've got to have a look at the overall bigger picture.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're looking at that grand finals and the troops. I have a feeling that it's going to be a tight semi-final, just because we know that Squadron definitely dominated the bracket in terms of just the league play of day one. But in the end, you have Dix's Dogs that look very hungry. They're ready to devour. They made an insane gauntlet run, and I have a feeling that momentum might just keep going. So it's definitely going to be a tough one. But a very special announcement we do have to make is that we need to wish Shadow a big happy birthday. So everyone, please in chat, wish this man a happy birthday, because it's not a nice way to go out in the semis, but at least they made playoffs, so that's plenty to actually get that one celebrated. So congratulations, have a lovely one, Mr. Shadow. I hope you're not turning 52 as Pegasus. So there we go. That's
well, we wished him happy birthday. Now it's time to bury him. Now it's time to kill him off.
Yeah, it is. All right, well, we head to the graveyard immediately, and it's unfortunate.
Cue the intense music. They lived a long, happy life, but unfortunately, all good things must come to an end, and well, we must bury Fighter's ring before our very eyes. Oh no!
And after a spectacular first semi-final, there is only one place we can set our sights to, and that is the final roar of Dix's Dogs. Potentially the final one. We never know if they actually continue this miraculous run. I mean, just on paper, having a look at that one, it would be crazy, Hodge. But there's also South Squadron, who did end up finishing as a first seed. But less of that, more of that later on. And look at that run. I mean, I told you, Hodge, Mackey's Muchachos would make it. The only reason they didn't make it is because they faced the winners of it. They're definitely a close second there.
Stop the Cropium. Stop the Cropium. They won 1 out of 14 games yesterday. No. Anyway, going into the playoff bracket here, we have our second semi-final to play, and it is between the number 1 team from Squadron versus the number 7 team in Dogs. And Kiki, I know you've been a big fan of this run from Dogs here across that gauntlet bracket here today. Is there any belief?
I don't know.
Coming from somebody who said that Squadron were the worst team in the tournament in the draft stream.
I never. Now we're gonna just do copium right here and say that was just a moment of weakness right here. I think the Squadron are the best team in this tournament.
So we're switching it up.
Truckers are gonna win it probably because.
Stand on business.
No, standing on business, saying Trucker will win from the start, and Mackey's Muchachos deserve to be there. That's what I'm saying. The only your predictions from RSC, they have too much of a buff right now, but more about the matchup currently, as we do have to take a look in it right now. You do have that kind of Celt Mois rifles, and with Mois on the team, it's kind of rough to play around him, and I don't know if Dixa and the boys will be able to pull that one through here.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one to see if they're gonna be able to do it. There's been incredible momentum across the day for Dix's Dogs, but now Celt Squadron, they might not have momentum behind them, but they certainly have all the everything they did yesterday, which it should be enough. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna be an interesting one, Kiki. But I'd be interested to see if your prediction. It'd be funny if we finish this tournament, Celt Squadron, number 1, and I'm not sure if we're doing an interview after everything's finished in the grand final. We're not, but it'd be funny just to see them at the top after everybody. Well, I say everybody but me, Nukes and you, said that in the draft stream they'd be the worst team ever, and maybe you might in fact be the Bosnian buffoon. Who knows?
Maybe. We'll have to find that one out, but there is only one spot remaining in this one. There's no place for 2 grand finalists from this semi-final. Only one, as Trucker's troops are already awaiting the victor of this one. Will Dix's Dogs continue their immense run through the gauntlet, or will the Squadron put an end to him?
Dix's Dogs, best of the rest confirmed, but now they face potentially the hardest opponent of the tournament to re-solidify themselves and prove everyone wrong. Say our round robin, we finished 7th, but we're actually the best in the tournament. But this is going to be the deciding match, I think. Backs against the wall for both these teams, and away we go for kickoff.
Now, if this was a normal bracket, you usually see this matchup in quarterfinal round 1, right? But this is no ordinary bracket. Dogs have earned their right to be here in this second semi-final, fighting their way through the gauntlet, but it's now their ultimate challenge. If they win this, honestly, they win the tournament in my eyes. They've done everything they can to get to the grand final, but they have to start off strong. And, well, Celt, with a bit of a mistake, picks up the pieces and sends it back the other way. It's going to be quite an interesting affair.
Already out the gates straight away, charging at their opponents. I mean, they've had a bit of a break now. They were on a hot streak before, game after game after game, back to back, and now that they've had some time to rest, maybe the kettle has cooled down a bit, but it's going to be time to heat up now as we continue on. A minute past, nothing really connecting so far, as our Assault Squadron have been sat here for a few hours at home. They're feeling warmed up, or maybe they need this first game to catch up, but judging on how far they've come so far in the tournament, they're not making as many moves as I thought they would. It's all been Dogs on the attack so far right now, biting at the ankles. Salt managing the ball in the corner. It's caught in the midfield, not really letting the ball go anywhere, but look at that, cleared away. Let's see if counter-attack yields anything.
Right then. As a man on Squadron myself, I will say there is a lot of trash talk when it comes to tea breaks and stuff, so I'm expecting quite a bit of a fight in terms of not just on the pitch, but a bit of mind games as well, coming from the #1 seed here. Engine with a shot towards net, just a bit too wide, nothing to come of it. Double commit by Squadron, but South is there to pick up the pieces. And a pass over a pinch into the midfield. Dixo with a great read to get rid of that one.
Yeah, beautiful. Both teams kind of really providing great answers to one another. South with a shot on net, Dixo with the save. It's already carried back into the side of Squadron, but so many attacks being shut down in this midfield. The side wall, he puts in midfield, no one's there to follow up, and it's cleared away at the top of the defender's car. It really is moving at 1,000 miles per hour, this match. Coast to coast, these plays being shut down. Dix is going to carry this one. Salt catches it off the backboard. He's going to go for the dribble for the follow-up. Maybe he gets a reset. No, he drops down after the challenge from Engine. We've got no boost to follow that play up. Turv's going to try and make something happen. He doesn't manage to do so. It's the continuous defense of the Squadron.
I'll call you back to 2 hours ago, where it was Dogs versus the Jury, and game 1 was a very similar feel. It was a lot of back and forth and a 0-0 scoreline right up until the death. Celt will clear this one away. But it seems slower, this game. No one wants to make that first mistake. Everyone trying to get themselves an opportunity, and they've all been relatively close, but relatively easy to save at the same time. So Dogs, they have been on the attack a bit more than Squadron, but Squadron have been reserved, calm and collected in this opening game.
Yeah, for me, it's the positioning of these players. They know how to manage their spacing. They're reading their opponents well, and I think that's the difference maker in this with this top seed, is that they're not going to make those same mistakes that maybe you're used to in the previous matches that you've had against the rest of the table. And that's going to be the true test for them, as they have proven themselves with that Gauntlet run, the amazing and dominant Gauntlet run that the Dogs have put forward. Now they're looking to really drive home that run in getting this win over Squadron, but Squadron not letting them do that, as in a flash 4 minutes have passed, final minute left to go. Can something happen? It looks like Dix is going to make it happen as he scores right in the cusp, right on the last minute, trying to deny the overtime, and beautiful setup. Salt's not able to do anything about that.
There was a fake there by the first man, and it threw one of the players off for Squadron, and just like that, Dixer managing to get the opening goal of the series. It's taken 4 minutes and 20 seconds to happen, but Mao is now looking for a quick response. Flip reset 1, flip reset 2, but the ball goes away from them. Self taking this one to the corner, trying to find a quick response. A 50 up high. This is dangerous. Dix has to get there. Doesn't get there, but Mauer's lack of boost sends it high, but it's still lurking dangerously.
That's got to be in. That's got to be in.
This has to happen. No! What? Turb, who's had a fantastic day so far, keeps that streak going. A save on the goal line. Final 10 seconds. Rifus with a shot. Turb with a save again. Engine with a follow-up touch. It's still bouncing back and forth, but it will be cleared away. And who'd have thought? Dogs take game number 1.
Oh, it just, all the defenders just floating up in the air. It doesn't seem like anyone could reposition for what seemed like basically an open net, but Turb coming in clutch. 3 saves to his name that game in the first place, but that's been his brand so far for this team. Absolute defensive powerhouse, and wow, able to deny Squadron. And this is not a hard team to not an easy team to defend against. Sorry, like it judging based on what we've seen so far, but taking it 1-0, still a close game, but it took forever for one of those goals to connect. And wow, you know, there's not much room either side with these teams, and you can tell that this has the vibe that it's going to be a pretty close one.
Yeah, absolutely, and I completely forgot about my background. I forgot it's cheap. But yeah, we head to game 2. Dogs have the advantage, and wow, they haven't stopped since they started at 1 o'clock British time, and it's just been a constant push forward. It's been an exceptional charge from them boys, but Squadron looking to start immediately on the front foot in game number 2. Nothing to happen, but this thing happened with Jury in the series not too long ago, right? But instead, it's gone the complete other way round, and Dixer finds another. That is 2 goals for him this series. 1-0 for the Dogs again, but this time very early on.
The challenge from Njib as Rifles tried to clear it. Dixer read it well. He saw the challenge happen and he positioned himself. It just feels like he's the one to put them home, right? His teammates seem to be setting him up really well, but yeah, I mean, 1-0 up and complete opposite ends of the game compared to last time where we get it in the first 30 seconds.
Mauis trying to find a pass inside, not to come, but it doesn't matter. Dixo misread the play. Rifus rotating back. It was a good challenge by Turb, and Dixo left awkward in the corner again. Engine will have to get this one clear. Doesn't get the touch, but will eventually. But Celt's there with a pass inside, and it's a misplay. Dixo has a chance now. Plenty of time. Off the ceiling. Doesn't find the follow, but Turb is there to send it to the backboard. Again, Rifus just picking up that loose ball. Mauis now charging downfield, a backflip pop up, and no one's there to follow, and it's a bit of discombobulation from both sides. A bit of like nobody wants to go for this ball, nobody wants to hit the ball, but a double demo from Celt.
Yes, indeed, that's passed over to Mois in the midfield, challenged by Turb. Rifles has to intercept to stop the attack, and of passing plays being made, but there's no boost on the side of Celt Squadron, so they're gonna have to concede possession. Concede that control of the match, and we have Celt coming in for something. It's not going to work. Mois pass over to Rifles. Rifles equalizes. As finally the passing play connects, it comes through, and a beautiful setup from Mois right there.
Finally on the scoreboard after 6.5 minutes of play overall in the series, but that doesn't matter to them. They've managed to get one past the Dogs. The Squadron looking to fly high here in game number 2, trying to get a comeback in this one. A demo by Njib though will slow the kickoff down and a backflip. The ball is in loose territory, but Rifers managing to avoid all the chaos there. Dixer not getting the touch, and this could be dangerous. Celt has boost, 20 to work with. Flip up high, and it's a double commit in the defense. But again, a good clear by Njib there.
Yeah, beautiful clear. Equal in the series with 3 minutes left to go. Plenty of time for both sides to make something happen, as Squadron seem to be throwing out all the punches in this one. So he tries to play it slow. He's got a chance to 50 it. Does. It's towards the midfield. Celt's going to get popped away. Mois challenged. So much space in this corner here for Dogs to do something. And it looks like Engine wants to set up Dixer. Dixer makes it count, and he puts the team in the lead. Another clinical play, another clinical pass with that pinch from Engib. Beautiful setup.
This is a hat-trick from Dixer. This is a redemption arc from Dixer, being voted the most toxic. I see him as the most professional on the pitch right now. 2-1 to the Dogs. The squadron come crashing and burning down again, it seems. Rifus trying to get a touch, nothing to come into the mid for that one, so Dixer will try and get a 50. Maoist with a good control, but doesn't get much more on that. It looks scrappy from Squadron. There hasn't been a consistent play, apart from the one goal that they scored, which was a pass. But Selt now, again, not getting the best 50. They've been held in the midfield. Engine with a tap into the corner. Maoist will have this free ball, pass inside. No one's there. No one's there to take that. And it's a reset again.
So once again, like, they're so characteristic of both these teams, not giving inch or mile to one another. The demos from Selt starting to come through. Burst on the attack, Selt shadowing Dixer a little bit. He's got no boost, but he's faking it pretty nicely, buying time for his team to push forward. Once again, the game has slowed down. Dixer's Dogs still ahead, looking to keep that lead. Moas now has a chance to pass over to Selt. Is he going to do it? He just kind of floats it above the crossbar. Nothing really comes of it. And that looks like an opportunity. No, Moas coming in for the block. And this might be a chance for a counter-attack, which it is. Selt down the middle. It's intercepted by Engib. And we're waiting. We're waiting patiently for the equalizer. But Dixer's Dogs really handling their lead well. Not giving anything to Squadron.
Frith said it perfectly in the chat there, a Cloud9 run, and it absolutely is. They're currently just on form, dominating. It's going to be a third for Engib here in game number 2. And we are looking to see a 2-0 result at the moment in the series for Dogs. And if anyone could have predicted that, then my oh my. Give me the lottery numbers for next week, please. That's all I'm asking. But Dogs on a generational run in this league so far, considering how poor they performed in groups yesterday. They haven't looked back since, and they have a 2-goal advantage, now down to 1 as Selt finally gets himself on the scoreboard. 2-3.
Selt that got the clear, and he followed up his own clear to score. Bit of disruption from Moas on the defenders, and kind of opened up a bit of space for him to do that and make that goal happen. But 37 seconds left, still on the cards for Squadron to equalize. Maybe give us a bit of OT in this best of 7. Well, Dix's Dogs take a bit of a break point in the series. Still a lifeline for Squadron. It's not over for them yet, but considering what I'm watching, this is Dix's Dogs game to win, I'll be honest.
Absolutely. Final 10 then. Engib gets a good clear. He's going to have control of this one. Looks for the bump. Doesn't find it, but Dix is there to follow. Cleared away by Moas, but it's too little too late for Squadron in game 2 unless something happens now. But the ball will hit the ground, and Dogs, led by Dixer, will take 2 games. And it's been a perfect performance for them so far. Will they keep this up? Surely their momentum has to stop at some point. They've had an hour break. It doesn't matter. They will keep taking teams down.
Yeah, just because it goes to show you how unpredictable the table's been in general. They started out really strong. They've continued that through. That it's the consistency for me. They've consistently done this to every single opponent, and for me, it comes down to confidence. I made this point before about Dixer. The confident lead, always going up for those plays, and you can see right there knocking on the door as he's demolished all of the opponents so far, coming to take down seed number 1 and emerge as the scariest team in the tournament.
Absolutely, and it looks like you've ascended, Zach. You're completely transparent.
Yes, I'm reaching the end of my days as this tournament has gone on, and I should soon be joining the graveyard as I wait for this game to finish and props to Cassalien for making it happen. We were doing it mid-game.
Oh, and obviously that graphic couldn't be more true. Even though Dix's dogs storming through, knocking down each and everyone's door, and they will keep coming. They've even come for Zach as he's ascending. As we
They're taking me with them. The Dix's Dogs team streamcaster the entire tournament. Yeah. And it all ends here. All I can hope is that I sacrifice myself as they move forth into the grand finals against the other semi-finalist winner. But here we go, game 3. Break point for Dix's Dogs. Looking a clean sweep South Squadron. Seed number 1 after such a strong performance in day 1. And all of our logic falling apart from those stats right there.
DFH Stadium. It's where we have our 3rd game. Will we even see a 5th or a 6th at this rate? Who knows? But Celt trying to keep the defense clear. Dixer sending out with the back with rifles. Awkward on boost. Has to get this one clear, but Engine is there. And Dixer waiting on that sidewall. Didn't really get the best of touches. I don't think it matters. The pressure is still there. Dixer's not going to turn for that one. It's clear downfield, and Turb tapping that one to the corner. Celt with a pass inside. Dixer pops it up high. Again, back and forth. We need a clean shot from one of these sides to really set their foot in. Celt is heading backwards. He's flip resetting backwards. He's adding more pressure to his side here. Pass across. Doesn't come to anything, but Dixer's What? What? Squadron, no! Dix's Dogs! Get another! It's 1-0 in game number 3.
It's a 5v1. What is that? That is 2 squadron players putting it closer to the net and then a weak clear. I don't really know what the idea was there, but that's going to cost them as Dix's Dogs completely punish it. And now they're behind yet again. Dogs out the gate, scoring every chance they get. Maybe a chance to equalize, but it's just slightly wide. Not able to follow up, but you can see the desperation, how quickly they're rushing to these balls. And right now it's the calm and collected Dogs putting the collar on the opponents.
There's even copium in our booth here as Kiki's put the reverse sweep is gonna go crazy. I don't see it happening. I really don't, unless an equalizer was to occur. And maybe a change of pace, but again, just another missed opportunity by Squadron. Engib gets a clear, but Maus will send it back the other way, and Turbo's waiting for that one. Does get the touch. Rifer's looking to pick up this ball. Leaving for Celt, no, goes by himself, but Dixer ready for that one. Sends it back into the mid, and Maus doing everything they can as 3rd, but that's a pitch! Oh! Oh no! 2-0 to Dogs in game 3.
See, Kiki might be in the background calling for a reverse sweep, but isn't this the team that he rated the worst? Like, isn't this kind of proof? Like, isn't this kind of supporting his viewpoint? I don't know what he's cooking, but either way, Dogs, honestly, surprising everyone. Celt with a shot. Turb saved that away very nicely, and nothing that South Squadron seem to be doing is working. And we might have seen a bit of a dark horse, of course, making the full run through the gauntlet. This is why this format's great, right? Because you've got a team that's maybe not done so well in the first day, and actually their full potential being realized in these games. Don't sleep on them, because they seem to just be demolishing everyone.
Chewing everyone's ankles. Just chewing everyone's ankles through this tournament. And it's honestly been so impressive. 2 minutes left in this 3rd game. And the Squadron haven't looked like scoring, really, though the majority of the series as Turb looks to try and get a 3rd. Dixer's going to be there with a follow, finds a 3rd. And Dixer has scored, what is that, 7 goals this series?
Yeah, it's always him either finding those positions to really put those goals home, or his teammates setting him up. It's definitely acting captain right there, setting the example for the whole scene as he's storming away with everything, essentially. And Mois gets one back, and I looked away for a second from what looked like it was just going to be a setup from a clear, but it's actually the challenge from Mois off the ceiling. It just finds its way into the net. Not a setup play at all, just a look at the draw.
Absolutely. Celt just came flying in, just denied any sort of opportunity and manages to get a goal. And is it too early to call it a consolation? Is there a chance for a comeback? Celt decides maybe, but Engib in the clear on the goal line. Up high now. Dixer will get this one towards the sidewall, but Celt is ready for it. A demo comes through by Maus, but nothing too threatening as Turb manages to get a clear bump as well. The back lines are open. Engib sends it downfield, and it's gonna be a fourth for Dogs.
That's Engib. Who was it? Engib trying to steal it away. I don't even know. Yeah, it was Turb trying to put it in. Had his stat. It actually looked like it went off his car. But yeah, I mean, all the chances for Celt Squadron to come back into this are dwindling as we've got 1 minute approaching. 3-goal gap. Tries to go for the ground pinch. No counter attack as Engib makes it back in time for the challenge, and nothing, like I said, nothing working for them. I even cast a curse them. Yes, I can. Celt puts one in, and now the goal lead reduced to 2. And suddenly there is a window.
Is this really what we're coming down to? We're gonna have to cast the curse, the Dogs. Like, is this seriously how we're gonna have to do things? Because there's a minute left. I don't see them conceding another 2. Wink, wink. I don't at all. The Rifers carrying this one downfield. Dixer will be there to block any sort of passing opportunity. Low on boost though, Celt will carry this, quickly set active, but Engib gets a challenge. It's going to be dangerous as Turb looks for a clear. Rifers with a tap up high, and Maus didn't get to it, so it will be sent back the other way. 35 seconds left. Squadron need 2 goals. It's a tough ask, very much so, as Dogs are playing exceptionally well.
Yeah, match point coming happen. Oh my goodness. Maus and Celt, the dream team. Engib clearing it away, and just a redirect from Maus into the bottom left. Nothing the defense can do. And all of a sudden, what was looking like a match point is now up in the air. They've managed to get 2 back for their troubles in the past 30 seconds. And this is a complete switch around from a bit of a lapse in defense. I think it's really been a bit of a exploit mistake from Squadron, but see if they can do something in this last 10 seconds as we do approach it. They are on the attack.
Celt then pass into the goal. Rifles is there, leaves it for Maus. Finds it! It's 4-4 with 2 seconds left to go, and they were forward up the Dogs, but they've come falling back down to reality. You cannot switch off with 3-goal advantage against this side, and within a minute they've converted 2 more. And have I cursed it? Maybe. But my goodness, we have leveled the scoreline and we head to overtime in game 3.
They've thrown themselves a bone, and not talking about Dixer's Dog this time. Celt Squadron coming back to force this game into overtime, but they still have work to do. They still have to take this set to really protect themselves. And the 50 coming through. Turb scores it, and that's match point. 3 sets in a row. And it's getting closer and closer, but it's still Dogs on top.
I apologize for my mic peaking. I really do. But it's doing that to protect your ears more than anything. Dogs 3-0 up in the series. And Squadron, they're looking at being swept in the semi-finals.
And I'm getting closer and closer to perishing. There's not much of me left, but I will hold on for this 4th game. But maybe I'm brought back into it if the series extended. So I don't know how this works, but Cassalien cooking in the background. 14 shots on the side of Celt Squadron, and wow, I mean both sides doing a lot, especially with the comeback as well. But ultimately, it's the Dogs that take it.
Let's not avoid the fact that Dogs are at a 3-goal advantage and Squadron took it to overtime. They can score goals, and Celt has finally woken up. 1 goal, 3 assists, 2 saves to their name. But can it be enough? We head to Utopia Coliseum for game number 4. And, well, we are staring at the verge of a sweep in the semi-finals by the 7th seed to the 1st.
Yeah, I mean, even the group looked like close, but these guys have shown why they deserve to be ahead of the pack. So I'm not really too sure what happened to them yesterday, sorry, since yesterday. But they've found their group, they've found their team play, and for a captain's tournament, the synergy that these guys have is crazy. And maybe that's the whole reason that these Dive Esports players were chosen by Dixer. If it is the right team that I'm thinking of. Oh, Turb, good patience, and he just dismantles the back line, getting the ball past and off to a flying start once again. The bump from Enjib as well to set that up, and Selt couldn't do anything. Goes for the flip. Turb playing the time absolutely perfectly, and well, 30 seconds in. It doesn't seem like they're going to be slowing down.
Turb could have hit that first time, you know. He had every right to hit that first time. He decided to play the mental game to slow things right down. Caused two of the defenders to panic, which made it look even worse for Squadron. And that is a panic moment off the backboard. Selt does well, but bumps his teammate in the process. Turb's there with the overhead. It's 2! It's 2, and Squadron, they're falling apart. 2-0 to Dogs, and it was just chaos on the back lines. Bumps everywhere, and Turb, with plenty of power, finds the left side of the net.
This Cloud Esports / Dive roster coming together, completely dominating the tournament and completely dominating day 2. You can be thankful to the format for being able to do so, but also just for their own skill so far that they're showcasing, and all the trash talk, everything that they've been doing. It's talk's definitely not been cheap for their case, I would say.
Absolutely not. The last line of defense is troops in the grand final. Oh my goodness, Dix has found the bottom left again, as it's 3. And as I was saying, troops are the last line of defense, which is usually the first line of defense in realistic terms, but they're gonna have to put a stop to this absolutely emphatic run by Dogs. And if they win, if Dogs win this game, they've only dropped 2 games throughout the entirety of today, which is an exceptional performance.
Yeah, just on a speed run. Maybe they want to watch the F1 or something, I don't know. But they're definitely putting on a show for us. But what can South Squadron do? It doesn't seem like they're not looking like the #1 seed right now. It's almost like we're swapping places a little bit. Not really not sure what to make of it, but right now they're still on the attack. Dixer gets the double tap off the backboard, and it's just everything that they're doing. Beautiful setup from the teammate as well. Turb, beautiful placement. Dixer, beautiful execution. And this game is running away from Salt Squadron. They look like they might be out in a flash as we wait for them to do something in these next 3 minutes, because nothing seems to be going on for them except the 4 goals conceded.
Squadron must have had their Christmas works do last night, because it's a completely different side we're seeing of them as well. They're looking uncomfortable, they're looking a bit lackluster, but a double demo looking to create an opportunity. There's half a game left to go. They need something now, and it's cleared away somehow by the Dogs defense after having 2 players removed from the map entirely.
Yeah, they made that option to go for the aggressive bump demos. They can't defend if they're not on the field, so that's the mentality. But Dixer's just like, oh, well, you've made a mistake, I'm going to punish you now. And desperation's just turning into punishment right there.
I couldn't quite catch what our producer was saying. I whispered something in our ears.
Me either.
But I've got nothing to really say apart from the fact that this has been absolute domination. Dixer throwing some bad manners in the chat as well. Why not? You know, it's valid. You've been rated the most toxic. Might as well embrace that as you are butchering everyone on every pitch, no matter what game it's been. You're 4-0-ing the #1 seed. This is proving a point for the Dogs.
they're looking rattled. Dixon with the BM in the chat too, like just getting in their heads too, playing the mental game. But Rifus says, I've got something to show you, as he does get one back. I don't know, I'm not sure if it's going to matter much given the scoreline that we've got, but that's certainly a start. But maybe all a bit too late for them.
Maybe. It might very well be. 95 seconds and Squadron need to find something. The Air Force named side is not flying at all. In fact, all their planes are grounded. They're down. They're out for maintenance. They can't do anything. They're stuck. But they're looking for more. They're trying to find something. They're trying to find some last-minute tweaks, and they've got a second after 13 seconds of play here. 1:19 left. They've got to find everything they can. They've got to heist the engines. They've got to crank up the nitrous oxide. They need to push for everything that they've got here.
Yeah, I'm sure Trocker's troops watching in eagerness as they are, according to production, hoping to clap Dix's Dogs in the grand finals, completely shut down their perfect run. And can you blame them? The trash talk final boss of both Trocker and Dixa, both the teams right here. And really, it's just domination. It's not even close for me. Right now, it doesn't seem like Squadron have stood a chance at any point in this game, to be honest. And oh my god, what a save. Didn't even credit him with the save, but that was beautiful from Turb. Off the ceiling, denying it completely, and the 50's gonna roll in. And that makes the series 6-2. Are you going to score goals in 25 seconds? I mean, I know we had a quick 2 last game, but this is looking like a complete dominant sweep from the Dogs.
It's just been quite literally a series of unfortunate events for Squadron. They've decided to rock up and think, yeah, we can take these guys, and they've been proven completely wrong. Dixa, I honestly, credit where it's due. You've had the whole of the teams against you in this tournament, and you've gone out there and decided to prove them wrong. Final 5 seconds, the clock ticks down. It is mathematically impossible for Squadron to come back, and Dix's Dogs, through it all, advance to the grand final.
In convincing fashion, indeed. What a beauty of a game to watch. What a beauty of a performance from the Dogs. And wow, let's take a look at the bracket now. I mean, that is insane. Even maybe including the Gauntlet round 2, but as we wait for that score to come forth, it's going to be Trocker's Troops versus Dix's Dogs in the grand finals. Doing wonderfully, and yeah, as we kind of approach this, I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on this grand finals matchup? Because I do believe it looks like we're going to a short break in a minute.
Well, there's my thoughts. You can't see the camera, but I've got a dog as a background now. And I see them taking the entire thing. I see them taking the entire thing. Look at that. You know who I'm supporting in the grand final. It's been an absolutely generational run from Dix's Dogs. They have one more challenge of Trocker's Troops. However, I don't see them stopping now. They've got this far. They're constantly going, and Zach, you're fading into the abyss, my friend.
It is. It looks like I might be disappearing, and unfortunately, not just me, but also Salt Squadron, as the producers moved to my transparent. I've come back to life. What is this? Oh, hey. Never mind. We're back.
No.
I know what's going on, but let us hold a minute of silence, a minute of worry for Salt Squadron as they get knocked out in probably the most convincing fashion, and they're completely shut out, not even close. And join me in the morning as we not in the morning. Joining me in my morning as we bid them farewell. And
I can't believe it, man.
I can't believe it either.
I can't. The Dogs they've given rabies to everyone, man.
They've bitten everyone's ankles. No one's got the ankles. Hello, everyone. I've risen from the grave to bring you the desk for the grand finals alongside Doromus, and we've been talking in the background. We just want to give some thank yous as we reach the last best of 7 for this event. A huge thank you to Remoraid for all of the graphics work that he's put in to this tournament. Of course, all the production that you see here today, combination of both his hard work and also Newton from Dash Studio. I think we can all agree that this has been an incredible stream to watch, production-wise, production value, and also to us casters coming to you, bringing the games to life and everything like that. So huge thank you to everyone and huge W's all around for production and also the players too for putting on a great show for us. But yeah, Doromus, we want to do a bit of a review, right? We want to do a quick review on the journey of day 1, the league table. Let's have a quick look at the standings and just how the rounds actually panned out for these teams.
Absolutely, and taking a look at the table here, so obviously we have Troops and Dogs in the grand final, but it was a bit of a rough day for Dogs, finishing in 7th place. They dropped actually 2-0 to Troops in round 5, but again, like their results were constantly back and forth. You know, a 0-2 to Fiends to start things off, 2-0 to Jury in round 2, and then a draw in round 3. It's been inconsistency throughout, but then all of a sudden they've showed up today. Like, you look at the group table there, Troops in 2nd place, right? They've done exceptionally well to get where they are, but Dogs, you cannot avoid what they've done in today's session. They've gone through the entire gauntlet, and here they are in the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, only grabbing it looked like 2 wins in round robin, and then getting 5 wins basically in a row. Right now, and not just in convincing fashion, where like a longer format and completely dominating basically everything that they've encountered. But yeah, Truckers Troops, of course, nothing to shout out either. Like they've also dominated too, defeating Fighters Ring for 4-2 in that first semi-finals. The first game of the tournament, they had a strong showing, and maybe they're not carrying as much momentum or like domination as the Dogs, but they're looking to take these guys out, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I've said, look, I'm going to be a Dogs fan for this grand final. And quite frankly, yes, I still want them to take it all the way. I haven't seen something like this, obviously, since Cloud9 in RLCS. So it's been an exceptional performance by them. However, I think it is time for the hype chamber, and oh, not yet. Sorry, my bad. I forgot to actually mention the matchup. I mentioned the matchup, and yes, of course, we have Troops versus Dogs. Obviously, Dogs it's basically been a Dogs team stream so far, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. Just pure content for them as they've been performing, and I think that Truckers Troops can't afford to relax against these guys, right? Because we've seen how many mistakes that they punish, the positioning that they have, the passing plays. It doesn't even look, you wouldn't think this is a captain's drafted team. These guys have synergy. And I think if there's anyone to challenge the Goliath of Trucker and his team, it's got to be these guys.
Absolutely, but it is time for us to just say goodbye to the stream. Zach, thank you, and now we head to Kiki to take things away for the hype chamber.
And all tournament long, every moment has led to this. Dixas Dogs, the miracle run, the heart from the gauntlet up against Truckers Troops, the unstoppable force. Heart versus perfection, underdogs versus juggernauts. Let's crown a champion.
Well, the Dogs have broken free from the lead, but now they go to war versus the Troops, who've dominated the group stage and dispatched the Fighters. The Dogs have dislodged every team in their path, but now one final team stands in their way. The talk has been talked, but now it's time to walk that walk. Welcome to your Talk is Cheap Grand Finals. It's myself, Hodge, joined alongside Sir Pegasus.
And the first seed is absent. Dogs taking that place after an unbelievable gauntlet run. It was the longest journey any team could possibly pull off on this championship Saturday. And they'll get us started already in the grand finals. They strike first, but when has that ever been different?
Yeah, it has been an incredible road for Dogs. They started in round 1 of our Gauntlet bracket, winning every single match on their road to this point. Everybody taken down, nobody able to stand up to their level. They've been 16-2 on the day, Pegasus, throughout their games. It feels like it has to end in a championship, and it might just if they can keep this pressure up.
But look at the talent on that roster. Nos, Trocker, and Karma. These are 3 names that have been titans of the Swiss leagues for quite some time. But then you've got Dixer, the captain of that opposing team, reigning Switzerland champion. He's at the very top, not only of those toxicity leaderboards, but on the pitch as well. Off to a great start in this first game as well. Looks to try and double the scoring, but Karma instead will sweep this ball forward. It's a save coming out here from Turb, the player that, in my eyes, dominated that final round of the Gauntlet. It was that cherry on top for what was already such an ecstatic run. Their opponents have supposed to get tougher as the day has gone on. They were not supposed to defeat the first seed, but this time they've completely beaten themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Enjib thought he had that one. Turb tried to squishy save it out the back of their net. Bit of a miscommunication, and it's disaster for Dogs, but better it happens now in game number 1 before, you know, you really get into a series, because I think there's time now, Pegasus, where you can find that reset, you can get yourself back into it. If that happened in a game 7, it would be over.
Only semis and grands are that best of 7 format. These two teams have very little experience in that regard in the past few days. Of course, in many other external tournaments, they have gotten to these deeper runs on numerous occasions, but now it's stepping up to the plate. This entire tournament about backing up your talk, all those conversations that I have on amongst the community, a very tight-knit community, I must say. The Swiss league and the Swiss entire environment is one that many other nations are to be jealous of, but there are personalities here, but those all have to come out to play here on the Rocket League pitch, and so far the lines are neutral, and that cool, calm, collected team of troops have been able to find that equalizer. But what the Dogs do so special, Hodge, is they make any team that should be calm. They've beaten the likes of Flo, Melogs, and made them panic on their own lines.
Yeah, we've looked at a lot of teams throughout this event and thought, these guys are underperforming. We expect better from them. It's because, you know, you face up against the team like Dogs, who statistically, from what we saw from them yesterday in the group stage, they looked pretty awful. They looked pretty rubbish, to be honest with you, Pegasus. And to come into today and just turn up to 11, turn up to another level and take down everybody in their path, it really is just, you know, something that you've got to look at and you've got to commend.
Absolutely. NG, sorry. Going down the lines in his own corner. Karma is patient on that first ball. Doesn't have many boosts in the tank, so he's going to commit that flip too early. Now has time to just wrap behind. That's that third player. Got some boost as well for their troubles. That one will sending its way straight to the other side. Enjib looks available. Dixavo's going to be that player to jump. Turb cutting in from about halfway point. Keeps this ball extended. This is the high press that we have been very used to now here on a Vision Gaming broadcast. That ball is out once more. That offense does come to an end. They couldn't really create any chances out of that. Troops have done well to solidify their final third.
Well, Dixer now trying to solidify a position on this ball. It's going to be tipped off a bit, and Turb are going to look to re-aggress here. Onto the backboard it will go. Dixer to pick it up once again on the backboard. The pressure just circling as Dogs are trying to get their rotations and their ducks in a row here, but Troops, they're not having any of that. Unlike other teams, they'll disrupt that a little bit more, or will they? Trocker, a bit of a backflip, a bit of a mistake. That's going to allow Dixer an opportunity. Trocker had to play the saviour, had to dive right back in, and does to help his teammate out there. Otherwise, that was going to be a goal there. Another one for the Dogs to add to their tally. A close game here in game number 1. This one still feels like it could go either way. Chances on both sides, and here's another one for Karma.
And the statistics are backing that as well. This has been two-sided. Turb hasn't quite found the target with that strike. Dixer will look for the follow, but now it's Trucker on the counter-attack. Has to boom that ball forward. It is just about enough. Scoreline sent back to equal. And this game, where it's so hard to differentiate between these two sides, once again closes up.
Feels like this could be the story that we tell throughout this grand final, throughout this series, back and forth. It is, you know, momentum from Dogs, the momentum that they've built up over the past couple of hours. And, you know, when we talk about teams and dominant runs often in Rocket League tournaments, right? Momentum, it plays a big factor, but it often gets to a point where if you've been playing for so long, if you've been, you know, getting up to this point, you start to feel a bit fatigued, Pegasus. And I wonder if Dogs are going to reach that point throughout this series, or if they are just going to, you know, continue their run. If they get a little bit of pushback, then you could certainly bet on it. But right now, the only pushback that's happening is troops being forced into their own net by Dogs just diving on them.
5 series and 2 game losses in one day is simply a stat that does not lie. They carry their pace in the grand finals. They've already beaten the first seed. They should be the favourites in this grand final. But you know that troops, they're going to have some tricks up their sleeve. And that Armada is going to see themselves charging forward for now, though. Going to have to work it from their own third. Troker does get that delayed flick as well to take the ball over. 8 seconds left to try and force an OT, but that ground is heating up. Soon it will be lava. 3 seconds remaining, and now it's a full ground to aim for here for the Dogs, but Dixer has ended up sending that one high off the corner. Nos has 100 boosts waiting underneath. That's exactly the situation they want to find themselves in, but it is an ambitious challenge coming in from Engine. Karma looks for that pass out. Nos already positioned high to try and pick up on this ball. Should it land? It does, and it flicks way too wide of the post. Nost is 50'd off, and Dogs secure another victory.
Yes, they do. The Dogs cannot be dragged down here, whether it be in the grand final, the semi-final, or any stage of this game. Feels like they're starting to become inevitable here, Pegasus. Is that so? Is it that simple? Well, that's what troops have got to prove here, that they can dislodge the momentum that Dogs have built up over the course of today. I mean, you know, what we've seen, it is just insane. I don't think I've seen it in a Swiss tournament, at least, or in a Rocket League tournament in general, a team go 7th in league play, albeit a very short league play, and then you know, come back to just destroy every team in the fashion that we're seeing right now from Dogs. You know, you might see underdog stories, but they're pretty much doing it in sweeps every single time.
Absolutely, but that first game was far from simple. A 3-2 result, a rather back and forth affair, and many saves actually forced out the side of Dogs. It was 6 total on their end, only 3 on the side of Troops, so they still have that efficiency, this troop side. They are getting these shots on target, maybe not quite finding the power or the exact placement into those higher or lower corners that they are looking for. But should that start to click from this second game onwards, we could see a very different dynamic of series. But that's all speculation. Let's get that answered on Forbidden Temple.
Well, it's time to find that answer. And, well, Troops a good kickoff. Can Shocker get it over the top of that last man? Well, the whiff comes through, so that helps out a little bit. But Nos, back ball bound once again. It's just disarray in this defensive side, but somehow Dogs, they're going to hold on. But, you know, right back in there. Troops, they're going to keep the pressure dialed up a little bit here, Pegasus. They're not going to give their opponents a moment to breathe. And, well, I mean, it might be down the other end, but the pressure, it could pick back up. It could just go down the other side. It could be Turby picks it up. It feels like both of these teams, they just need to establish themselves in this early game, right?
Karma, 50, breaks through. Trucker vote, 0 boost, and neither does the third Nos. He's actually going to bail all the way back. That's going to leave those 2 front men to maintain their position. Nos finds his moment to dive now. Karma has to leave this ball across. Turb has been forced to bring that heavy touch forward, and now that's going to be an opportunity to press high for the troops should they want to take that opportunity. But Dixer always so fast on that follow-up, but this time facing opponents that are confident enough to try and match him, to jump as early as he does. They have that mechanical excellence. They have that second and third man in cahoots, being able to rotate back in time for any players that have to commit early on either side. This truly does feel like the clash of the titles. This is the deserved grand finals.
Certainly is. Njib off of that ceiling, and Turb going to follow up on that touch. 3.5 minutes left for both of these teams to try and see what they can do to break down the other one. No goals yet on either side. The chances, they've been, you know, there on both teams, more so for the side of Dogs, but Troops have still certainly had that pressure, had that possession, and been putting together a couple of plays here and there. But Dixer off of this sidewall tries to get it in field for a teammate. Will be down the other side though as Turb throws it onto that sidewall for Trocker to pick it up. Okay, not quite who he imagined he'd try and find there, but nonetheless, it is going to be the case. Dixer pick it up and take it round this corner, and it's just once again Dogs just trying to break through from this hole that they've been put under by Troops. But Troops, it feels like yes, you can have a little bit of that pressure. They can't make it count though.
Absolutely, but Stogs look to make it count in this occasion. That one doesn't quite break through, and I mean, it actually does range true as well with the statistics. The shot stats for Troops not being as high as you would expect, only 3 total, and with how much time they've spent in that final third, you'd think they'd find a lot more of these killer passes, these opportunities to at least force a response out of Dogs at 50. Landed dangerously, but ultimately once more not on target. Dixer's just going to go for this boost steal. We'll go for an extra touch as well, maybe 2 coming off the ceiling, but Nos instead goes for that pinch, just wants to get it out of danger. There's definitely time there to just take control of the ball instead. This isn't going to be a Team Dogs that panics when that pinch is sent forward. They will control. Okay. Karmabo has a free backboard. There's been a miss! And he goes all the way. The first goal lands the Troops, and it is an aerial assault to get the job done.
Yeah, you'd think it was the skies of South Squadron with what we just saw there, flying through the air. Comes the Troops, and well, it looked like that was what Dogs were going to do for a second. They were setting up the team passing play, to the corner from the sky, the pre-jump from the second man as well. And Troops just said, "Nah, that's not happening. We're going to just beat you at your own game, okay?" And that's exactly what they've just done, taking the lead here as they look to try and steal away game number 2 here in this series, tie up this series, and well, show that they are still competitive and take the 3rd game of the day off of Dogs, because they don't lose a lot. So, if anyone's going to test them, it feels like it is going to be Troops.
Certainly not. Can't get a touch on that ball, and Dixer looking for that looping strike. Trocker, though, does well to keep that ball close. Goes for the plan B, but it's a little bit too cute for this opportunity. Doesn't end up getting the touch he'd require, so instead Turb going to go for that double challenge. They've given a lot of time here for Dogs to pick up boost, and now they picked up the position as well. Once more a save. Forced out of Karma. Turb looking to try and cut inside from the corner. Wants it once more, but no one's at that far post. Everyone on that near side. And that's how they're punished. Ball back in field. Back to square one with Troops being able to somewhat collect themselves.
Yep, downfield we go. 40 seconds. Feels like crucial times here for Dix's Dogs. They need a goal sooner rather than later, and we've seen some cracking late goals from them across this event so far, but this is when you need it now more than ever, when you can double up your lead and, take this to a 2-0 in the series if you win this game, or you could have it at 1-1 and, we could go a little bit deeper in the series. I'm fine either way. Makes it interesting, but Nos going to be diving in for that 50 down the other side. That should be another goal. That should be game number 2 for Troops.
Yeah, certainly. That's going to secure it. It's a wonderful dive here from Nos, and Dix's head is simply in the clouds. That's game 2 secured. We're going to be back to an equal series. We spoke about this being the second best of 7 of the day. Immediately looks like it's going to be reduced to that best of 5, and this back and forth affair that this grand finals was hyped up to be looks to reign true for the time being. That was a much stronger performance from the Troops, and at times I felt like they were not doing enough. I thought that Dogs were doing well to siphon them off into the corner, but that all did start to change in that later game. A few aggressive opportunities from Dogs where they got a little bit desperate were exploited by Troops by the end, and that is a wonderful way to pick yourself up a result.
Certainly is here, Pegasus. And as we go into game number 3, I'm wondering, are Dogs, going to find that response? Because it didn't look that great from them in this game. They obviously had their chances, right? They were able to set up a lot of those plays, circle some of those shots. We saw 8 shots from them. It wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough. And a lot of that, can be put down to the incredible defense from Troops. And yes, they had incredible defense. You look at the saves, they had, I'm trying to do the math right now, they had 7 saves between them, which is mental. But also, you know, you can't. You've got to take charge of your own game. You've also got to just put together the better plays as a team, and you know, whether that be passing plays, whether that be disrupting the opponents, whether it be through demos or anything. You've got to figure out a way to sort of take the game into your own hands rather than worrying about what your opponents can do and what mistakes they'll make, because that's the way to simply win the grand finals here.
Talk may be cheap. The chat has been quiet in this grand finals. All eyes are on that all-expensive prize. But you do think, Engib, Turb, and I believe it's Nos, all part of that dive roster being split apart. I believe that's somewhat subdued them in this matchup. There's a fantastic save to get us started. Of course, it's Dixer to do so. Taking it off the ceiling. Engib Bear on the follow-up. Might look for that double. Wanted to go straight for net. Either way, no connection made.
Yeah. Down the other side we go. And over into the hands of Dogs. They're going to look to start something from their own back wall, but Troker's just completely robbed them there. Turb has to get a good touch out to the side, just to buy them a little bit of time to refresh on some of these boosts, and well, that's exactly what they'll do. Troker trying to drop that down for a teammate and cause a little bit of disarray, but Engib is waiting downfield. Troker beats him to the punch and also looks to challenge Dixer on that sidewall as well. It's carnage across the midfield here for both of these teams. Everybody's just looking to get a hand on things. And speaking of getting a hand on things, it's Dixer from up high who calls for the first goal here in Game 3.
It's an excellent read, but you've got to give credit to that pass as well. See space on that backboard, and that's a rare occasion. When those moments present themselves, you have to take it with both hands, and Dogs have consistently done that through today. They've ran the gauntlet. They won the semi-finals against the first seed, and against the second, they look to come back with that same level of punishments.
We'll see. Karma resets over the top of one. Looks to try and dunk it past and into that corner, but is shut down, is locked out. Now Turb with that fake. Not as effective as he probably wanted it to be, but Dogs, they're bringing the ideas to the table, and that's something that they weren't able to do in the last game. So improvements being made here across the board, but now we need to see it down the other side. Troops have got that touch there, has Nost over to Karma in the corner, but let's go over Trocker's head as he's looking for that bump. And Karma's up for this. Can he stay on the ball? Not really when Engib's there, but does get the read perfect. Dixer up for that, not a lot of boost, so not going to get the most powerful touch in the world, but the redirect is there. And Dogs just looking to try and lock out Troops from any attempts that they might make on their net, although this one could be a little bit more difficult for them, and maybe not. Turb taking it into his own hands. 3 minutes left here, Pegasus, and still Dogs bearing down on Troops' net.
That was a fantastic strike. Trocker had to react so quickly to see that one out of his bottom corner. But it's a bit more of a defensive efforts required now at this point. They are in the back of a deficit. Nost looking to sweep his way through. Trocker's not going to be able to get that touch. It's going to be Karma. He sees Trocker up ahead, but he's missed that 100 boost. Still, the ball somehow falls on his lap. It's a wonderful drop down pass to Nost, trying to take advantage of a free backboard, but Engib was actually covering both high and low angles. As well to quickly react to the play at hand. Nost, your first touch, still a bit too heavy. Dixer's too quick. Flip reset. See him go coast to coast, but Karma keeps this ball alive. A second shot strikes. And the same player to make the save will be the one to finish the job. It's 2-0 Dogs.
It certainly is. They're heating up. I feel like this is such a boring reference, and it's been used probably 20 times already this stream. But the Dogs are starting to bark again, Pegasus. They're getting barking. They're getting loud. And, well, maybe they're going to be able to find another one because Dix has got that down the middle. And, well, Karma almost had ideas on the own goal, but it is going to be saved out. And now Karma just, you know what, not the own goal, not the goal either. Off the crossbar, off the post, excuse me, on both sides of the field. And, well, it seems like Karma is just afraid of the net.
We've seen that so many times today. There's a curse over the Swiss lands right now. And that post and crossbar has the softest of magnets, but it makes all the difference. Demo comes out. There's only one man standing. It's Dixer, but Karma on the follow still can't break through Turb. Despite the 2v3 position, they've been able to reconvene themselves. It's still Karma with 100 boost. Trucker on that backboard. Nost available to turn into this ball, especially that 100 boost spawning just in time. But that plays too predictable. Turb was there ahead of the pace. Flip reset. not going to come through. Trocker's not going to come out either. And now it's just going to have to be worked away from their own defense. Turbs jumped up early. Karma can see that ahead of time. It's denied any extra touches, but still, there was a brief moment of advancement. Trocker, flip reset around one. Easy save out wide, but now it's all about the recovery. So many players bunched up at that front post. Enjim's been a player to take the initiative, go towards that back post. Either way, it doesn't end up in that position, and that's a complete overcommit. Coordination in defense versus the miscoordination in offense. Cover your lines.
Yeah, we talked about, Troops being that defensive team in the last game, and Dogs, that not breaking through with their opportunities. This time it's completely different. Dogs have 8 saves. They are the counter-attack merchants, it seems, here on DFH Pegasus. And what a change around from the last game where it was quite the opposite. So, based on what we've seen, I think I'm looking towards Troops to see if they can recover what we've seen and also bring that same fire into the next game, because it feels like the playstyles, they're quite similar. It just feels like it's a matter of who wants to come out on top in each individual game and who wants to play that playstyle better, because we're seeing the same things over and over again from both of these teams. But it feels like one of them just turns it on in one game, and one, and then the other just is like, yeah, I'm just going to take a break for a bit.
The Dogs have proven that they are those mold breakers of their opponents. Any patterns that you see in gameplay against any other opponent somewhat goes to pot when you play Dogs. They make you desperate. They make you frustrated not to pick up possession. They make you frustrated when they start to sit back a bit more defensively and they're not letting any goals in. And Dixer just wants to pick up 7 saves in 5 minutes. Yes, that's a real stat. He picked up 7 saves in that last game. Troops should have enough attack, should have enough firepower to break through Dogs, but then they have these moments where they've been in attack for quite some time. You can tell there's a little bit of annoyance, and that's when the third man goes, screw it, I'm going to rush towards this ball, and all of a sudden it's in the back of their own nets.
Yeah, I mean, Troops, they had 10 shots that game. 10 shots and no goals is not something that you can look at and think, that's fine, because it's not fine, and especially when the defense isn't even that good. Like you mentioned it felt like a lot of the time the third man was getting a little bit excited, and then it was costing them dearly, right? I think, like you mentioned, it can be a little bit of annoyance, a little bit of, we've not really found success doing this in the past couple of minutes. Let's try changing things up. Let's try changing the pace. It's in our own net. So a lot of that, comes down to resilience, but at the same time, you feel like there is something that has to be changed up here for the side of Troops, because that clearly didn't work in the game that we just saw. So Pegasus coming into this one, do you reckon there is something that needs to be changed? That there is an adaptation that needs to be made? Or do you reckon it is just, right, boys, let's wake up. We can't be having this.
They're having plenty of offense. They're having plenty of time in the opponent's third, but I feel like the value in their rotations just isn't quite there. When you think back to that last game, can you really think of any real meaningful demo opportunity? If you have that much time in the opponent's third, surely you have that bit of time to, catch a player through your troubles and start to open up that space. Instead, all 3 players remained alive on the side of Dogs. They're very strong defensively. I mean, it seems like Dixer was all they needed regardless to make those 7 saves. And now they're not getting scores. It wasn't a performance where you completely rip up your game sheet and start back from square one. It's that little difference that makes the biggest of change to your gameplay. Here it's just a 50 from Karma. And I'm going to be honest with you, I thought the first goal was going to come to Dogs. They looked quick out the gates to get us started early, but those bumps start to come through. Turb is forced to jump up early, and that's exactly what we are asking for.
It certainly is, right? It's Troops just correcting some of these small things that have cost them greatly, and now down the other side it might be another small thing on the kickoff that could cost them, but no, not quite on target. Saved over to Nost in that corner, and it will be Troker down from above. Can someone get a hand on that? Turb is going to be able to, but it feels like there's a lot of chaotic plays which are happening across the field, which these teams just need to get a bit of a hand on, and there we go, there's Nost doing just that. But, 3.5 minutes going to be left soon, and we have that opening goal. What sort of momentum can Troops use to carry that goal forward in towards, winning a game? Because a crucial game here for them. If they win it, it's tied up, and we have a best of 3 ahead of us. If they lose this one, Dogs have pretty much simply, they might as well have won it.
Yeah, they're also a team that has only ever lost a maximum of 1 in a series. They're outside of this series specifically. They've only lost 2 games overall. This would be doubling their current record if they were able to pick this one up. But those double commits of the defense aren't going to make those likely. Still able to recover themselves and get themselves over one final defender. Turb's also messed up on the back wall. So it's left completely open for Karma. It's mistake after mistake, but ultimately it'll be the final one to be the killer.
Absolutely. And well, there is 3 minutes and 2 goals on the board here for the troops. The Dogs, what can they do in response? We've got Dixon jumping up for that, Njib with that follow, but Trocker's going to carry this one over to that side wall. Turb to throw it on the back wall, looking for that follow-up, pinch out to the side. It's great defense from troops, and all they've got to do at this point is hold on to that lead.
Oh, that was a dangerous save there from Karma, but Nost did so well to react in time, gets this ball out wide, and now it looks like the offense is going to be in their favour. Trocker's got to abandon that ball for the second touch. Should be all Karma in the corner, those 50s. Need to find a teammate, but there's no teammate there. Both of them wrapping themselves back, going for the same big boost. Luckily, Trocker was the one to pick it up, and now he's the last man. But they're simply outnumbered. They left their offensive player all alone, and by the time they were able to build up defense, all of a sudden, it was one player left alone in defense as well. Complete rotational errors now starting to form, and they are going to be punished as a result, but with second half of the game to go, there's plenty of wiggle room for change.
Well, it's about 2.5 minutes still left, and you can sense that Dogs are sort of gradually clawing their way back into this one, but it's goal by goal, it's moment by moment. It's Turb on the back wall who fires the shot, but trying to set up for a teammate, but you can't set up for someone who's not there. On the other side, Karma is most certainly there, and the follow-up is imminent from Nost. 2-goal lead restored, 3-1 for troops.
And against his very teammates, Karma did so well for that setup play. Dixer still almost recovered himself to get that ball off the line. 2 minutes, 1 goal, a minute required for the side of the Dogs. We've seen them pull off miraculous comebacks all throughout the day, but it feels like they've maybe bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. Troops have stepped up. Said that this was always going to be the case in this grand final, just because they've already beaten that first seed doesn't mean that Troops are any team to underestimate. They already feel like they've got one hand on the trophy, on that fairer share of the prize pool. Now they've just got to reach up and grab it. Turb will take it high, not going to be able to bail away for the boost. There's not enough quite in the tank. Somewhat of a double commit in this position, and it's not the fact that they both jumped, it's the fact they were both there in the first place. That should have been an opportunity for Troops to make it forward. They're already in quite a dire spot, but with such little time left in the clock, you can understand why they're sending all 3 men forward.
And you can make the argument that Troops probably should have been the first series if they hadn't been upset and been absolutely destroyed in the final round of the group stages by Juju's Jury. But they're certainly playing like the first seed here today. So are Dogs, and that just, it means we're going to get a battle to see who is the actual first seed, who is the actual champion. And Njib wants to say that the Dogs still have a fighting chance here on the Coliseum.
Really strong 50. But this is what Dogs have done so well throughout the entirety of the day, Hodge. It's about how that second man picks up those loose balls, how they follow up on their teammates' opportunities. They've consistently been the faster team. This has perhaps been the only series where they felt rather challenged. That's an excellent challenge from Troops.
Oh, it absolutely is. You've got Nost with that flick, immediate bump from Karma to send that final defender into panic, to send the ball into the back of the net, and to send Troops into, once again, a 2-goal lead here. 4-2 is that scoreline, 30 seconds remaining. If Dogs want to do something, they've got to do it pretty much immediately, and then follow it up with a kickoff goal.
Rocker's not going to be able to get that side will read. Njib puts this ball high, and there were doubts, I remember, in that last series about potential comebacks with seconds left on the clock. That ended up happening, but that was against the favour of the Dogs. Now they've got to feel the other end of it. And with 10 seconds left and this ball completely out of their possession, my prediction is that best of 7 to a best of 5 is going to reduce once more to a best of 3. And the reward for your next game will be championship points.
Well, it most certainly will be. Troops, they are, I guess, extending their life in this series, Pegasus. After game number 3, you could have quite easily looked at this series and gone, okay, this is starting to look like it's getting towards, you know, the point where we can say it's over. It's not over. Troops, they're fighting back, but you know what we saw in the series where they played against Fighters is the Fighters Ring is we saw this similar thing, right? There was a trade of blows back and forth until about game 4. Game number 5, Troops started to run away with it. Game number 6 was a continuation of that. So now as we move into game number 5, are we going to start to sort of see one of these teams pull away from each other, or are we going to continue to get close Rocket League throughout? There's a sign there that says it is Friday. It's not in fact Friday, it's Saturday. It's Championship Saturday. Come on, I mean, we just got to get with the times, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be updating that map now. Come on, this is the grand finals. You have to be prepared. You got to know what day you're on. The Troops' drill sergeant's going to be calling attention here on Sovereign Heights. One team to put themselves on top, to put themselves on Champions Point. Evens have fallen to Troops. Odds have fallen to Dogs. The pattern needs to break if Troops want any hope. Kickoff on the pitch. This is the swing matchup.
It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. What? Lando Norris world champion. Anyway, moving on. Dogs have got some work to do, and so have Troops going into game number 5 here, as we are going to get to find out which one of these teams are moving forward to match and championship points here in this series. Karma going to drop this one down, picked up there by Engib. Turb already there. So quick are Dogs, and you mentioned it in that last game, right, Pig? The second man of Dogs, it feels like they are immediately spawning in right next to the ball, and that challenge just goes in. I mean, it works. It's textbook. It's a goal. It's Dogs taking the lead.
It's ugly but effective. Just got to charge yourself towards the ball. Played a very ones at 50-50. Go through to that top corner. And now with only 40 seconds gone, this feels like something I've been saying again and again and again. It's an early head start for Dogs, and with how solid their defense can be, this is not a spot their opponents want to find, especially as well with the efficiency that their counter-attacks can have as well. This is a two-sided attack. They've got Venom on either way. Dixer ends up actually 50ing his own teammate. Trucker will look for the target, and it was coming off the crossbar. Still, that touch from Dixer. Vital to get the ball out of that central space. Turb takes this one away from his teammate once more. That's not going to be a psycho attempt. What that's going to be is pure danger signs for the Troops. They somehow get away with it. That's going to be another ball that drops down off that backboard. That is just poorly received by one of these Swiss players.
Yeah, well, that one certainly isn't. And Karma capitalizes off of the moment, off of the opportunity, turns and burns for the response from Troops. And I like this scoreboard. Everything's even. You know, 2 games apiece, 3-3-3 on the timer, 1-1 each. That's just satisfying.
It really is. Especially to see them, you know, actually take an open net opportunity. It feels like these teams just don't accept easy goals. Dixer has an easy goal here, and he'll be efficient in the grand final. An instant response to what was gifted from the opposing side. The Switzerland champion looks to try and take another title.
Yeah, certainly does. A 2-1 for Dogs here in game number 5. Troops going to have some pushback here potentially, and it all starts with Nost challenging there, but it is beat back over to this corner where Karma is waiting to receive this ball. Infield it goes. Dixer to pop this one up to the ceiling. Trocker waiting, putting that over to the sidewall. Engib going to try and instantly turn and play that challenge, but that leads to 2 players just getting absolutely dusted, and it's a little bit of confusion here. Who wants to go for the ball? I don't think anybody really knows, but Dogs still somehow regain possession there.
Well, this is European Rocket League, actual attempt to try and control the midfield. There's no taking turns here. You've got to earn your attacks, and that, of course, bleeds within the Swiss nature of playing as well. Njib to try and bring this ball across the turf. Trucker gets there first. It looks like a touch that goes towards his own lines, but it does get that ball closer to a teammate. Karma's going to be the one to try and sweep it through, and many occasions that has been the player to make the difference. The substitute actually coming in here for this side, although the substitute which Dixer was completely fine with playing. So if he ends up losing this grand finals, that's certainly going to be one of those interactions to look out for. But Nos, awkward, still manages to recover himself, and like there was a little bit of a lack of tenacity there. There was a player of Dogs that abandoned from that play, where I feel like you've just got to be a shark and smell that blood in the water, because now you're getting counter-attacked. The Truckers have got a flip reset, and 2 players have committed. Dixon's getting bumped, and Karma is available in the 6-yarder, but still, neither side bear fruit.
Yeah, minute 45 left on this clock. 2 players jump, 1 does get the touch, thankfully, in Nost, and over to this corner it will go. Great defense coming through from Dogs. They're able to sweep away the danger, but only for a second, as it's right back in. Trocker looking for the bump onto Dixer, but it will be picked up, and Njib to the back wall will go, looking to try and double that one down and find the angle. But regardless, it's sort of put in field nonetheless. Never mind, just go for the dunk, go for that 50, try and just get past everybody at once. That's exactly what Dixer will do. And as much as Trocker will try and guide that away to safety, the only safety on this field is in the back of your opponent's net.
I don't know what Troker's thinking there. That's an experienced player, and that is an egregious way to concede. Took control of that ball, just has to run that down to the corner. Instead, takes it inside to the danger area. He was asking to get bumped. That was essentially a free net for Dogs. And Troops are going to fill the front end of it. Now with 1 minute left, having to pick up 2 goals against the side, but it's already so tough to score against in the first place. But they'll try their very best. Cutting in from the corner, it's Nos. Back into Trocker, looking to make up for previous mistakes. Now Karma has to find the target. Not sure I'm a fan of that back wall shot. Could have gone straight for net. Instead, that clock will wind down. That 4th man truly getting involved, and that's ignoring the 5th and the 6th outposting crossbar.
Yeah, Benji picking this one up. Trying to take it to the back wall. Trocker buying his time. Doesn't really have a lot of time to work with, though. The pace needs to be picked up. Somebody needs to get on the end of that ball there, because otherwise you're just handing over the possession, handing over the win here in Game 5 to Dogs, giving them match point. And you don't want to do that. Trocker, will he learn from his mistakes here? Will he right the wrongs? Looking for that bump, looking to hassle that player. Over to Nos, but the shot's just not there.
It's not going to happen. That's game over. Championship points conceded to the Dogs. The insane run looks like it could have a happy ending. 2 chances to take down Troops. The pinnacle of Swiss Rocket League continues. And 1 player that is talk the talk might just walk the walk on Neo Tokyo.
They are quite literally the poster boys of the tournament here, Pegasus. And Dixer, especially. Dixer and his band of dogs. I mean, throughout every stage of this tournament, they have talked the talk. They've been in that chat. You know, what a saving, nice shotting. Just trying to mentally tilt their opponents. And I'm not sure if that's the reason that they've won it, because I think they have just won it on being the better team overall. But while things may have calmed down in the grand final, in the comms wise, I mean, on the pitch, it's still a fiery mess all over the place, and it only feels fitting for a tournament like this, themed around, you know, talking the talk. Can you produce that same level on the pitch as well? For the only team who, essentially have lived up to that and been able to sort of have that jeery, gestury approach to the game, to be able to then go on and win the whole thing.
But now you look at the side of Troops. The only team to take 2 away from Dogs. The team to double the loss record of this team today on the championship Saturday. Now look to get their ticket stamped to Champions Field. Otherwise, they face defeat here on Neo Tokyo. It's a guaranteed map of pure history and a tournament to be remembered for time to come. But who will go down as the victors? Who gets to write the books? We have kickoff, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this party started.
I believe a wise caster once said in a certain grand final, mistake or magic, what will it be? Now that is a question that we're going to answer plenty of times throughout this game. Who's going to be the one to step up? Who's going to be the one to, make that mistake when it's going to cost them the most potentially? It's time to find out. Game number 6 certainly underway, but to the ceiling that ball will go. The players clash in the skies as well and meet each other at that ball, ready to dogfight for the win. And right now it's Dixer trying to get the pressure started here for Dogs, but handled well for the most part. But somebody's got to get on the end of that ball here for the side of Troops. You can't let Turb sort of reaggress onto that ball. And well, that was almost in. What a way to start what that would have been.
It's going to be the finest margins to make all the difference in this game, so that's going to get ironed out quick. It's not going to be an early head start goal for Dogs. They're going to have to wait that a little bit longer. We're out that first minute mark. This is where the real Rocket League begins. Ball inside. Karma was already up for it, but that interception came in play. You had to play for that miss. You can't blame Karma for jumping up for that ball. That is a warning shot against the Dogs, where all these even-numbered games have already gone for the Troops. They look to make that pattern continue. Demo comes out, space in our top corner. That's an excellent save from Dixer, but it will not be enough.
Yeah, the follow-up is there. The rotations are starting to be worked out here by Troops, and it may be late, but it might just be enough, in enough time for them to claw themselves to Champions Field. We spoke about it earlier on in the grand finals, where it felt like Dogs just had that better rotation. Now they're bumping each other out of the way and, giving the ball over and open net for Troops. A disastrous kickoff for Dogs.
Horrific. It's not what you want to see. But now we must continue. With that score on the docket, a 2-goal deficit, and quite the climb for Dogs if they want to get it done in 6, if they want to prevent the pressures and the extra magic that Champions Field brings to a grand final. It's going to have to be a huge response in these final 3 minutes. Instead, it's a clearance once more here from Troops Trocker. Stays close. It's a lovely pre-flip to get it over. One, it's a launch! It's an unbelievable individual effort. And we've seen these not bear fruit. We've seen mistakes on the final lines. This isn't Kiva. He was knocked out quite some time ago. This is the grand finals, and Trocker has earned himself a hat-trick.
What a way to make a statement. Show that your team is not down, not out, still absolutely within chance of coming back and winning this whole damn thing. But now, Game 7, it might be on the horizon, but you can't count out Dogs yet. We've still, Pegasus got 2.5 minutes left for Dogs to throw a spanner into the works here. And we've seen them do it before. You can't count them out from doing it again.
Trocker, ceiling pinch, comes off that corner, will fall out once more. Nost is going to have to bail back. It's a 1v1 versus Dixer, but I see a second man going for that bump. Engine decides to bail away. Dixer wanted to take it all alone himself. That bump doesn't land either on the back wall for Karma. That's going to be an important asset now for this defense. They just have to hold on for 2 minutes with 3 goals in their favor. I already said before in this broadcast that 3 goals is essentially a death sentence, but we've seen overtime being picked up from this result. We saw it in that last semi-finals, but grand final, surely it's too much to chew. Surely they can't stop this attack. Dixer will do on his own lines, and now that effort turns to offense. Karma gets the clearance.
Well, Champions Field, it feels inevitable, but what can these teams do? What can Dogs especially do to try and stop that from happening, to try and stem the bleeding? Because this game number 6, well, it has been all Troops and nothing for the side of Dogs. But what kind of shootout under the stars will we get? Maybe it'll be a 4th goal, the outplay, the 4th goal to go onto the scoreboard here, and all it needs is a slight touch, a slight nudge in the right direction to help Troops on their way to domination.
That was a fake. That said, see you later. We will reconvene on Champions Field. The atmosphere of Neo Tokyo has changed. It's all for consolation. It's all to pick up momentum. One final stand. One final 5 minutes of regulation. Dixa pulls up one. Surely it doesn't end here.
Well, maybe that is the case. Maybe. But also, maybe there's a chance. Because we've got 60 seconds, 3 goals needed. It's absolutely possible here, Pegasus, but they've got to get a bit of a shift on. And what a way for Dogs to really shut things down and establish dominance than a comeback like this. But right now, I'm going to be talking about what Troops can do, not just this game, but also going into game number 7. They've really changed the tides. They've really sort of flipped the script, it seems, going into the next game. And it's going to be about how Dogs can sort of regain, not just as a team, but also, you know, in the mentals as well. Especially as, you know, when we look at these teams, when we look at these players, we look back to that graphic at the start of the broadcast, everybody saying that, you know, they thought Dixa was the most tiltable player in the Swiss scene. That's going to be put to the test here.
Certainly, but also, this is where professionalism really needs to take charge. He is the captain. He is the Switzerland champion. He's been in these late runs before, but is this one too many? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Champions Field. Troops have pulled out a result, and they did so, I must say, in somewhat one-sided fashion. The statistics will not quite say that, especially with how the later stages of that game started to tip away, but I felt like that was Troops getting themselves prepared. They were already mentally checked out. Hopefully they won't be caught off guard in those first minutes, but Hodge, ultimately, this is where we stand. You could not write the script better. A team going from the Gauntlet to the Grand Finals, beating the first seed, facing the second, and going to Champions Field. They hadn't lost more than one game in a series until this point. Now 4 could be the decider for the entire championship.
Well, you see that graphic on your screen. Game number 7. Here in the Grand Finals. We talked about it before, and I mentioned that the only time that I have seen, the last time that Karma played in a Swiss game here in the Swiss scene was in the Awaken League Grand Finals. I believe we casted that one, Pegasus.
We did.
I believe that also saw Game 7 in at least one of the 2 sets. Game number 7 is where we will return after a good while. It's been at least a year, but now Karma and the rest of these players on the field reconvene for a battle under the stars here. One of them can walk away as champions. Well, the talk has been talked, but for the final time, it's time to put it all on the line on the pitch here.
And, well, this first minute is going to be important to survive here for the Troops. Historically, these odd-numbered games have gone to the Dogs. They have just been trading games back and forth, that advantage being on that orange side. And a lot of that is thanks to these early opportunities that they're able to pick up. This time, though, having to fight from their own half. Trocker is well equipped to take this ball up the wall. He saw his opponent there pick up that 100 boost, and will send that wide. Dixa should be able to convene himself, take a few breaths for this side will read. Any single whiff could be costly. That could be your tournament over, and everything you have worked for today. They've been playing since, I believe, 2 o'clock CET. You can't let that all fall for nothing.
Well, already in the early stages and the pre-game as well, in between game 6 and 7, we saw, both of these teams calling each other out a little bit, having a little bit of a go at each other. We can ask for nothing more before we get to game 7 of the highest peaks of Talk is Cheap here, Pegasus. It's what this tournament was made for, and it's what these teams will produce for us here on the field. But to the backboard, this will go for Troops. They really put on a performance in game number 6, but they've got to do that once more here in game number 7 because we're going into our own net. It's a tragedy. Here on Champions Field, Nost gets the read a little bit wrong and will be punished verbally in the chat by the opposition.
This isn't Romeo and Juliet. These are lovers. They don't both die at the end. Only one will fall victim to the graveyards. And if that's how it happens, so be it. Troops with the mental battle of their entire careers here. Dogs made sure to immediately implement the pressure with a quick chance, but hold on, this is a great advancement in play. Karma, though, that's not a great ball coming off that back wall. Trucker's going to try and poach the opportunity. Njib will look to try and tip this one over to a teammate, but it's falling to Karma once more. We've seen them go for these showstopper plays. There's the first flip reset, no need for the second, still drags it forward. Joker is faithful. That fox in the box, ready to strike at any moment. Instead, resets once more to the defense, but offense has still all been Troops.
Definitely has. And like you mentioned, that mental test, but there it is! The breaking point. The moment where they could start to believe again that there is still a chance, there is still an opportunity. And the rotation, a rare blip there for Dogs where there wasn't somebody back post, there wasn't somebody front post. Everybody was very far committed forward there, Pegasus, and they were punished.
Shake it off, 0-0, second half of the game to go. Still feels like one that could end here in regulation. You don't want to risk any chances. And whilst Dogs have been that team that have spent a majority on the defense, we know how strong they are on the counter-attack, but are you really going to fancy those chances? If you are a little bit nervous in this grand finals, if your finger slightly slips, that's it. A mistake in defense is much more costly than a mistake in offense. And defense, that's a goal. In offense, that's just a turnover in possession, and you can deal with that afterwards. Nos looking to try and pick up, but Dixer was that last man back after that demo. Does well to escape his island and buy some time for the teammate to get themselves back on.
Njib from this corner will do what he can, but it will be over to Turb to take this one over to Njib. The passing play is coming through, but it's not really buying them much space on the field. They're being shut down time and time again here by Troops when they try and find any space. But I mean, a minute and a half still left. This feels like it could come down to golden goal. We've seen clutch goals before. Time we see it again from someone on the field here, one of these players, Pegasus. But right now it is chaos. Everybody just trying to get a little bit of a lick on this ball, and nobody really finding much success with it. Dixer could change the tides, could try and ride his own tides here, but into the final minute will go, and it very much could come down to that one moment.
Oh, that bump doesn't land on Dixer. That could have been the touch to make the difference. It's not always going to be one on the ball. Njib, our goal scorer for Dogs in this game 7, doesn't get a strike this time. That's awkward. Dixer's low boost. The read wasn't ever trucker, but Karma has found the target. 50 seconds remaining. One question still stands. How is your bottle?
50 seconds. And one goal needed to turn the tides at overtime.
No.
Oh my goodness. Oh, there's no way. Chances that have gone to waste. And that answers it all, Pegasus. You asked how was their bottle. That was put to the test right there and then. Now it might be again. It could be an own goal, but Dixer alleviates the danger. But now he's got some work to do on his side as well. Turb to the back wall. Trocker downfield. The stars are aligning for the Troops.
Dixer, though, still has a chance. There's still 20 seconds left, and they're looking for that high press now. This is where they played early in the day, and they were able to grab a lot of success when that was the case. But that's a miss coming out. That could be the decider. It doesn't go through. They might regret that later. But that boom forward from Dixer. He needs a touch here from Turb. Nos has the ground to aim for. He'll surely dribble behind that ball. Njib has such a tough ball to grab, but Karma, your goal scorer, your game decider, slams that ball down. It's an MVP performance, and the Dogs are sent to the clink. It is over. The Troops have done it.
And the instant leave of the game there from Dixer. Oh, I think that says it all there. And it was such a hard-fought battle, Pegasus. But at the end of the day, it was the Troops that withstood the barrage and came out on top. What a series, and what a day overall. I think we could have a look at just the playoff bracket, but I want to have a look at the Gauntlet bracket first. I want to go through the whole run quickly, if we possibly can bring that up, and just see where we started to where we have got ourselves to, and what a road that Dogs went on today throughout their run.
Just a reminder, it is 7:45 CET. Action started today at 2. That's when Dogs played their first series, sweeping Muchachos. Game 4 versus Menaces, sweeping Fiends. Game 4 versus Jury, qualifying themselves from the Gauntlet. And let's see that top 4. Let's see how that journey continued, because you have to play the top 1 seed after this point. That's surely going to be a struggle. There's no way they are going to be able to survive and get themselves into the grand finals. Well, Hoj, we were proven very, very wrong.
Oh yeah, we have a look at this playoffs bracket and just see how the road went after that, because Dogs, they faced up against Celt Squadron. What you and what army? They were taken down in a 4-0 fashion by Dogs, who moved on to the grand finals. And well, Troops 4-2 over Ring, moving themselves to the grand finals. A little bit of a hard-fought series for them, and it went back and forth in this grand finals, both teams trading blows, and it all came down to that one goal, Pegasus. But at the end of the day, and it hasn't been inputted into the sheet just yet, but at the end of the day, Troops come away with the victory in a 4-3 fashion. And I mean, we've got to then come back to the cameras here, because we've got a little bit more to talk about before we actually go and bury our last, I guess, challenger here and complete the graveyard. But when we look at this, I mean, overall, what a great tournament this was, and what a way to close off the year for the Swiss scene.
Absolutely. We also had a French broadcast for quite some time that was presented by Risk GG on their Twitch channel. They were covering a lot of the earlier action here today before thankfully raiding us for the mainstream. Thank you as well to Cassalien, who's in the background right now. He's the one that has made all of these overlays come to life. He's done a lot of work in between the games as well for stuff like, the amazing graveyard scene, and of course getting all of us casters together for what has been an incredible event, fighting through players that have already blocked him, yet he still wanted to invite to this tournament through the toxicity which he created from the nature of this tournament. That is a very brave task for any tournament organizer to try and take, because even when toxicity isn't promoted, I mean, it's the Rocket League scene, so that's always tough enough for the TOs.
No, definitely. I think Cassalien, obviously, and everybody behind this event. I know there's loads of admins as well, including some of the people who've casted the event here. So it's taken a team effort to get this tournament together. But at the end of the day, we're just glad everybody enjoyed it, and it brought some cheer to the Swiss scene before obviously the Christmas break. And yeah, I think the Swiss scene continues to evolve itself. Time and time again. Also, a massive shout out to Remoraid there as well, because Remoraid's somebody who put a lot of effort into everything behind the scenes, as well as people like Cassalien. So just a massive thank you to Remoraid there for essentially helping build the broadcast alongside Cassalien. So that's all I guess the thanks done, and the flowers given out, and now it's time to bury our last competitor here. So it was a good fight from Dogs. They buried everybody else, but now it's time for them to be put 6 feet under. I think we need everybody to
come on.
Yeah.
We all go as well, chat.
Yeah.
Come on.
We all.
No!
Don't die like that so suddenly. I wasn't ready.
Stop touching me, Pegasus.
Oh no.
Oh no, this as well, bro.